So imagine this. You're a hero who just defeated the Silver Dragon Queen in a life-or-death battle. You win, everything goes white. And when you wake up, you're back on Earth. That's Xia Li. 3 years of adventure in another world. Now just an unemployed guy in slippers trying to buy instant noodles. But when he walks into a convenience store, guess who's there? The mighty Silver Dragon Queen herself, now a confused teenage girl stealing bread. Lucia tries to breathe fire, but nothing happens. No magic, no claws, just human arms and a very empty stomach. And Xia Li, the so-called brave hero, he ends up paying $5 for her bread. From there, things spiral fast. She calls packaging defense magic. He calls her a walking disaster. And somehow, the two end up living together in a tiny apartment. The hero cooking instant noodles for the dragon who once tried to kill him. Lucia learns to survive without magic, calling flashlights holy light and TV screens moving magic mirrors. Meanwhile, Xia Li realizes she's not evil, just clueless, stubborn, and way too optimistic for a dragon stuck on Earth. But the real question is, can a fallen dragon queen and her broke, overworked hero actually survive the modern world together? Or will their old instincts, Slayer and Dragon, tear this strange new life apart? Welcome to My Wife is an Evil Dragon, a chaotic mix of fantasy, comedy, and slice of life, where every instant noodle counts, and even a dragon learns how to use a fork.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Xia Li called her name carefully, unsure if he was really seeing what he thought he was seeing. Admitting you were wrong was one thing, but being caught stealing bread was a different kind of humiliation altogether. Lucia blinked, rubbing the red mark on her forehead as she stood up. The shock on her face matched Xia Li's perfectly. She instinctively backed away half a step and lifted her hands, ready to summon her claws. But when she looked down, all she saw were pale, human arms. Third level, Dragon Flame. Lucia shouted, trying to draw magic through her body, but nothing happened. The young woman behind the counter stared, confused, as Lucia froze mid-pose. Xia Li cringed, curling his toes into the floor. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't. After all, he had done the exact same thing earlier at home, waving his arms around like a fool before realizing one painful truth. There was no magic on Earth. Without magic, spells were useless. Apparently, this Silver Dragon Queen, who had fought him in a decisive battle just half a day ago, hadn't figured that out yet. Only, this version of her looked completely different. Her once silver hair had turned ink black, her golden eyes were now brown, and even her proud, regal body had, well, downsized drastically. From D to A, by his estimate. A tragic downgrade indeed. Lucia's voice trembled as she realized her magic was gone. Still, she wasn't panicking. After all, the hero wasn't carrying his demon-repelling sword. A hero without his blade was like a tiger without fangs. The advantage was hers, or so she thought. You two know each other? The convenience store clerk asked, eyeing them curiously. Lucia quickly nodded. Yes. No, Xia Li replied flatly at the same time. The clerk frowned at their odd exchange, but quietly locked the automatic door. Theft, no matter how small, was still theft. He looked at the flustered girl hugging a loaf of bread and sighed. She probably just hasn't eaten in a while. Please ring me up, Xia Li said, lifting 6 cups of instant noodles onto the counter. He wasn't about to start another world-ending war in a 7-Eleven. 3 years in another world had been equal to just 1 week on Earth. Now, back home, he was unemployed, broke, and definitely not in the mood for a rematch. Let the Dragon Queen experience modern rehabilitation. 3 meals a day and a firm lesson from the legal system. I'll check her out first, said the clerk kindly, waving Lucia over. Lucia hesitated, clutching the bread tighter as she eyed Xia Li like he was some kind of predator. Xia Li sighed. Come on, I didn't bully you that much. The clerk scanned the bread. That'll be $5. Lucia looked from the locked door to Xia Li, clearly distressed. Xia Li nearly burst out laughing. The mighty silver dragon queen, caught stealing $5 worth of bread. Her clan would die of shame if they heard. The Silver Dragon clan does not pay, Lucia said coldly. The clerk, patient as ever, tried again in his best teacher voice. If you don't pay, the police will arrest you. Lucia frowned, genuinely considering it. Do prisons here provide food? No, she couldn't sink that low. Realizing she couldn't use magic or brute force, she reluctantly fished something shiny from her pocket, a golden coin. Sweetheart, said the clerk gently, toys don't count as money. She sighed, truly pitiful. Before the situation got worse, Xia Li stepped forward. $5, right? I'll pay. Lucia looked up surprised. Asterisk, since when does a hero act nice? Shouldn't he be threatening me right now? Asterisk. Oh, right. He didn't have a sword anymore. Then Xia Li extended his hand. Gold coins, that metal. Give it to me. Lucia hesitated. Handing something over to her old enemy felt wrong on instinct. But when Xia Li added, you can pick 5 more things after this, her pride evaporated. Deal. She passed him the gold coin and headed back to the shelves. The moment it hit his palm, Xia Li felt its weight. Real gold. Not perfectly refined, but easily worth 10 or 20,000 yuan. For an unemployed graduate, that was a miracle. He smiled faintly. Guess the dragon finally paid me back. After years of fighting for free in another world, this little windfall almost felt like justice. The clerk, Sue, looked up as the register drawer popped open with a metallic ding. She pushed it closed and started scanning Xia Li's instant noodles, still eyeing the little girl wandering near the shelves. My sister, Xia Li said smoothly. He tapped his temple and added in a whisper, she had a fever when she was a kid, never fully recovered up here. Clerk Sue nodded sympathetically. The girl didn't look too bright, and her clingy attitude toward Xia Li fit the story perfectly. While they spoke, Lucia finished her selection and marched proudly to the counter. Her small frame could barely handle the armful of goods she carried, but she stacked them all in a wobbling pile on the counter. There, these are mine, she declared. That one's already paid for. She pointed to the bread. Both Xia Li and the clerk nodded. True to her word, she had only picked 5 more items. But Xia Li blinked when he saw what she'd chosen. Croissants, pineapple buns, toast, more bread. You really like bread? He muttered. Ever thought about variety? Then his eyes caught 2 extra items that didn't belong. 1 kitchen knife and a bath towel with a cartoon duck. And those, he asked. What are you going to do with a knife and a towel? Lucia answered seriously. They're for self-defense. Both of them? Yes. 1 close range, 1 long range. Before Xia Li could reply, Lucia ripped open the knife's thin cardboard sleeve and tossed it aside. Then she unfolded the duck-patterned bath towel and draped it over her shoulders like a cloak. In seconds, she had transformed into what could only be described as a medieval adventurer in the wrong timeline. A very abstract one. Xia Li sighed. How much? $48.50, Clerk Sue said with a smile. He paid. The knife and towel were already opened, so he had no choice. At least the knife might come in handy later. Outside, the drizzle had thickened. Xia Li balanced his bag of noodles in one hand and an umbrella in the other, while Lucia trailed behind, still munching her bread. Unable to tear through the plastic, she bit the wrapper open with her teeth. This defensive magic is weak, she muttered through a mouthful. Once you focus your strength, it breaks easily. Xia Li stared at her, speechless. Asterisk bread packaging as magic. Right, asterisk. No modern knowledge, no context. Everything she didn't understand was magic. They walked on in the chilly wind. Rainwater pooled between the old bricks of the pavement, splashing Xia Li's bare feet with black mud. He shivered, silently cursing his decision to go out in slippers. Lucia, on the other hand, looked perfectly calm, unbothered by the rain, cold, or strange world around her. Dragons were naturally resilient. Magic or not, her body was still built differently. Maybe she's actually still dangerous, Xia Li thought. Lucia, blissfully unaware, was too busy devouring another loaf of bread, her yellow duck cloak flapping behind her. At the next intersection, Xia Li stopped. Lucia stopped too, blinking at him with crumbs on her lips. I wasn't saying hello, he sighed. Listen, Silver Dragon Queen Lucia Shavana. This is where we part ways. He pointed across the street. See that blue and white building? Go inside and tell the people that you're lost. They'll help you. Lucia followed his finger and frowned. Humans won't help. They'll drain my blood for alchemy and grind my fangs into weapons. Not here, Xia Li said patiently. This world follows laws. No one hunts dragons. She snorted. Impossible. Humans are greedy everywhere. Xia Li could only stare at her. The suspicion in her eyes, the guarded tone. It reminded him of himself, years ago, when he'd first been thrown into her world. Back then, he'd been lucky. There were people to guide him, to teach him how to live and fight. Lucia, on the other hand, had no one. She'd landed alone and immediately run into her old enemy. He almost pitied her. Almost. Then he shook the thought away. Asterisk no. She's still a dragon. Dangerous, prideful, unpredictable. Asterisk. Give me the knife, Xia Li said, extending a hand. Lucia stepped back, clutching it tighter. Her glare said it all. Do I look stupid? He sighed. Fine. Do whatever you want. But that place, he pointed to the police station again. They'll feed you 3 times a day. Go if you want. If not, enjoy being a wandering dragon. Lucia didn't know what a wandering dragon was, but 3 meals a day caught her attention. After a moment's hesitation, she tightened her grip on the knife and charged across the street. Xia Li watched her go, relieved. At least she'll be safe, he muttered. Then realization hit him. Asterisk wait. I paid for that knife. Asterisk. If Lucia ran into the police station waving a kitchen knife, they'd definitely arrest her. And when they asked where she got it, from Xia Li. Who bought it? Who told her to go there? Great. In the police records, she'd have no ID. He'd show up as an unemployed missing person who'd vanished for a week. To top it off, the convenience store had CCTV footage of him paying for her and calling her his sister. Perfect. Human trafficking suspect, level 1. Shit. Xia Li spun on his heel and yelled down the street. Lucia. Wait, stop. Don't go in there. Lucia stopped when her name was called. When she saw the hero Xia Li waving at her, she thought for a moment and returned the same way. The roads in this place were so strange. Those square iron boxes were extremely fast and had no eyes. She almost knocked several of them flying on the way back. That's right, she knocked the car flying. Lucia had absolute confidence in her physique. What are you doing? Lucia ran back to Xia Li with a red signal light. If she didn't know that her swordsmanship was no match for the hero, Lucia would definitely beat Xia Li down here and threaten him to hand over more food. Are you full? Xia Li frowned slightly, pretending to be worried. Of course not. Lucia nodded. At this time, she had no idea what kind of trap the hero was about to step into. Is that so? Then I have a suggestion. How about we stop fighting for the time being? Xia Li said with a friendly look. Lucia glanced at Xia Li, still keeping a high degree of vigilance against him. As we all know, a hero cannot be friendly to a dragon for no reason. For example, Xia Li just helped her buy bread, and the price she paid was a small piece of beautiful metal. Now, Xia Li suddenly proposed to cease fire, so what he wanted to get was, what do you want? Lucia tilted her head and thought for a while. She had nothing on her body now, and her body could not be transformed into a dragon at all. She was completely worthless in Xia Li's eyes. I don't want anything. I just want to take you back and raise you, Xia Li said helplessly. If possible, Xia Li didn't want to cause such trouble. But if she let this dragon go, she would definitely be taken to the police station. Whether it was snatching food in public or rubbing magic and going crazy, all of Lucia's behaviors were considered mental disorder in this society, not to mention that this guy was holding a kitchen knife in his hand. I'm afraid she would be rewarded with a pair of silver bracelets in a minute. After comprehensive consideration, Xia Li felt that instead of alarming the police and letting them find out about her, it would be better to take the initiative and appease this problem dragon. Anyway, I will keep it at home for the time being and study the possibility of sending Lucia back to the A's continent in the next few days. If it really doesn't work, I will teach this guy how to survive in the modern world first, and then release her. Why do you want to raise me? Lucia shrank her body, and the fine rain in the sky floated down like flying catkins. She wrapped the little yellow duck shawl on her head tighter. This hero may have some special training habit. Thinking of this, Lucia's eyes paused. She remembered that in the A's continent, many powerful humans like to play this kind of training. They will take the dragons that are still in the young dragon stage home and raise the young dragons into big dragons after 3 generations or hundreds of years, and then coax the big dragons into human form and give birth to children for themselves. The blood of humans and dragons can be mixed. Although the offspring born will not be as powerful as pure-blooded dragons, as a human with dragon blood, their physique and understanding of magic are far superior to ordinary people. Therefore, for some human nobles who do not have too high requirements for blood inheritance, they're willing to spend a lot of time to mix their family blood with the dragon clan. And the brave Xia Li in front of him must want to trick himself into mixing blood. You want me to give birth to a dragon cub for him? Xia Li doesn't even need to spend too much time playing with cultivation. After all, according to the age of the dragon clan, Lucia is just an adult and has met the breeding needs. When she thought that she couldn't turn into a dragon now, the blood of the pure-blooded dragon flowing in her body was her only valuable thing. Lucia confirmed her guess. What do you want to do to me? Lucia grabbed the little yellow duck shawl on her body, her amber eyes slightly raised, and looked up and down vigilantly at Xia Li. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. Xia Li saw that Lucia's eyes had changed from looking at an enemy to looking at a pervert, and knew that the evil dragon's guess must have been wrong, so he quickly corrected her. Letting you go would harm society, so I decided to take you home and keep you in captivity, which is equivalent to fulfilling the duty of a hero and reducing harm to this society. Didn't you trick me into giving birth to a dragon cub? You wish. Xia Li found it funny. I'm a dragon slayer, not a dragon knight, and I don't have this kind of fetish. Lucia stared straight into Xia Li's eyes, trying to see the lie in his eyes. Most dragons have a certain degree of sixth sense, not to mention that Lucia is a pure-blooded silver dragon. She didn't see any lies or deception in Xia Li's eyes. This hero is actually serious? So that's it. Lucia was silent for a moment. What Xia Li said made sense. If Xia Li let her go here, she would definitely go and steal the bread from humans. Xia Li is now bound by the rules of human society in this area and cannot kill himself, but he can keep himself under control. Rather than letting her snatch the bread from humans, it is better to restrict her range of activities. This is the only solution for Xia Li now. Lucia didn't care. Dragons can stand loneliness the most. As long as they are not hungry, they can live anywhere. As for Xia Li calling her a hazard, Lucia didn't mind at all. On the contrary, the more Xia Li called her a scourge, the happier she was. It is a proud thing that the arrogant dragons are feared by humans. Then, I agree to a truce with you. Lucia nodded. Anyway, she can't use magic now. Even if she wants to fight the hero for 300 rounds, she will probably be beaten unilaterally. It's better to agree to him temporarily. If I go to your house, will you provide food? Lucia asked. Yes. Then you promise me first that you won't kill me. Of course, I promise you that I won't eat you. No, I said I'm going to stop fighting, and I will definitely not do it. Swear. Then swear too. Xia Li looked down at the short dragon, and the dragon also raised his little face and looked at him silently. Then the two of them crossed their hands on their chests at the same time. This is the usual method of swearing to the goddess on the continent of A's. Xia Li and Lucia swore to each other that neither of them would attack the other. The sky was still gloomy and rainy. The two stood at the crossroads and made a vow. Pedestrians on both sides hurriedly passed by with umbrellas. There were a few curious eyes looking at him from under the umbrellas of passers-by. Xia Li unconsciously straightened his back and suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. Compared with his embarrassment, Lucia beside him seemed particularly relaxed. The contract was reached. inexplicably picked up a long-term meal ticket. Isn't it wonderful? Although I don't know where this is, and I don't know why I suddenly lost my magic power. But having a meal can make Lucia feel satisfied. Evil dragons are all optimists. This easygoing personality makes their dragon life rarely have any ups and downs. Xia Li looked at her happy little face and felt overwhelmed by the cheap dragon worth 48.5 yuan that he had picked up. With his current financial ability, he definitely couldn't afford to support Lucia. The gold coins that he had just cheated from the convenience store would be Lucia's meal money for the time being. Of course, if this dragon could drop more gold coins, they could also improve their food. Remember, this is Unit 2 of Building 3. In the future, if I'm not at home or busy with my own affairs in the room, you can go downstairs to find food and buy food, and don't go wrong then. Xia Li felt like a big brother next door who was taking his little sister to visit his home. He grabbed Lucia, who was walking in front of him, not listening to him at all, and was only caring about gnawing on bread. "There's a unit over there," Xia Li said calmly. Lucia's weight was unexpectedly light. It was like a 16 or 17-year-old girl should have weight. Xia Li's arm strength was extraordinary. She just needed to lift Lucy as a cat. Isn't the weight of the dragon all in tons? Xia Li rarely had the opportunity to have such close contact with a human-shaped dragon in the past. The feeling of twisting the dragon with one hand is a bit subtle. Forget it. Xia Li took back the preface. You shouldn't have the chance to come down alone for food, and it doesn't matter whether you remember the door signs or not. Anyway, the dragon is generally lazy and homeless. For a race that can sleep for several years and directly solve the problem of eating, drinking, defecation, and urination in the nest, it should be no problem to throw her at home for a week and a half. The packaging bags should be thrown into the trash can. In Xia Li's sight, Lucia shook the little yellow duck bath towel and threw all the plastic bags on her body to the ground. He felt that it was necessary to correct the bad habits of this evil dragon. Packaging bag. This is the first time that Lucia has heard of such things. With his eyes in the direction Xia Li signaled, Lucia saw the bread defense magic thrown to the ground by herself. The part that cannot be eaten outside the food is called packaging bags. Most of these things are made of plastic. It is the kind of thing that feels soft and hard and makes salsa sounds. Xia Li was concise and concise. Explained. This is one of the most basic common sense in this society. I don't know if Lucia understands it, but looking at her serious little face, at least her attitude towards learning is correct. Lucia first came to Earth, and she would be curious about everything in this world. Xia Li could use her curiosity to guide her to be a good dragon. The leftover packaging bags are waste and should be thrown into the trash can. This is the rule here. Xia Li pointed to the large green trash can downstairs. Lucia nodded in a vague way, bent down, and picked up all the packaging bags on the ground. The dragon clan is not a completely unreasonable species. When the dragon clan visits each other, it will abide by the rules in the other's territory. This is a customary matter between the dragon clans. Since she is being protected by the rules of this place, Lucia feels that it is necessary for her to abide by the rules here. So she followed Xia Li's instructions and picked up everything she threw away, and even did not forget to carry the 2 fallen leaves at her feet. Although listening to the brave will make you look embarrassed, but when her strength recovers, she will find all the lost places. Lucia had a cold face and returned all the garbage to her place. Xia Li felt a little relieved when she saw her being so obedient. Fortunately, this evil dragon is not a stubborn species. Otherwise, my future life would be inevitable. But this is too edible. She cyclones in one breath? Did I pick up a dragon or a bucket of rice to go home? Xia Li took a breath, put his hands in his pocket, and touched the gold coin. The unique sense of heaviness of this precious metal immediately made Xia Li feel much more at ease. Come with me. Xia Li invited Lucia to go upstairs together. The corridors of the old-fashioned community were a little dim. Because it was raining, the stairs were covered with wet footprints, and there was a faint smell of mold in the air. Xia Li moved several randomly parked bicycles at the entrance to the side, took out his cell phone, and turned on the flashlight. The infrastructure of this kind of community without property management is very poor. Xia Li lived a year and had never seen the voice-controlled lights in the corridor light up. It's okay. He was used to the height of the stairs, and he was worried that the evil dragon behind him would fall, so he turned on a light for her. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xia Li shone the flashlight of his mobile phone, Lucia took a step back with difficulty. Good. So powerful holy light magic. It's a pity that I'm not a black dragon. So I'm not afraid of the holy light. If this kind of magic wasn't really lethal, Lucia would have doubted whether the brave Xia Li was launching a sneak attack on him. Too bad. He actually used the holy light magic to illuminate her face. Xia Li. Kind. See. It was such a kindness that was chewed by a dog, by a dragon. Looking at Lucia, who was making 2 lines while making exaggerated actions, Xia Li felt it was fun again, so she shook the flashlight in her hand. Lucia closed her eyes, stretched out her hands, and stood in front of her, and sighed sincerely. Well, it's very penetrating. Even if I close my eyes, I can feel the illumination of the holy light. And why your holy light magic does not need to be sung, and it lasts for so long. I'm a flashlight. Xia Li was about to give the evil dragon a picture of what a flashlight was, and the sound of footsteps from the stairs made him stop immediately. Xia Li reached out and pulled Lucia, who was still in a state of madness, to the corner. Xia Li, you're back. Sister Zhao, you got off work really early today. Well, it rained today, so I came back early. The middle-aged woman, holding 2 baskets of vegetables, greeted Xia Li in a friendly manner. Xia Li responded politely and took the initiative to make way. After the woman walked away, Xia Li nervously let go of the evil dragon that he had squeezed into the corner. Is that a great human? It was the first time that Lucia saw the brave Xia Li being so polite to other humans. Of course, she had only seen it a few times in total. After all, every time they met, they would fight immediately. The neighbor downstairs. Xia Li replied, Then why are you so nervous? She knows my mother. If she sees me hanging out with a little girl of unknown origin, forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. If you don't tell me, I definitely won't understand. Lucia tried to understand with her limited wisdom. Because your mother is also a hero, if she knows you're hanging out with a silver dragon, she'll beat you up. You can understand it this way. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it's a dragon or not. The main thing is that Xia Li disappeared for a week for no reason, and I don't know if the old couple found out about it. If they knew that he not only disappeared for a week, but also brought a little girl to live at home, Xia Li would have a hard time explaining it. Come in. Coming to the iron door on the 3rd floor, Xia Li opened the door. Wow, this was the first time Lucia walked into a human's home so openly, not to mention that this human was a hero. She opened her bright eyes, and the wind blowing in front of her forehead made her hair fly. Xia Li, your house is so small. This was the first comment Lucia Savannah made when she came to Xia Li's house. Lucia wanted to ask why there were other humans living in this building. Although Xia Li was not a noble, he was a famous warrior. The gold coins in his house should have piled up like a mountain, right? But why couldn't he even afford a building and had to live with other humans? Lucia didn't understand. Evil dragons usually like to occupy an entire mountain alone. If she could transform into a dragon at this time, the small place where Xia Li lived wouldn't even be enough for her to put a tail. This is the living room. The living room is so small. This is the bedroom. The bedroom is also small. This is the bathroom. The bathroom is also... Just as Lucia followed Xia Li's introduction and expressed her thoughts one by one, she seemed to see Xia Li's eyes that wanted to kill the dragon. This look seemed to want to break Lucia's dragon head off. Lucia swallowed her throat and swallowed the words that came to her mouth. The dragon didn't have so many twists and turns and didn't care about the way it spoke. Basically, it would speak directly if it had any real feelings. Xia Li didn't bother with this stupid dragon. After showing Lucia a simple tour of his room and living room, Xia Li finally took her into a small dark room without windows. The house Xia Li lived in was originally a 2-bedroom and 1 living room. There was always an empty room in the house. If it weren't for the long-sealed small dark room, Xia Li might not be willing to let Lucia live in his house. Imagine living in the same room with an old enemy who wanted to kill him anytime and anywhere. I'm afraid your neck will be cold all night. You will live here from now on. Here. With a creak sound, Xia Li pushed open the door of the small dark room. Lucia looked inside curiously, but she coughed a noseful of dust. Ahem. This is a human. This is a place for a dragon to live. It's too small, but it's so dirty. Although most of their dragons sleep in caves and don't have such high requirements for living environment, they don't need to sleep in such a place. This square little room is like a coffin box in a human world. How scary it is for dragons. After seeing Xia Li's living room, Lucia didn't expect this guy's house to have a room full of gold coins for her to sleep on, but at least give her a futon? Could it be that she, a pure-blooded silver dragon, is going to sleep on the floor? Lucia was wailing in her heart. When she thought about curling up like a cat in a corner of this room, she felt a little depressed. What's the difference between this and being captured after being defeated in a war? If you don't sleep, go to sleep on the balcony outside the living room. Xia Li saw her disgust in the dragon's shocked eyes, so he raised his hand and pointed to the balcony outside the living room. Although his house is a little small, only 60 square meters, the balcony is quite large. Not only is the light there good, but it is also ventilated. But the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, it will rain. Then I will sleep on the balcony. Lucia just took a look at the situation over there and said decisively. Xia Li was a little speechless. He originally meant to threaten Lucia casually, but he didn't expect this guy to be so excited. Let's sleep on the balcony. Anyway, it's getting colder in the autumn these days, so let this evil dragon have a taste of suffering. Let me make it clear first, you can't jump down when sleeping on a balcony, and you can't make strange noises downstairs. Xia Li closed the door of the small dark room and warned. At the height of the 3rd floor, I don't know if this evil dragon will be injured, but jumping down will definitely scare passersby. Xia Li felt like he had picked up a stray cat, and he had to popularize the most basic behavioral rules for the stray cat. However, cats don't eat 4 pieces of bread in one breath. Why should I jump down? Lucia was stunned. And why should I make strange noises? I heard that you dragons like to roar like an evil dragon after waking up. Xia Li shrugged and said. Lucia's face was stunned. How big is your prejudice against our dragon race? Prejudice exists whether it is between humans and dragons or between dragons and humans. These two races have been fighting on the East continent for thousands of years, and their historical stories recorded in history books are all trying to discredit each other as much as possible. Xia Li didn't want to argue about this issue, so he went to his room and moved a camp bed. This was bought when he was in college for military training. Later, it was placed in the corner and collected dust. Now it could be used. He set up the small bed in a dry place on the balcony without rain, wiped it with a rag, and brought a spare quilt and pillow. Lucia followed Xia Li's, but the whole time. She stood on the balcony, and the strong wind blew her robe, bath towel, rustling. This thing looks really magical. The brave Xia Li is actually making her bed. That's about it. Xia Li worked for a while, and a simple dragon nest was ready. Originally, this should have been left to Lucia to complete, but it was estimated that this guy would only cause trouble and would probably just lie down in a cardboard box. After all, it was Lucia's first day at his house, so Xia Li treated it as his hospitality and took extra care of Lucia. Come on, follow me into the house. Oh, Lucia glanced at the bed in the corner of the balcony reluctantly, still with some anticipation in her heart. Although she had turned into a human form and went out to play many times, it was the first time for her to sleep in a human posture. Back in the living room, Xia Li began to clean up the house. No one had lived in the house for a week, and the height of the 3rd floor was easy to accumulate dust. Xia Li took a rag and simply wiped the white dust on the tables and chairs. After wiping the dining table and coffee table, Xia Li looked down and saw a long string of muddy footprints in the house. He finally set his eyes on the culprit. Lucia sat upright on the sofa. Perhaps because it was her first time to visit a human family, the evil dragon showed a feeling of discomfort all over her body. She put her hands on her thighs, her knees together, and her back straight. At first glance, it looked a bit like the standard sitting posture that a kindergarten child had just learned. Your shoes. Xia Li set his eyes on the pair of leather boots, wanting to say something but stopping. Lucia's body had indeed shrunk a lot, which caused the leather boots on her feet to become larger. A pair of white ankles stepped on the hollow short boots. In addition, she looked dirty and embarrassed after being drenched in the rain. The whole picture gave Xia Li the feeling that she was a homeless little girl. Take off your shoes. Xia Li was in a trance for a moment, thinking that he was almost deceived by Lucia's pitiful appearance again. This guy is an evil dragon. The evil of the evil dragon is the evil that penetrates into the bones, a pure evil. This species has powerful power and a brain that does not match its power. In simple terms, it is equivalent to a teenage boy or girl having an AK-47 with unlimited ammunition. They are mentally incomplete, but they can cover the sky with one hand. Sometimes they don't realize what kind of disaster their actions have brought to the world, just because of fun or interest. Therefore, in the continent of A's, the dragon race has always been regarded as the most dangerous existence by humans. Is that so? Lucia took off her boots obediently. Her snow-white feet stepped on the beige floor tiles, her instep slightly arched, and her toes were as white and pink as lotus buds. Xia Li just glanced at it unintentionally and quickly moved his eyes away. In his mind, the huge toes of the silver dragon appeared. The giant claws of the evil dragon were densely covered with thick silver dragon scales. Each dragon scale on it exuded a strange silver-white glow. The claws were extremely sharp, and there was even mud hidden in the hooks for who knows how many years. Foot control? It doesn't exist. It can't be controlled at all. Xia Li went to his shoe rack and took a pair of flip-flops for summer wear. This kind of slippers is a bit cold to wear in autumn, but it is just right for Lucia, who is not sensitive to temperature. You should wear this for now. I'll buy you a pair of suitable ones in the next few days. Xia Li threw the shoes at Lucia's feet. Lucia blinked her brown eyes, glanced at Xia Li, and then stepped into the oversized slippers. Why did the brave Xia Li show so much courtesy to her? They just stopped fighting, not made friends. Xia Li was too good to her, right? The dragons are generally simple-minded and don't think about many benefits and strategies like humans. But Lucia was in a foreign land after all, and she thought more in this environment. Until now, Lucia still felt that Xia Li was boiling a frog in warm water. He wanted to coax her to give birth to a dragon cub. After Xia Li threw his flip-flops to Lucia, he went to boil water for instant noodles. Half a day had passed since he returned to Earth from the other world, and Xia Li had endured not eating for a long time. When he was in the other world before, the dukes and nobles would always get some rare birds and beasts, saying that they were great tonics, but Xia Li could never get used to them, thinking that they were fishy and smelly and not as delicious as pork that cost 10 yuan per pound on Earth. During the 3 years in the other world, Xia Li missed this instant noodle the most. This is what instant noodles are like. When you eat them often, you want to vomit when you see them, and when you don't eat them for a long time, you miss them all day long. After the noodles were soaked, Xia Li just pulled out a chair and sat down, and when he looked up, he saw Lucia turning back from the sofa, looking at him with her head raised. This dragon's nose is more sensitive than a dog's nose. It is impossible for Xia Li to secretly eat something in front of this evil dragon. Want to taste it? Xia Li felt like he was looking at a greedy puppy. Lucia nodded. Then come here. It's just a mouthful of instant noodles. Xia Li wouldn't be so stingy. When Lucia heard that the hero agreed to let her eat, her eyes suddenly lit up. She walked over in slippers. If Lucia wore her short boots before, it was like a little girl stealing her mother's shoes. Then now it was like stealing her father's shoes. It's really too big. Lucia's toes couldn't hold the laces of flip-flops at all, and her heels tapped when she walked, like a pony. You know how to use a fork, right? Take this in your hand first. Xia Li moved his, but to make room for Lucia. He put the plastic fork in Lucia's hand, and Lucia stood in front of the table, slightly bent down. The dragon didn't know how to eat with tableware, so Lucia held the fork in her palm a little clumsily, then reached into the instant noodle bucket at a very tricky angle and picked up a small ball of noodles. Xia Li did not intend to correct Lucia's grip. As a Chinese, even if he wanted to teach her, he should teach her to eat with chopsticks first. However, eating methods are trivial matters. Xia Li's main goal now is to let this evil dragon establish the correct behavior style. Things like going to the convenience store to grab small bread must be eliminated from nature. Well, good times. Lucia has never eaten such a rich taste. The food of evil dragons is basically raw food, without even a little salt. This small mouthful of instant noodles from modern technology can directly impress Lucia, the silver dragon. What kind of human delicacy is this? Lucia's little face was chewing, and her eyes were even more sparkling. Instant noodles, you haven't eaten it before, Xia Li said triumphantly. It turns out that taming an evil dragon only requires a mouthful of instant noodles. Looking at the appearance of this guy's fragrant rice paste, Xia Li felt that no matter what conditions he offered her at this time, she would agree. The evil dragons are dull-witted, but they are a very easy-to-deceive race. Lucia nodded. I haven't eaten it. It's delicious. She didn't hesitate to praise him. After that, Lucia raised her finger and made a 3 gesture to Xia Li. Want to eat 3 more bites? Xia Li took a look at the amount of instant noodles. Thinking that Lucia was now a human girl, her mouth was not a huge mouth of the abyss, so it was more than enough for her to eat 3 more bites. Okay. Xia Li generously pushed the instant noodles out. I want to eat 3 more buckets. Lucia corrected. Xia Li? Question mark. A glutton? Is 3 buckets a lot? Lucia felt a little aggrieved. In order to prevent Xia Li from complaining that she ate too much, she had already said it very conservatively. She wanted to say 3 boxes. It was the kind we saw in the store just now, boxes by boxes, 3 boxes. This bucket is for you. There is no more. Xia Li still had hot water at hand, so he opened a bucket of instant noodles and soaked them again. Lucia thought about it with her limited wisdom. Then I'll eat the new bucket. Xia Li was silent for a moment. I didn't expect this evil dragon to be so smart. He lowered his head and glanced at the bucket of instant noodles that had been eaten by the evil dragon, wondering whether to agree. Is the silver dragon's ambergris poisonous? If it is poisonous, will it lose its toxicity on the earth without magic? You don't suspect that I am poisonous. Lucia saw that Xia Li didn't dare to eat it, so she immediately stood up to explain. The silver dragon's ambergris is a rare treasure in the human world, and it has the value of refining medicine and detoxification. Lucia paused, opened her pale pink lips, and said in a vague voice, Do you want to take some? Xia Li glanced at Lucia's flesh-red mouth and almost blurted out a word of shit. He almost made me confused. How did it suddenly get to this point? And taking ambergris, who would put their hands into a little girl's mouth to get saliva. Isn't this perverted? Seeing that Xia Li didn't respond, Lucia closed her mouth silently again. It's rare that she's willing to give out some of her own things to thank Xia Li for feeding her. Why is this guy still disgusted? Do you know that in the human world, the ambergris of silver dragons is more valuable than gold? No. Xia Li decisively rejected this perverted request. He quickly lowered his head and ate up the remaining instant noodles, even drinking the soup. The long-lost spice flavor activated the long-quiet taste buds. This braised beef noodles is delicious, but Xia Li's mood is a little strange at this time. How to say? A little subtle. As a brave man of the A's continent, he actually had to eat the same bowl of instant noodles with the silver dragon Lucia one day. This was a scene that he dared not even think about before. What about mine? What about mine? Can I eat mine? Lucia stamped her feet excitedly, and now she wanted to pour the bucket of steaming food directly into her mouth. Wait a minute, there are still 2 minutes. Now, only 1 second has passed now. What about now? 2 seconds. So slow. Lucia became a little impatient. If she was in the dragon state at this time, the dragon's saliva should have dripped onto the ground. According to legend, some weak humans would secretly put roasted chicken, beef, fish, and sheep at the entrance of the dragon's lair when the dragon was asleep, and then wait for the dragon to shed ambergris all over the ground. And then humans would collect the ambergris with iron buckets at the entrance. Those humans are very bad. However, if it is the kind of food in Xia Li's hand, It is okay to let her shed as much ambergris as she wants. Okay, you eat it. When the 5-minute life of the instant noodles was over, Xia Li enthusiastically helped Lucia tear open the paper cover and broke the fork for her. It took Lucia less than 2 minutes to drink all the soup together. Xia Li looked at the empty paper bucket with some surprise. The key is that this evil dragon is really not afraid of heat. If you can have another bowl, I will thank you, brave Xia Li. Lucia wiped her mouth and suddenly became very old-fashioned. This posture is like a hero who accidentally broke into the nest of the Silver Queen, and the great silver dragon is using a deep voice to make a deal with the human hero. You are now in human form. You don't exercise much, and there's no need to eat so much, right? Xia Li didn't buy her tricks and turned to reason with her. Although instant noodles are not worth money, with Lucia's appetite, Xia Li's wallet will definitely not be able to bear it. Lucia was also honest and told the truth. Of course not. The human form consumes very little. Sometimes when our dragons run out of food in the nest and don't want to go far, they will deliberately transform into human form so that they can reduce the body's demand for food. But Lucia said with emphasis, "This is really delicious, so I want to eat a second bowl." It turns out that it's just greed. Xia Li quickly concluded. After learning that it was not a physical need at all, Xia Li took away the remaining instant noodles and even put them in the cupboard that Lucia couldn't reach at all. Since the evil dragon followed him, he basically raised him in poverty. If you want to indulge yourself, you have to earn it yourself. Lucia watched the food with a gaze and was put away by the brave Xia Li. Neither dared to be angry nor speak. Living under someone else's roof probably means her current state. Normally, according to the dragon's mind, it will definitely not retreat. In order to get what you want, the evil dragon can be unreasonable. But the key is that she can't beat Xia Li. If she could beat her, she would just kill the dragon, beat the brave man to her feet, and then threaten him to cook for herself. Unfortunately, this strange place has no magic power, cannot use magic, and cannot transform into dragons. If Lucia pounced on her, she would most likely be pushed to the ground by the brave Xia Li to rub her. So let go. Lucia clamped her fist and endured it, and returned to the sofa in her slippers. Xia Li also came over after packing up the garbage. Lucia's eyes fell on the brave, and she watched him sit directly beside him. Although Lucia was still a little sulking, she still took back her feet and made some room for the brave. The sofa in the living room was very small, just a double sofa. Xia Li didn't think it was anything when she lived alone, but when there was a Lucia here, he felt a little crowded again. "What are you doing?" Lucia saw Xia Li picking up a rectangular black box from somewhere, and then pressed it lightly. %*at hashtag. A bunch of messy sounds scared Lucia almost burst into tears. Her eyes quickly looked around the living room for a week before finally locking her eyes to the place where the sound was made. A bigger tin box. It's also rectangular, but very flat. The sound Lucia heard came from the box, and the surface of the box was even more magical. It actually shines. What kind of top magic is this? Lucia shouted in dismay. From being confused to being shocked to being excited about the new magic. The expression on Lucia's face was unpredictable. Finally, she opened her mouth slightly, and her translucent eyes reflected the flashlight on the TV. Somehow, when Xia Li saw her pure and excited eyes, she remembered herself when she had been to the cinema for the first time. At that time, I probably had this expression. Xia Li was still a little empathetic about Lucia's reaction. He smiled quietly and explained to Lucia, "This is a television, an invention of humans in this world. TV chicken." Lucia was stunned, looking at the colorful lights coming out of the iron box. The lights were even more magical than magic. Under Lucia's gaze, they formed a series of wonderful pictures. "Is it an animal?" Lucia said naively. "After all, the picture is moving, so it may be an animal, right?" "Not an animal. Can you say it is a magic prop?" "This magic prop has a bit like a crystal ball that records images, which can play out what happened before. But it doesn't require magic, it's electricity." Xia Li explained. Lucia blinked and stared at the TV in a moment of silence. It is not uncommon for her to record the crystal balls of images, but this is the first time she has seen such sounds. Moreover, it has been a long time to play, and more than 10 minutes have passed since Xia Li opened it, which is far beyond the limit of the crystal ball recording screen. Isn't this a kind of magic? Lucia pondered for a moment with her little face. Xia Li said that it does not consume magic, but electricity. But electricity is also a kind of magic. Except for the lightning that naturally forms in the sky, all electricity comes from magic, which is not only extremely fast, but also cannot be stored like fire magic and water magic, which is something that is difficult to capture. Have humans' research on magic reached this point? Lucia said in surprise. How long has it been since she came into contact with the human world? There's been earth-shaking changes here. Not only are there skyscrapers that can be seen at a glance, but there are also foods that can grasp the extreme heat, as well as protective magic for bread covers, shiny iron boxes, and larger iron boxes that can move quickly. It was really shocking the dragon. Lucia. Just as Lucia was so surprised at the speed of the development of the human world that she couldn't stop, Xia Li, who was beside her, suddenly called her name again. Xia Li's tone this time was a bit serious, and she felt like she wanted to talk about serious things. Lucia tilted her head and looked over, and saw Xia Li's more handsome expression. What? Lucia shrank her toes. This brave man. I won't really want that one. It's true that I have ill-behaved. Just after giving her food, she showed her true face? No, when the human aristocrats marry the dragon clan, they will at least go through a wedding process. Why is Xia Li not ready for anything? Moreover, she hasn't been in a relationship yet, so she can't get pregnant before marriage. Just as Lucia's thoughts had already flown to 108,000 miles, Xia Li's words made her come to her senses again. Here, not the world you know. The TV chicken in his ear made a noisy sound. Lucia looked at Xia Li's eyes, and syllables were spoken from his mouth incredibly clearly and reached Lucia's ears. A magic prop called light bulb above his head flashed. There was a moth coiling around the light bulb, and the cast shadows put the entire space in a hazy state. Lucia blinked and tilted her head again. What is Xia Li talking about? Lucia knew what every word he said meant. But after these sentences were stringed together, why didn't she understand? What does it mean? Not the world I know. Lucia doesn't understand. Xia Li's words exceeded her cognitive range. Xia Li looked into her eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, and asked, Are you not curious? Why can't you use magic? Because of space limitations? Lucia thought for a moment and said, There is a magic that can limit magic. It can cause magic to disappear in a specific area, resulting in situations where magic cannot be used or sensed. Humans in some countries like to use this method to capture dragons. Without magic, dragons cannot transform into human form, and dragons that have already transformed into human form cannot transform back. As long as they can lock the dragon into a human form, they can greatly increase the capture rate, just like my current state. So, do you think you're in some kind of magic circle? Xia Li asked. Yeah, Lucia nodded with confidence. Xia Li looked into Lucia's eyes quietly. For some reason, he didn't want to tell her the truth now. If Lucia knew the truth, and knew that she had come to another world, a world where there was no magic power and no magic power, she should feel despair and fear. The dragon is lonely, but now she is the only one left in this world. If you really can't find the magic, let her go back. Then this loneliness will accompany her long life. Xia Li took a deep breath. He couldn't bear to say it, but he had to say it. This is a fact that Lucia must accept. Xia Li not only wants to tell her this truth, but also the rules of human society in this world and how she should abide by the rules and survive. Now, before she knows this new world, let her know. She has left the A's continent, she knows. Your Longan can see the magic being activated, right? Xia Li suddenly stood up from the sofa. Lucia nodded, and looking at Xia Li's serious appearance, she suddenly felt a creepy feeling. She stood up with Xia Li, then walked to the balcony outside the living room together. There was rain outside the sky, and the wind on the balcony made their hair fly. Xia Li didn't care how the rain outside slapped his face, and he pulled Lucia to the windowsill. Below the railings of the balcony is the whole view of the community, and the height of the third floor is just enough to be seen. Lucia looked down at the light bulbs standing by the roadside, emitting a faint white light at night. Look at the top of your head. Then, at Xia Li's gesture, Lucia raised her head. There, the sky at night was covered with dark clouds, and the light of the entire human city reflected in the dark night sky. Lucia opened her dragon eyes, widened, and followed the falling rain. Her gaze seemed to be able to pass through the clouds and look into the farther and higher sky. But she couldn't sense any magic. Even if she is restricted by magic, even if she is in a magic circle, this kind of magic circle cannot cover the entire sky or act on the entire world. There is no magic in this range in the A's continent. Even if it exists, it is impossible for any life to have the power to launch this magic. Unless this is not the world Lucia knows at all. This place is called Earth, and it is my hometown. Xia Li stood beside Lucia and said word by word, Earth, is this the name of the continent under our feet? Lucia looked at the inky sky, and then at Xia Li's face. The soft warm light in the living room shone on the balcony, illuminating half of Xia Li's face with clear edges and corners, looking a little solemn. Under Lucia's question, Xia Li was silent for a moment before speaking. It's not the name of this continent. The continent we are on now is called the Asian continent. Earth is a planet. You can think of it as the name of this world. The name of the world? Lucia still didn't understand. She had never heard of many of the words Xia Li said. But there was one thing Lucia was sure of. This was definitely not the E's continent she knew. In this world, she couldn't see the magic circle or feel the magic. Not only the color of the sky, but even the air flowing around her made her feel strange. Thinking about it, Lucia quickly realized why she could see all kinds of strange things on the street, why a small piece of bread had to be covered with defensive magic, why the hero Xia Li's house was so small. All this made sense, because this was a brand new world. All her experiences and knowledge in the first half of her life had to be refreshed here. There was a sense of absurdity of being abandoned by everything she knew. The wind blowing in from outside was a little cold. Lucia took a deep breath and shrank her neck. Xia Li saw all her emotions. The girl in the cold wind looked blank, like an ignorant cub who had just opened her eyes. When facing this huge world beyond her imagination, her eyes seemed particularly helpless. Facing such a girl, it was difficult for Xia Li to compare her evil. He couldn't help but wonder, is the evil of the evil dragon pure evil or the nature that all species should have? After all, not all races have wisdom and emotions as perfect as humans. The dragon race was not an intelligent species at the beginning. Just like humans evolved from ape-man to human, the dragon race also needs time to evolve. During this evolution, if their behavior is simply defined as evil, isn't it a bit one-sided? However, this is all about the A's continent. Xia Li is now on Earth, and he can redefine it with his own eyes. After coming back to his senses, Xia Li sighed. Let's go inside first. He patted Lucia's weak shoulders. Back to the living room. Lucia lowered her head and sat back on the soft sofa. She still needs to digest what Xia Li said just now. Whether in the A's continent or on Earth, the biggest problem for Lucia is still the lack of magic. Lucia never thought that her body would be fixed in human form. She dared not imagine how she should survive without magic, relying on her own human hands. But these delicate arms can't even beat a bison, and they are directly weakened from the top of the food chain to the bottom. Unless she eats grass every day, she will definitely not be able to hunt with her current ability. Could it be that Xia Li will support her for the rest of her life? Lucia secretly glanced at Xia Li, who was watching TV. To be fair, Xia Li's appearance is definitely outstanding among human men and can be fully recognized by the aesthetics of the dragons. Lucia thought about the future when she would wake up every day and see this face. Well, it seems that it is not impossible. At most, I can give him 2 more little dragon cubs. Let's take a step back. The food in this world is delicious, and the sofa under the bed is also very soft, and there is a TV chicken with ever-changing pictures to watch. And The brave Xia Li also made her bed, and that bed looks very interesting. Lucia kept reconciling her emotions in her heart. The dragons are all very optimistic creatures. The dragons captured by the Empire would sing loudly with chains around their necks. Even if their horns and wings were cut off, they would lie in their nests and continue to sleep without a care. Apart from liking those shiny things, dragons rarely show greed. Because they are easily satisfied, dragons rarely have any ups and downs in their lives. I traveled through time. Now I have to live my whole life in the appearance of a human. Lucia looked at her slender white arms and was sad for a while. She hadn't had time to say goodbye to her relatives and friends, and hadn't had time to take a last look at her beloved nest. She hadn't robbed the beautiful gold coins in the treasury of that hateful empire, and hadn't spit out dragon fire to those humans who wanted to take away her territory. How did she travel through time? However, if you think about it from another angle, I actually traveled through time. Lucia's eyes flashed. This is super cool. The magic of teleportation across planes. Even if all the human civilizations of the A's continent were combined, it would be impossible to teleport a dragon to another world. Isn't it a 1 in a billion chance that I encountered it? Lucia's eyes were bright, and the despair and sadness in her eyes were swept away and turned into a more excited expression. Xia Li, can I no longer turn into a dragon? Lucia asked Xia Li with her head tilted. Xia Li turned his head. I thought this guy would cry. He had prepared tissues for Lucia. He thought he was going to see a giant dragon in human form crying, but it seemed that he was going to be disappointed. No, why is this silly dragon so happy? What is she laughing about? She can't go back and has to say goodbye to her previous world and family without saying goodbye, but she's still laughing foolishly? Well, you don't have magic power, so you probably can't turn back into a dragon. Xia Li was shocked by Lucia's optimism in his heart, but he nodded calmly. Does that mean I can taste all kinds of delicious food with a human body? Lucia asked excitedly. She had to admit that the dragon body was sometimes really troublesome. For example, the exquisite desserts eaten in the human world, the dragon couldn't taste them at all. Even if a whole piece of cake was thrown into the dragon's mouth, it would taste like chewing peas, and there was no taste at all. But if you use your current human mouth to taste food, Lucia couldn't imagine how good it would be. That's right. There are many delicacies in this world that you have never seen. Well, I just showed you are all entry level. There will be more advanced things in the future. Xia Li said in an affirmative tone. This is not an exaggeration by Xia Li. This bucket of instant noodles can impress Silly Dragon, let alone the delicacies of the world. The delicacies of a province in China alone can make Silly Dragon happy. Really? In addition to the noodles that were just rolled up, what else is delicious? There are a lot of them, Xia Li said proudly. Hot pot, barbecue, burritos, maokai, roast duck. Xia Li casually reported the menu, and the more he talked, the hungrier he got. He raised his hand and glanced at the time on his phone. It was not yet 8 o'clock in the evening. After being poisoned by the food in the other world for 3 years, Xia Li had long been craving for the delicacies on Earth. After some calculations in his mind, Xia Li gave up the idea of ordering takeout, considering the food money in his pocket. He glanced at Lucia beside him, who was counting her fingers with her head down and mumbling. I know about barbecue. We often knock wild boars and bison unconscious and roast them on the fire. But what are maokai and juicy rolls? Does hot pot mean putting fire into the pot and eating? Lucia had never been so concerned about something before. She seriously imagined the food Xia Li mentioned. Xia Li planned in his mind that he should go there tomorrow, not only to buy some daily necessities for Lucia, but also to cash in the gold coin in his pocket as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Xia Li suddenly said, I'll take you to eat tomorrow. Really? Lucia came back to her senses, swallowed her saliva unconvincingly, and smiled at Xia Li. I didn't expect you to be so nice. As the night got deeper, Xia Li's sleepiness became stronger. He yawned, remembering the promise to take Lucia out for a walk tomorrow. Xia Li yawned halfway back. He had already made up his mind before returning home. In order not to make any mistakes, he would lock Lucia in his small house and never let her take a step. Why did you change your mind after more than an hour? As expected, the evil dragon was so pitiful that Xia Li was so compassionate. Could it be that you are pretending to be weak? Xia Li glanced at Lucia on the sofa. Lucia's legs were crossed together. Sometimes she was amused by the content played on the TV, and sometimes she seemed to have discovered something interesting and her eyes shone. The content played on TV is social news now. Can this stupid dragon really understand? However, Xia Li quickly denied the possibility that Lucia pretended to be weak and deliberately wanted to gain sympathy. Just the wisdom in her head is not enough to support her in playing with such tricks. Lucia. While silly Lucia came to her senses against the TV, her amber eyes turned to Xia Li. What's wrong? I'll say it first. Don't talk when you go out tomorrow. Just follow me, Xia Li said seriously. You have to listen to me in everything so that I will take you to eat the food you haven't seen before. Whoa. Lucia did not hesitate and silently pointed her head and agreed. Xia Li knew more about this than her. She was a lonely man, so it would be impossible to let her lose her composure and listen to the brave. Come. In order to deepen the impression of the evil dragon, so that she would not admit her conscience after getting up tomorrow, Xia Li stretched out a hand and signaled to hold Lucia. Lucia was nestled on the sofa and stared at Xia Li's hand that stretched out for a while. Then, she leaned forward slightly, stretched her head, and placed her chin in Xia Li's palm. So, Lucia blinked in confusion. Xia Li. The girl's chin is pretty and soft, and it looks like a curved small V in the palm of her hand. Xia Li paused for a moment and quickly took his hand back. Shake hands. Xia Li was a little amused and crying. The handshake in a human world means reaching a consensus, not letting you put your head over. Oh, Lucia remembers seeing them taming animals in human towns before. They always like to put their hands on the chin of horses, kittens, and dogs, and they thought they were some special habits, but they just wanted to express their consensus. It's really hard for humans to understand. He reached out and shook Xia Li's rough big hand, and Lucia pulled her hand back at the speed of light. How to say it? Maybe because it is human-shaped now, Lucia feels that Xia Li's palm is hard, and there are many small calluses on it. There should be friction caused by long-term grasping of the sword. If Lucia can hold Xia Li with her true dragon claws, then she can guarantee her dragon scales are harder than Xia Li. Lucia was competitive and lowered her head and snatched her fingers. She is indeed not used to human hands. It feels soft and boneless to the touch, and it looks very weak at first glance. I'm so tired today. Let's just do it now. If you have any questions, you can ask me again tomorrow. Xia Li said and stood up. He was very sleepy at this time. When I was in another world, due to the lack of entertainment, he would go to bed on time when it was dark, and he would get up as soon as it was dawn. Just put this biological clock on the earth. It will not be possible in nightlife at all. Xia Li dragged her tired body to the wall and touched her hand in a familiar position. With a bang, the light turned off. The room suddenly became dim, and the TV still playing the screen became the only light source in the entire space. The fluorescent images kept changing, reflected on Lucia's stunned little face. Lucia looked at the ceiling above her head, and then at Xia Li. When I came back just now, it was still during the day, so Lucia didn't feel anything when Xia Li turned on the lights. Now that the lights suddenly turned off, Lucia hadn't reacted yet. So amazing. Lucia opened her eyes wide. The instant magic without singing can actually change the surrounding environment quietly. Kano. Everyone said it's not magic. Xia Li rubbed his forehead and had to introduce. This is the switch of the light. Just press here to switch the operating state of the light bulb. Not only the lights in the living room, but also the lights in the kitchen and bathroom are pressed on such small switches. In order to demonstrate Lucia, Xia Li personally switched the lights in the kitchen and bathroom. Lucia has never seen such inventions from humans. The magic lamps on the Azuro continent are much more troublesome than this. Whether it is on or off, it requires a long singing. Why don't you come and try it? Looking at the evil dragon's big eyes open, Xia Li took the initiative to greet him. Lucia would not refuse such a good thing. She walked over in large flip-flops. Like this. He carefully stretched out his finger and poked the switch. Lucia seemed to be afraid of being electrocuted, so she immediately bounced her finger back. Then she whined, "Wow," and raised her head in surprise. The warm yellow light bulb lit up after a slight sound of electricity flashed, and it seemed like a sun burning above Lucia's head. Lucia looked up at it. Compared to the shock of what she saw, Lucia was more shocked by the wisdom of the human beings in this world. Humans can actually use electricity to this extent. Not only that, Xia Li said that every room in every household here has running water and a complete sewage system. The intricate pipes connect from the first floor to the 7th floor, and when encountering high-rise buildings, they can even rise to 40 or 50 floors. What a complex and great project it is. If the dragon had 1% of the effort of humans, it would at least lay floor tiles for its nest. The turning on of the light controlled Lucia for 60 seconds. About a minute later, Lucia turned her eyes away from the ceiling. When Lucia looked at Xia Li again, she found that there was a glowing magic ball on Xia Li's face for no reason. Lucia reached out and rubbed it in the air, and found that the light ball appeared on the back of her hand again. Lucia lowered her head, and now there was a light ball on her feet. Just as she was about to squat down to touch her instep, Xia Li grabbed the clothes behind her neck. This is residual vision, and it is the same as the illusion caused by staring at the sun for a long time. Xia Li twisted the silly dragon to the bathroom, and did not forget to remind him while walking. Don't stare like this in the future, your eyes will go blind. How can the dragon race be so fragile? Lucia didn't understand what visual residual meant, but she knew that after looking at the sun for a long time, a sun would live in her eyes. She did this a lot when she was a dragon before. But unlike the dragon form, Lucia in human form was too fragile, and even such a small light bulb could cause her harm. Lucia tried to close her eyes and found that the residual vision was indeed a bit scary. It had been so long, but it was still lingering in her eyes. If you look at it for too long, you will really go blind. Don't take a shower tonight. I don't have any clothes for you to change. I will tell you how to use the bathroom first. This is the toilet. Do you know how to use the toilet? When he came to the bathroom, Xia Li began to introduce the most basic common sense to Lucia. But he quickly realized that the evil dragon should have seen a toilet for the first time. So he sat on it with his pants on and gestured. When you want to use it, sit down like this, but take off your pants first. Remember to press the flush button here after use. Xia Li said as he pressed the flush button of the toilet. As the siphon effect began to work, the huge suction force instantly emptied the water in the toilet and it flowed out again. Lucia, who was standing aside, was stunned. Water magic? Listening to the sound of this suction, it should be almost above level 6. Lucia excitedly focused her eyes on the button on the metal shell. The human world is really magical, with strange buttons everywhere, especially the remote control that Xia Li showed her just now. There were dozens of buttons on it, which made Lucia dizzy. Didn't you say you have to take off your pants before you can sit on it? Why don't you take off your pants? Lucia retracted her gaze and looked at Xia Li's butt, which should have been bare. Xia Li was burned by the dragon's fiery gaze and stood up to confirm that his butt was not exposed. I'm demonstrating to you. Should I take off my pants? Take them off when you get on, and don't take them off in front of me, Xia Li said calmly. No matter how evil she is, in Xia Li's opinion, Lucia is now an out-and-out human girl. She's also a little innocent, cute, and easy to deceive. Xia Li is a vigorous adult man, so he still has to avoid it when he should. It's impossible that someone would dare to rush into a pure-blooded dragon, right? Probably not. Will there be tentacles or something sticking out of it? Lucia was still a little curious about the toilets in the human world. She leaned her head over and looked around at this suspicious ceramic toilet. What kind of weird brain circuits are you thinking? Xia Li couldn't help but complain, then pushed Lucia's shoulders and pushed her out of the bathroom. I'll wash up first, and I'll buy you your daily necessities tomorrow. If you don't have anything to do now, go to bed first. At this point, Xia Li glanced in the direction of the balcony, not knowing whether it was still raining outside. You sleep on the balcony? Is it okay? Xia Li confirmed again. No problem. Lucia muttered and was pushed out of the door. The bathroom door creaked shut, and the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Lucia stood at the door and muttered. She was also very curious about how humans usually take a bath. Why didn't this hero show her? After Xia Li finished his shower, the TV in the living room was already turned off. He only taught Lucia how to use the TV remote control, but he didn't expect that this guy actually learned it. It seems that she is not as stupid as he thought. Xia Li felt a little relieved. Teaching a wicked dragon to follow the laws of the human world is a commendable thing, whether it is in the Ease continent or on the current Earth. If the people of the Ease continent kingdom knew that he had tamed a silver dragon in this way, they would probably be shocked. Thinking of this, Xia Li smiled and sighed. He hoped that he would never go back. As for Lucia, Xia Li actually hoped that she could stay on Earth. After all, the world over there is too cruel. This is true for human heroes, and even more so for pure-blooded dragons. After tiptoeing around the living room, Xia Li returned to his room with peace of mind when he saw the big ball on the camp bed. When he turned back, he did not forget to put the kitchen knife that Lucia brought back into his room. This was the only thing in his house that could be a murder weapon. Although Xia Li had relaxed his vigilance against Lucia, it did not mean that he could sleep under the same roof with Lucia at ease. So he had to be fully prepared. On the other hand, Lucia was already sleeping soundly. Xia Li really couldn't figure out how this silly dragon could sleep so soundly in a strange place. We traveled to the Ease continent before he suffered from insomnia for several weeks in a row. Lying on the familiar single bed, Xia Li stared at the ceiling that was already a little unfamiliar. In his mind, he thought of countless ways to travel back, countless scenes of himself dying on the battlefield. And even because he had stayed in the other world for too long, he began to have the idea of, after retiring as a hero, I will marry a beautiful wife and start a family in the other world and grow old slowly. Now he is back suddenly, and even back intact. Happiness came too suddenly. Xia Li felt a little sad. The days of having a knife on the neck and surviving every day are finally over. Burying his head in the soft pillow, he could smell the faint damp smell after the rain. Everything familiar around him made Xia Li feel extremely at ease. In a daze, Xia Li didn't know when he fell asleep. In the second half of the night, the rain got heavier. The heavy rain poured down from the sky and fell on the old awning, making a noisy, clanging sound. Xia Li opened his eyes with some difficulty, and his sleeping position changed from prone to lying. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was now 1:30 in the morning. The dim light of the street lamp was washed by the heavy rain and shone in with some difficulty. Opening the window, Xia Li's hair was messy in the wind, and his mind became clearer. It's raining so hard. Looking at the heavy rainfall outside the house, Xia Li took a breath of cold air. He quickly put on a coat and walked to the balcony outside the living room. Xia Li's balcony has no windows, not even a half wall. The only protection for the entire balcony is a row of ventilated iron railings. At this time, the balcony was being swept by the strong wind. The clothes hangers on the clothes drying rack were almost overturned by the wind. The heavy rain mixed with the dead leaves unique to autumn hit the face. In the distance, there was the sound of the doors of the community being slammed shut by the wind. Hey, Lucia, Xia Li tried to call out to the big ball curled up on the camp bed. With such a strong wind and such heavy rain, how could this silly dragon fall asleep on the balcony? Because the wind here was so loud, Xia Li's voice was quickly covered by the noise. Seeing that Lucia did not respond, he shook her again. Lucia. Still no response. Xia Li made up his mind and slapped the sleeping Tuanzi hard. Tuanzi finally moved, but she just moved her petite body and continued to sleep. It seemed that when she lived in the cave before, this guy would not care about the small wild animals passing by. Ordinary small animals can't break the dragon's defense, and the large species that can break the dragon's defense have already exposed their breath before approaching. Xia Li was shivering in the wind on the balcony. Xia Li was shivering in the wind on the balcony. He wanted to lift the quilt and then carry Lucia away like a chicken. As a result, as soon as he lifted a corner of the quilt, Xia Li suddenly covered her back. What did he see? What white thing flashed across his eyes? Fuck! Xia Li couldn't help but wail. Where are your clothes? However, This silly dragon who was sleeping so sweetly really didn't react at all. Xia Li was stunned, but he quickly remembered. Giant dragons sleep without clothes. After a brief hesitation, Xia Li decided to move the person and the bed in first. With the strength of the wind outside, Xia Li didn't know if Lucia could bear it, but his bed would be in trouble. The entrance to the balcony was a bit small, and Xia Li moved back and forth several times before he could barely lift Lucia in. After closing the door, the noisy wind was isolated outside, and Lucia finally lifted the quilt and revealed half of her head. Xia Li. She opened her beautiful amber eyes and stared blankly at the black figure in front of her. I dreamed that the bed ran away. Lucia seemed to have had a nightmare. Her tone was a little scared. Xia Li said speechlessly, "Isn't it? You were almost blown away by the wind. Is it so exaggerated?" Lucia didn't believe it. "It's raining outside now. I'll move your bed to the living room. You'll sleep here tonight," said Xia Li. It's a pity that Xia Li was so worried about her just now, but this guy was really in trouble. "Oh," Lucia nodded. She didn't support or object. Anyway, she slept the same everywhere. Lucia was about to sit up, but Xia Li quickly looked and pressed her back to the bed. The white picture just now flashed by again, and this time there was no street lights illuminating, so it was much blurred. Unexpectedly, the flat position actually had a curve and feel. Xia Li didn't mean it. He put Lucia back to bed and left. "I will wear pajamas when I go to bed in the future. I will buy it for you tomorrow. Also, don't take off your clothes anywhere in the future, especially outside." Xia Li finished speaking very seriously, and he had already returned to his room. Lucia watched him leave, wondering, alas, why is this brave man still fierce? She obviously wrapped herself in the quilt and took off her clothes little by little, but the dragon clan cherished her body. She would not be naked in the form of a human being. This brave man really doesn't know anything. In the master bedroom room, Xia Li couldn't figure out why she was upset just now. While talking just now, he obviously felt his voice increasing, as if he was deliberately covering something. It feels quite anger. Maybe it was because I took the girl home for the first time, so I was a little nervous. After thinking for a moment, but ineffective, Xia Li turned over and decided not to think about Lucia anymore. If the 3 years of living in a different world would always bring some changes to Xia Li's body. Apart from this slightly stronger body, the rest is the lingering biological clock. The next morning, before the wall clock could even turn to 6 o'clock, Xia Li's eyes opened. It just got up earlier than the chicken. Taiwan Novel Network. After a simple wash, Lucia was still lying in bed and sleeping like a pig. Xia Li wanted to go downstairs alone to buy breakfast, but she was worried about throwing this stupid dragon to the house. He was rushing to sleep yesterday, but he hadn't even remembered to tell Lucia about the specific rules of survival in the human world. In the living room, on the narrow camp bed, Lucia's sleeping face was quiet. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under the light, and her thin and pink lips were slightly pursed together, like a wavy line. Lucia's face was exposed from the quilt, and the ball of her face was soft and glutinous, looking like a freshly peeled egg. The dragon clan has such good skin? Xia Li squatted down halfway and couldn't help but want to squeeze it. When the dragon was transformed, the scales were invulnerable, heat-resistant, and cold-resistant. Whether it was physical defense or magic defense, it was max level, and even if Xia Li used the power of taking milk, it was difficult for him to penetrate. How come the skin's surface becomes so tender after it becomes human? It seems that as long as Xia Li is willing to take action, he can pinch out water on his face. But Xia Li just thought about it this way, and he didn't really want to take action. The other party is a real evil dragon. Don't be bitten before you reach out your hand. That's not good. He took out his cell phone and secretly took a photo on Lucia's sleeping face. This giant dragon that slept like a pig and drooled. Others didn't know that they had seen it before. It was the first time Xia Li, the dragon-slaying hero, saw it. After changing the angle, Xia Li took more than 10 photos, and then he was satisfied. After closing the album, Xia Li turned to WeChat. In the survival rules of this society, social interaction is an indispensable part. Although Xia Li is also a type of staying at home, without going out, one or two friends can still show off. Not only friends, but family are also an important part of social interaction. Unlike most time travelers, Xia Li has sound and friendly parents. During the 3 years he traveled to another world, what he thought about the old couple at home most was, the old couple is Xia Li, the only son. Xia Li often wonders what to do if he dies in a foreign land. It can be said that the longing for the old couple is Xia Li's belief in persisting in another world. Xia Li opened the chat window with Ms. Fong. As expected, there were several more messages inside. In fact, the first thing Xia Li did when she returned home yesterday was to report her family's safety. But I guess Ms. Fong was playing mahjong in the chess and card room at that time, so she never looked at her phone. Now when you open the chat window, you will see that Ms. Fong replied at 8:30 last night. Historical chat history. Ms. Fong. Son, look at how the braised pork mom learned to make today. Ms. Fong, where are you? I haven't seen anyone for 2 days, and I don't answer the phone. Ms. Fong, why is the phone still turned off? Let your dad see you tomorrow. Ms. Fong, why are you not at home? I heard from Xiao Chan that you're going to take a trip that you can go without saying a word. You have graduated from college now, and your mother won't stop you when you go out to play, but at least you bring a mobile phone. It's so inconvenient to go out to play without a mobile phone. Ms. Fong, don't go to the northern border. It's very messy there. Be careful to be deceived and cut off your waist. Ms. Fong, hot news. My country has added 36 new pig-killing frauds. Ms. Fong, hot news. Don't go to these 3 places when you go out. The week after Xia Li disappeared, Ms. Fong sent 30 messages to Xia Li. Among them, more than 20 online news shared from the happy family. After Xia Li got his phone yesterday and replied to Ms. Fong, Mom, I'm back, Ms. Fong's message became normal again. Ms. Fong, have you arrived home? Ms. Fong, there is only 1 message a week, but the person has disappeared after sending it. Ms. Fong, I will ask your dad to see you tomorrow. If you are not at home, you will wait for me to come and eat fried pork with bamboo shoots for you. Fried pork with bamboo shoots is a commonly used word in Shu province, which means to beat children. Xia Li's childhood growing up was often threatened by this word, but in fact his mother rarely beat him up, basically just scaring him. Seeing my mother's usual way of speaking, Xia Li couldn't help but smile. Although he really wanted to go back to meet the old couple now, the distance was a bit long. Before he settled Lucia, he could not get out of the way these days. Xia rhyming. No, Mom. I said I will definitely be back when I come back. Xia Li was afraid that Ms. Fong would order Lao Xia to come here to check the post, so she quickly sent several messages. By the way, I also recorded a video over there. In the video, Xia Li held up his cell phone and wandered around the house for a while, and in order to increase credibility, he also reported the current date. However, he cleverly avoided the camp bed in the living room, and even covered Lucia's possible position with his fingers inadvertently. After sending a message to Fong Xia, Xia Li changed the chat window and turned to deal with his father Xia Yuanjun. Compared with Fong Xia's message bombardment, Xia Yuanjun's side was much simpler. There were only 2, where have you been, and 1 question mark in total. Xia Li replied to Xia Yuanjun, I'm back, and then turned off his phone. The communication between father and son is so simple and efficient. If Xia Li hadn't disappeared for so long without saying a word, Xia Yuanjun might not even have asked a question mark. Putting down the phone, Xia Li felt hungry. Just as he was about to stand up and make himself a bucket of noodles, his arm was pulled hard by a force. Xia Li's body suddenly tilted, and he almost sat down. Fortunately, he had practiced core strength for a period of time before practicing swordsmanship. Under this pulling force, Xia Li only took a half step back and stabilized his body. Looking down, Xia Li looked at the culprit who stretched out his evil dragon claws towards him. Lucia had just woken up. Her eyes were hazy and a little blurry. She stretched out her white and tender hands from the quilt, holding Xia Li's wrist with one hand and rubbing her eyes with the other hand. I'm hungry, Lucia said. Xia Li was a little surprised. In his opinion, Lucia just pulled him casually, but her strength was surprisingly strong. It didn't seem like the strength a girl like Lucia should have. Her arm strength didn't seem to be proportional to her slender arms. In fact, Xia Li had thought about it yesterday. The dragon was weakened epically on Earth, and it was only the magic that weakened it. The original strength of her body should not change. Maybe it will be weaker because of the physique, but this weakness is based on the weakness of the dragon's original strength. Compared with normal people, Lucia's strength will be in a very outrageous range. However, this outrageous degree will not deviate from the laws of physics on Earth. No matter how hard the bones are, they are still bones. Carbon-based life without magic will always have limits. At this moment, Lucia probably hasn't realized that her body is actually much stronger than she thought. However, Xia Li is not anxious about this. Even if Lucia finds out, it doesn't matter. Xia Li is a hero after all, and there is a demon-killing sword specifically for dragons in the room. If Lucia wants to rebel, it's hard to say who'll be pressed down. I want to eat. Seeing the hero standing there stupidly, Lucia reached out and pulled him. If Xia Li hadn't put the curly noodles too high and she couldn't reach them, she would definitely catch them herself. She wouldn't beg the hero so bitterly. "You, put on your clothes, I'll take you out to eat." Xia Li came to his senses, picked up the clothes and pants that fell out of the quilt, and put them next to Lucia's pillow, and went back to the room to hide for a while. Downstairs of the community, the rising sun had just emerged, and the morning light in the east was filled with an orange-yellow light. After washing the heavy rain last night, the streets were clean, and you could smell the faint fragrance of mud and grass at the tip of your nose. Since Xia Li lives in an old-fashioned community, the supporting facilities here are relatively complete. Even at the early morning of 6 o'clock, there are already food trucks waiting outside the community. Today is a weekday, and except for a very small number of social animals on the street, most of them are students carrying school bags. Lucia, beside Xia Li, sighed at the prosperity of human metropolis. She looked around with her head held high, curious about why the humans here got up so early. Because most people have their own mission to accomplish, some are still in the learning stage, and some need to work and earn money. Xia Li couldn't explain the operating rules of the human world to this fool dragon, which is very troublesome, and fool dragons may not be able to understand it. "What is your mission?" Lucia asked again with her head tilted. Xia Li was confused by this question. Since graduating in June, Xia Li has been waiting for employment. His major is Chinese. The directions of this major are roughly divided into two types. One is to be a teacher or take the civil service exam, and the other is to do it, a job that is completely unrelated to this major. Xia Li was unwilling to live a daily life of sitting on duty, so he chose the latter. The result is there is no direction in life at all. But these are only temporary. Xia Li plans to make himself confused for a while, learn self-media, or find a job to do it. Just consider it to enrich social experience. Ms. Fong and Lao Xia both express support for this. Therefore, Xia Li's current label is indeed unemployed vagrants and social scraps. But you can't tell it truthfully. So Xia Li changed his perspective and said seriously, "My mission is to suppress you." Lucia nodded slightly and recognized his statement. "Your mission is great. Boss, I want 3 meat buns, six meat buns, 2 tea eggs, and 2 cups of soy milk." Xia Li threw Lucia at the intersection and walked to the breakfast stall and shouted. The owner of this breakfast stall is Xia Li's old acquaintance, and Xia Li's entire college breakfast is basically solved here. The slightly fat boss quickly put the bun on his hands and feet. He turned around and saw that it was Xia Li. He smiled first, and then was stunned when he saw the little girl behind Xia Li. "I haven't come for several days. Have you ever talked about a girlfriend?" The fat boss's eyes would squeeze into a gap whenever he smiled. The owner of this breakfast stall is not only kind-hearted, but also kind-hearted. Occasionally, when he is not busy, he will talk to Xia Li about some things. Sometimes when Xia Li comes late, he will give the remaining items in the pot to Xia Li. "I went on a trip a few days ago and just came back." Xia Li smiled dryly, and in order to hide his embarrassment, he chose to nod and admit it. In this case, the worse the explanation is. Lucia came out of his house together, and it was early in the morning, and the two of them had seen that they had spent the night at Xia Li's house. "College classmate? Looks pretty small." The fat boss's tone was tactful. He actually wanted to ask Xia Li's girlfriend if she was an adult, but he also felt that it was rude to ask. However, the other party does seem to be not very old, at least a little younger than Xia Li, and is quite small, and it is estimated that it has not reached 1.6 meters. The face is a standard oval face paired with round almond eyes, which looks quite delicate, and is the kind of lively and pure little girl. Well, uncle, I'll give you the money. You can do it first. I'll take her to stroll. Xia Li didn't mean to continue chatting with the fat boss. She laughed dryly twice, picked up the breakfast, and left. Is that human being a great human being? According to yesterday's agreement, Lucia never ran around or spoke actively. Xia Li asked him to stand, and she stood obediently and waited, like a puppy that was thrown by her master on the curb. When Xia Li approached, she started to ask her questions. Not just acquaintances I deal with often. Xia Li opened the steaming bun in his hand. Considering that the evil dragon had the habit of storm inhaling it, she was afraid that she would get hot, so she decided to cool down for a while before giving it to Lucia. But I feel you're quite afraid of him. Lucia glanced behind and looked at Xia Li again. Why do I feel that Xia Li is quite afraid of anyone? It is obvious that the brave man has a high status among human beings, and it can even be said to be in existence below one person and above 10,000 people. How come it becomes so ordinary when it is changed to a place like Earth? You don't understand? You're welcome. Xia Li put the buns in half over and added, similarly, this is also one of the tricks of survival in this life. You're not in a hurry to learn this now. I will teach you later when you have laid the foundation in the future. You, try it quickly. In fact, at this time, Lucia had no idea what Xia Li said in the first half of the sentence. Her brain received only one instruction, taste. So without any hesitation, Lucia put her head over and took the food in Xia Li's hand in one bite. The meat buns at this breakfast stall are made very large, and each one is the size of Xia Li's palm. Even though it was torn apart in half, the bun was enough to fill Lucia's dragon mouth. Lucia couldn't swallow it in one gulp. The meat filling in the meat bun fell down like beads. She caught it with her hands and shook her head, busy and flustered. Xia Li ate slowly and watched her silently. Lucia was wearing the same wide high-necked shirt as yesterday. Her whole body looked hollow, and the cuffs were even long enough to wrap the back of her hands. Her fingers could only barely stick out from the sleeves, and her shoulders were loose and falling down. It was obviously a shirt, but it looked like a skirt on Lucia. Watching this scene, Xia Li couldn't help but wonder, what would the scene be like when Lucia regained her original body shape and could really hold up this dress? That tall, plump, sharp-eyed, heroic Lucia. Oh yes, she also has the silver-white long hair and deep red eyes that a pure-blooded silver dragon should have. Compared to the short carrot in front of him now, the silver dragon queen Lucia, in Xia Li's memory, left a deeper impression on him. Delicious. Lucia's eyes lit up, and, after a whirlwind of eating, she stretched out her hands from her sleeves and held them in front of Xia Li, looking like a faithful believer begging for food in the holy church. Xia Li put another half of the bun in her palm. Lucia, I'm curious about something. Ask. Lucia laughed and stuffed most of the bun into her mouth after a vague sound. Xia Li was not lying to her. The food on Earth was really good. This white and fat little thing was delicious in her mouth, and it was better than the barbecue she had eaten. How old are you? Yeah. Lucia was wondering, and Xia Li quickly added a sentence to avoid misunderstanding. I mean age. Lucia hesitated for a while, but decided not to lie. The age of the dragon race is 100 years old, and I am exactly 100 years old this year. Oh, if converted into human age, that is, just turned 18. Xia Li listened silently, and broke off half of the meat bun and put it in Lucia's hand. You became the queen just after you became an adult? Xia Li asked. Queen. Lucia still thinks this title is a bit funny. Hey, isn't this the nickname you humans gave me without authorization? What queen or not? I am just pure blood. The strength of the dragon race is calculated according to the purity of the bloodline. The purer the blood, the stronger the dragon, and the more single the color of the scales on the body. The dragon with mixed scales you have seen will be much weaker. And I am a pure silver dragon, without a single mixed scale on my body, so you have called me the queen since I was born." Lucia chewed the bun. If possible, she would like to show Xia Li her beautiful dragon scales now. It's a pity that none of those dragon scales are left. Thinking about it, I feel a little sad. So, you're not a queen, nor do you have any tribe. You have always been alone. As a dragon slayer, Xia Li certainly knows about the division of dragon power that Lucia mentioned. But he always thought that the Silver Dragon Queen was the ruler of a certain dragon tribe. Even if she was far away from the tribe, she could still command hundreds of people. But these 2 days of getting along made Xia Li feel that Lucia was actually very lonely. She was used to sleeping alone, and even the heaviest rainstorm would not wake her up because she had no one to think about in her heart. Yes, I have always been alone. Oh no, a dragon. Lucia didn't understand why Xia Li brought this up. Only weak dragons on the continent of A's would choose to gather in groups. Pure-blooded silver dragons like her would be self-reliant and live alone as long as they had the ability to fly. This was their nature. After speaking, Lucia thought for a while and felt that her words needed to be supplemented, so she smiled softly. But things are different now. Now, there is a park less than 100 meters away from where Xia Li lives, with a large artificial lake in the middle of the park. In the summer, merchants would bring pedal boats and water-walking balls here, and various water sports made this area particularly lively. However, after the fall, these things were removed and the surrounding small stalls and vendors disappeared with them. Those mobile stalls seemed to be social animals that conformed to this large society, and they would continue to migrate with the change of seasons. At this time, there were only a few young people jogging in the morning on the cold pedestrian path, and there were old men and women practicing Tai Chi on the spacious road not far away. On the lake, the golden morning sun was like a broken mirror. Its reflection was easily shattered by the wind and waves, reflecting a brilliant and sparkling light. Are they performing some strange witchcraft? Lucia didn't care about the scenery here at all. She had seen more beautiful scenery when she was flying on the A's continent. What made her look back every step was the group of old people wearing red and white clothes and waving soft swords in the open space. "They're exercising," Xia Li replied. "Exercising." Lucia couldn't help but look behind her again. Why do they still need to exercise at such an old age? Are they going to the battlefield? Battlefield. Xia Li recalled this word in her mind. Although it is very common in the East continent, the word battlefield does have a sense of age on Earth, especially for China. Our country is very peaceful. There is no war. The country is peaceful and the people are safe, and no one needs to go to the battlefield. Xia Li explained patiently. Lucia asked again, if they don't go to the battlefield, what are they doing? Exercising. Just exercising? Yeah. Xia Li nodded. Lucia was thinking with her head down. On the East continent, all resources are scarce, including food. Except for the royal family and nobles, more than half of the humans are hungry. Hunger is the most rampant nightmare in the human world. She has seen several groups of humans practicing swordsmanship like this, but those are human soldiers who are about to go to the battlefield. Therefore, Lucia couldn't understand why these older humans would come out to practice swordsmanship, and why they didn't go to the battlefield after practicing swordsmanship. In her opinion, this was a waste of resources and physical strength. Lucia had lived in a worldview of war and aggression all her life, and this world without war was hard for her to imagine. Do you want to eat something else? Seeing Lucia silent, Xia Li knew that this guy was thinking about something else again. She was obviously a dragon clan flying in the sky and absolutely free, but after coming to Earth, she looked like she had never seen the world, as if any little thing could shock her dragon life. If this guy was taken to the city center and saw the skyscrapers lined up one after another, wouldn't she be surprised to the point of crashing her brain? I want to. Lucia retracted her thoughts in a second and didn't ask Xia Li what he wanted to take her to eat. Anyway, as long as he mentioned eating, she would definitely nod. Xia Li took Lucia to the entrance of the park and bought a piece of fried baba. This is one of the common snacks in Shu province. It is made of glutinous rice on the outside and meat filling on the inside. After being fried at high temperature, It is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It can make a passing dragon cry. At this time, the soy milk in Xia Li's hand was almost cold. Xia Li inserted the straw and handed a cup of soy milk in the bag to Lucia. Remembering that this dragon should not know how to use a straw, he introduced it. Hold this transparent little stick in your mouth and inhale. Gulyalu. The paper cup filled with soy milk made a strange sound. So Xia Li said again, "It is inhale, inhale, not exhale like this." As he said, he demonstrated and filled his lungs with air. Lucia nodded and tried again. "Don't breathe when you inhale." Xia Li saw that she was about to suck herself over, so he quickly corrected her. "Mom." Lucia quickly learned how to use the straw. It was her first time to come into contact with such a magical gadget. When a fragrant and slightly sweet soy milk was sucked in her mouth, Lucia's eyes were stunned. What a magical magic. "No, this should not be magic. Is it delicious?" Xia Li said in a fashionable way. Lucia nodded vigorously. She didn't say anything, holding the cup of soy milk in her hand and drinking it silently, like a cat. "Today, I will mainly take you to the street to buy daily necessities." After breakfast, Xia Li glanced at the time on his mobile phone. It was almost 8 o'clock, and supermarkets in the city had opened one after another. It should be just the right time to go there now. "Let's take the bus and take half an hour to the city center," Xia Li said. Lucia was still drinking the soy milk in her hand. At this time, the soy milk had already run out. The straw sucked up the last bit of liquid intermittently, making a poor gurgling sound. Lucia didn't know what a bus was or what the city center was. Anyway, she would follow Xia Li wherever he said to take her. In order to let this inexperienced dragon experience the simplest way of trading in the human world, Xia Li scanned the code and exchanged 2 yuan coins for the owner of the snack stand selling fried baba. "When you get on the bus, you will put this coin into the box and then follow my instructions," Xia Li said. "Is this the currency of the human world?" Lucia spread the 2 coins in her palm and looked at them repeatedly. Of course, she knew that transactions in the human world required currency, but this was the first time she had seen the currency of this world. "Yes, this is a $1 coin." Xia Li thought about it. And in order to let the evil dragon have an idea of the amount of money, he added, "The fried baba we just ate was 3 yuan, soy milk was 4 yuan, and the buns were 3 yuan. Oh, by the way, the piece of bread you had in your hand yesterday was worth 5 yuan. "Oh," Lucia sighed meaningfully, and no one knew what was in her mind. Xia Li took her to the bus stop, and Lucia followed behind in small steps, and suddenly asked, "Do you have another $1 coin?" Yes, what do you want to do?" "Then give me another one. I want to buy fried baba." "You." Xia Li almost choked on his breath. The good news is that at least this evil dragon knows 1 plus 23. TTN. The bad news is that this guy really only has food on his mind. But it makes sense. At this stage, Lucia has no desires. She has not found what she wants to do or should do in this world, so she can only follow the most instinctive desires of the dragon race. Eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. This is the money for you to take the bus, not for eating. "What is a bus?" Lucia looked up and asked. "It's a means of transportation, a bit similar to the carriage on the A's continent." "Oh, I know about carriages. Humans like to tame all kinds of wild animals to pull their own carriages." Lucia understood what Xia Li said, and she followed Xia Li to the bus stop. At this time, the bus stops were basically occupied by 9-to-5 office workers. They were crowded on the platform. It was the first time for Lucia to face so many humans at the same time. She moved her feet uncomfortably and secretly moved closer to Xia Li. Looking up at Xia Li, who was waiting for the bus seriously, Lucia looked at the endless stream of tin boxes in front of her. Are these all human transportation tools? Lucia's arms were almost pressed against Xia Li's. She felt a little embarrassed, so she found a topic. "Well, these are all cars. As long as they have wheels and run on the ground, we call them cars." "Oh." Silently memorizing the new knowledge points learned today, Lucia asked Xia Li again, "What about your car? What about your car?" Looking at the innocent and a little cute amber eyes of the evil dragon, Xia Li was silent. How could she be so simple and ask such a sharp question? However, then again, Xia Li's family can actually be considered a petty bourgeoisie. Within the father system, his mother runs a small shop. For their own convenience, the old couple bought 2 cars to put them at home. When Xia Li graduated from university, the old couple had already discussed buying a car for Xia Li, but Xia Li had just got a driver's license and had no job at that time, so she had no need for things like cars, thinking about things like cars like cars. It is a consumable product, and when you buy it, it will drop the price, so the old couple stopped their behavior. Like most college students with longings, Xia Li thought that she would soar into the sky after graduation and entering society. Buying a car is easy to get, but reality gave him a loud slap. After 3 months of graduation, I didn't find a job, and I was summoned to another world for 3 years to work. Now that I'm back on Earth, Xia Li even feels that he is completely out of touch with society. After a while, it will be difficult for Xia Li to rely on herself, let alone buy a car. Which car do you think looks good? Xia Li did not choose to answer Lucia's question positively and cleverly pulled the topic away. Lucia is stupid and can easily be led by the nose. When Xia Li asked this, she immediately started to think seriously. That car over there. Lucia pointed at the direction of the traffic light at the intersection, and there was a beautiful red car parked there. It sounds nice, Lucia said. Good guy. Xia Li has always recognized the evil dragon's vision of appreciating beautiful things. He pointed to him a big bull Lamborghini. This would not put him in full force. Good vision. Xia Li sighed. Lucia should have heard the sound of the big bull's engine, and the dragon clan has a very high recognition of the sound. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the bus arrived late. Lucia was a little shocked at the steel giant beast in front of her that was taller than her. She raised her head and sighed sincerely. This is big. I just need to pay $2 to sit on this thing. Lucia was stunned. The human world is so strange. The bastard just now costs 3 yuan, but sitting in such a large iron box actually costs 2 yuan. Is the iron box worth less than a dad? Because there are many people sitting, and it cycles every day, and its lifespan is about 10 years. Unlike what we just ate, it's a one-time job. Xia Li explained and took Lucia into the car. The buses during the morning rush hour are still so terrifying, with the congested crowds and traffic flow like waves, pushing the operation of this huge social machine. Here, coin is invested. Xia Li pointed to the transparent cash box in the bus and signaled Lucia to throw the coins in, and took out the QR code and scanned the code to get on the bus. Lucia stood in front of the cash box and put coins carefully. She stared at the coins, watching them falling into the deeper boxes. It was not until Xia Li urged him to come in quickly and not block the people behind him that he left reluctantly. It is rare to get 2 shiny things, but before I can get enough heat, I handed them over. This is the first time that the dragon Lucia has paid in the human world. This feeling is novel and subtle. The evil dragon, who has always been snatching things by relying on its strength, has its concepts been refreshed again. How can this iron box and this bus contain so many people? When he arrived inside the bus, Lucia was shocked. It's even more crowded inside than the outside, with basically crowded people with the chest on the back, and there is no empty space at all. Xia Li walked in the crowd. He came to the railing at the back door of the bus and signaled that Lucia would come over and stand in front of him. Lucia was squeezed so hard that her back was against the railing, and her brave Xia Li's strong chest was in front of her. As more and more people got into the car, the two got closer and closer. Although Xia Li had already grabbed the handle with one hand and did not squeeze Lucia as much as possible, there were too many people behind him. In addition, the bus also started. Xia Li's body rippled with the waves like duckweed as the vehicle fluctuated, completely squeezing Lucia's small body into the corner. Lucia suddenly felt a little nervous. Perhaps because there were too many people here and the air was too hot, Lucia felt her little heart pounding. Hateful. This is the first time I have been so close to the brave. Too nervous. Tension in all senses. Fortunately, Xia Li does not have a magic repelling sword in his hand now. Otherwise, he would only need to snatch the sword slightly, and her newly grown, pure blood-silver dragon would be burping. It's so hot. Lucia grabbed the railing with one hand and fanned the wind on his face with the other. There is no mirror at hand now, but Lucia knows that her face must be a little red. She raised her head and looked at Xia Li, who was one head taller than her. The brave man's enlarged face was close to him. At this time, she could meet him perfectly as long as she tiptoes. In the past, Lucia ran away when she saw this face. No, she was a heroic fight, but now she couldn't run away. She would even have to face this face for a long time. The breath of the brave Xia Li carried a little sweetness of soy milk, which tickled Lucia's face. Lucia was forced to stare at Xia Li's face. From this angle, she could even see the fine hairs on his face. Well, he was indeed a bit attractive, but if she looked at him for too long... Oh, damn, why was she so nervous? Lucia didn't know whether she felt nervous about Xia Li as if he had met his natural enemy, or for some other reason. She could clearly feel her heartbeat speeding up. I'm going to be squashed. She looked away and pretended to appreciate the interior of the bus inadvertently. Bear with it for a while, it's just a few stops. Xia Li said, the morning rush hour is so troublesome. It's hard to get a taxi, and it's very crowded to take the bus. As for whether to scan a shared bicycle to go to the city, Xia Li's question was rejected after a flash. With Lucia's rookie level, Xia Li still had to teach her how to ride. Whether she can learn or not is another matter. When Lucia falls, Xia Li has to find a way to treat her. Going to a human hospital is definitely not an option. Xia Li is not sure whether the doctor will find any abnormality in Lucia's body. Even if Lucia's body structure is exactly the same as that of a human woman, the blood flowing in her veins is the blood of a dragon. Don't do a basic blood test later. Lucia's indicators are directly off the charts. Isn't this being treated as a research subject directly? Do we have to go to a pet hospital? That's even more outrageous. Thinking of this, Xia Li suddenly realized that Lucia had a huge obstacle in modern life. Don't let this evil dragon get sick. Once she gets sick, her identity is very likely to be exposed. At that time, let alone hiding a dragon in the hut, Lucia will probably be handed over to the country directly. We have arrived at Chunbei Road. Passengers who want to get off, please get off from the back door. At this point, the sound of the bus arriving at the station brought Xia Li back to his senses. Just as he was about to ask Lucia to get off the bus, Xia Li looked down and saw Lucia, whose face was completely ripe and red like a little monkey. Lucia's head was smoking, and she kept fanning her neck with her hands. It's so hot in here, Xia Li. Let's get off quickly. Only the second day after arriving on Earth, Lucia's cognition has been refreshed countless times by the new things that have come one after another. Looking at this human metropolis that looks like a steel forest, Lucia stopped and looked up. Everything in front of her was enough to make her dragon body tremble. In the East continent, the towering body of the dragon can overlook everything. From the perspective of humans, every pure-blooded dragon stand in the sky like a mountain. But on Earth, human town buildings have soared into the sky. There is no end in sight. How many floors are there? 112 floors. Xia Li said. Lucia's wow sound was very long. How do humans build such a tall building? Lucia exclaimed. There are no giants in this world. Even if there are giants, they can't build such a tall house. Moreover, these houses are not only tall. Lucia saw something transparent and smooth on their surface, which reflected the color of the sky, as if the blue sky could be contained in it. Lucia knew what this thing was. She had seen a lot of it when she was in the A's continent. This is glass, but the exquisiteness is much better than the crude products on the A's continent. People in this world have their own wisdom. If you're curious, I will go back and show you the video of building a house. After all, Xia Li is not a civil engineer. Even if Lucia asked him to explain, he couldn't tell 1, 2, or 3. If Lucia is really interested in this aspect, he doesn't mind going to the small broken station to find some videos for her to pass the time. And by the way, show this guy the Odebla banana that men like to watch the most. Xia Li, what is that over there? Just when Xia Li was thinking about whether to start with what Lucia was interested in and slowly cultivate her understanding of this world, he didn't expect Lucia's interest to change so quickly. Or, she is interested in everything in sight. Following the direction of Lucia's finger, Xia Li saw a middle-aged man carrying a pole and selling things at the street corner. What interested Lucia was what was in his pole. "This is tofu pudding." Xia Li walked by calmly with Lucia. Lucia turned her head every time she took a step. "What is the red thing he poured on it?" "It's chili," Xia Li answered. In Xia Li's hometown, there is no problem of whether tofu pudding is salty or sweet. Because here, everyone eats spicy tofu pudding and even adds peas and peanuts to it. Lucia secretly swallowed her saliva. She had pried open the granary of a nobleman before and swallowed all the red, yellow, and green plants in it. At that time, the taste made her spit dragon flames. Later, she learned from humans that this unpalatable and piercing taste is called chili. "Want to try it?" Xia Li was still very happy to broaden the taste buds of the evil dragon. "Yeah, forget it." Lucia shook her head like an electric fan. Xia Li raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It was the first time he encountered something that Lucia didn't eat. Could it be that this evil dragon is actually afraid of chili peppers? Xia Li, look over there." Soon, Lucia discovered something new. Can Zero. She was like a little girl who came to the city for the first time. Everything on the street would make her eyes shine. If you put such a girl by your side, she would probably provide a high emotional value. After all, this guy is very supportive no matter what he does. Xia Li is now at the entrance of an alley in the city. There are many old people carrying things to sell in the morning market here. Lucia walked quickly to the front of Xia Li. She stood beside the ant who was setting up a stall, bent over, and looked at the small animals that had just hatched in the basket, and said, "It's a duckling. I can eat it in one bite." Just when Lucia was about to report her glorious record of descending on the farm of a human duke and swallowing all the animals in the poultry pen, Xia Li picked her up and quickened her pace. Lucia's already soft clothes were almost deformed by Xia Li. It was not until she came out of the alley that Lucia looked at Xia Li in confusion. "Speak softly," Xia Li said solemnly. "If other humans know that you are a dragon, we are both finished." Although, even if Lucia shouted, "I am an evil dragon," on the street, people would only look at her more. But Lucia's appearance is, after all, a young girl of 16 or 17 years old, and she looks pretty and well-behaved. Xia Li would be embarrassed to shout like this on the street. The primary goal is to regulate the code of conduct of this evil dragon. "Oh, I was too excited just now. I won't do it next time." Lucia then remembered that she had made an agreement with Xia Li yesterday. Don't run around or talk nonsense. So she admitted her mistake very frankly. Xia Li wanted to say a few more words, but seeing this short and thick guy admitting his mistake so sincerely, he was also surprised. He didn't continue to say the words that were on his lips. Xia Li was silent for a moment. His eyes stayed on Lucia's hand that emerged from the wide sleeves. He didn't choose to lead her, but slowed down his pace and came behind Lucia. "There are many people here. You go in front. Follow this road to the end. We will arrive." There are several large department stores on Chunbei Road. Xia Li chose a store with a wide variety of products and affordable prices. In fact, if you just want to buy some daily necessities, there is no need to go so far. The reason for coming to such a place is mainly to let this evil dragon see the world. This guy probably saw so many people for the first time. Xia Li actually saw a timid look on the body of an evil dragon. From the moment she came to the thing called escalator, Lucia had already been dazzled. Because there were so many questions she wanted to ask, she didn't know where to start asking questions for a while. So Lucia simply didn't ask. After all, today was her first time out. She planned to look more and think more. If she was still curious after returning, she would ask Xia Li again. Arriving at the supermarket on the first floor below ground, Xia Li pushed a cart over. Lucia carefully counted the number of wheels under the cart, and then asked Xia Li, "Is this also a car?" Before Xia Li finished speaking, Lucia had already lifted her trouser legs and was ready to climb into the car. Seeing this, Xia Li hurriedly stopped her. "This is a cart for carrying things, not for people or dragons." Carrying things? Lucia observed the humans around her and quickly understood what was going on, so she had to lower her trouser legs. She wanted to say that if Xia Li regarded her as a cargo, could she sit on the cart? After all, in the A's continent, captured dragons would be placed on a trailer like this and transported away. However, after thinking about it, she decided not to. She would definitely be beaten by Xia Li if she said it out loud. Xia Li bought a lot of things in the daily necessities area on the first floor of the supermarket. Toothbrush, toothpaste, towels, and slippers. These are the daily necessities prepared for Lucia. Xia Li was thinking in her mind what was missing. This is the first time that a girl has lived in a family, and I don't know what little girls like Lucia need to use in their daily life. By the way, the dragon clan is so resistant and solid, there is no need to take care of Lucia's evil dragon like a delicate flower. It should be okay to take care of her as a boy, right? However, if you do this, you will be sorry for Eagle Dragon's small face with fair skin, beautiful appearance, soft and tender face. Xia Li suddenly remembered that girls need skincare products, but when he came to the skincare shelves and saw the prices above, he found that raising a dragon in poverty was not a bad thing. Finally, he took a bottle of 30 yuan baby cream, and Xia Li pushed the cart to the shelf where the toilet paper was placed. After a brief supplement of daily necessities, Xia Li looked at the women's supplies on the back of the toilet paper shelf for a long time. Sanitary napkin. When Xia Li saw these 3 words, she was so nervous that she rolled her throat. The Dragon Clan. Is there any saying that menstruation is? As a dragon slayer on A's continent, Xia Li has never heard of such a thing. However, since the current body structure is completely the form of human women, then the physiological structure is also. Xia Li secretly glanced at Lucia, who was following him happily. Lucia was looking around, not knowing what her head was thinking. She raised her head and looked at the light bulb and looked at the things on the shelves. When a human was pushing the shopping cart close, she walked around the shelves until she stopped until she threw the man away. Xia Li looked at the evil dragon who was playing hide-and-seek with the air and turned her eyes back. Seeing that she was so stupid, I guess it would be useless to ask. Of course, Xia Li himself was embarrassed to ask. In order to prepare for emergencies, Xia Li still took one with lightning speed. Anyway, he doesn't know the brand, so he just needs to choose a moderately priced one. After leaving the toilet paper area, Xia Li calculated that since she had come to the mall, she would buy some kitchen utensils to go back. I rarely ate at home before, but now I have a Lucia. Considering her appetite and cost-effectiveness, I am afraid she will have to cook at home most of the time in the future. Thinking about it, this guy has nothing to do every day, so why not let her learn to cook and start with being a chef? If she was really released in the future, at least the evil dragon would not starve him to death. Thinking of this, Xia Li took a pair of learning chopsticks for children and was about to turn around and ask Lucia what style she wanted. Where is the dragon? The evil dragon that was following her and fighting gorillas suddenly disappeared. Xia Li's heart tightened. It's not that I'm afraid that this guy will get lost in the mall. There is surveillance everywhere here, and Lucia is so big that she can definitely not lose her. What Xia Li fears most now is that this guy runs around and makes trouble. A dragon hits her later. If it hits a shelf, it's afraid that Xia Li will not be able to pay for it, even if she sells her. Lucia. Xia Li shouted. His 1.8-meter-old man could overlook most of the supermarket. Soon, his eyes passed by the tall and short crowds, and Xia Li's eyes were fixed at the junction of the food area and the daily necessities area. Lucia's style is so different from the people around her. She has the feeling of a delicate and cute little thing, so Xia Li saw her at a glance. Walking over, Xia Li saw Lucia's suspicious, stuffed mouth from afar. Is there any more? Little sister, wait a moment. I'll cut you a few more pieces. Lucia stood in front of the shelves where she tasted beef jerky and swept away the snacks on the small plate. The waiter in the supermarket was also kind-hearted. Seeing that the little girl was so greedy, she quickly turned around and took 2 pieces of jerky and cut them on the operating table. Lucia stared at the dried meat and drooled. Xia Li, hey, Xia Li, this kind-hearted person is offering me a gift. She said that all these are edible, and they don't have any money. When Lucia saw Xia Li coming to find him, she quickly explained to Xia Li that these things were for free. As she said that, she also gave out the last small piece of jerky meat on the toothpick in her hand, hoping that Xia Li would try it too. Open your mouth, open your mouth. Lucia pressed the beef on Xia Li's lips. Xia Li also had a bad mouth. Lucia successfully fed him and asked him with a smile, "How is it? Isn't it delicious? My sister, there's spicy and 5-spice flavors here, so try it more." The aunt probably saw Lucia as small and cute. She stood in front of the tasting window without making trouble, but just stared at the jerky. So she was particularly generous to Lucia. She cut a big piece to try and put on a small plate. "Xia Li, you eat spicy food, I eat 5-spice food." Lucia immediately started to arrange it. "Sorry." Xia Li ignored the dragon's swaying hands and smiled apologetically at the aunt in the window. It's okay. The little girl is so delicate. It's okay to ask her to taste a few more pieces," the aunt said with a smile. The word delicate is not used on the dragon. This guy weighs hundreds of tons. "Give me half a pound. I want a 5-spice one," Xia Li said kindly. Lucia, beside him, was still sucking in the wind, not knowing that Xia Li had lost 60 renminbi. Beef jerky costs 120 renminbi per pound and 60 renminbi for half a pound. These 60 renminbi are enough for them to eat for 2 days. Xia Li thought of his completely shriveled wallet and felt a pain in his heart. "Which of these chopsticks do you want?" Returning to the shelf selling daily necessities, Xia Li pointed to the row of children's chopsticks and said, "If Lucia is asked to learn to use adult long chopsticks directly, it will probably be a bit difficult, so Xia Li plans to start with children's chopsticks. Anyway, judging from Lucia's small hands, she can definitely use children's chopsticks." Xia Li thought this guy would choose the pink color that most girls would find hard to refuse, but she pointed to the white cat head chopsticks and said, "I want this white one. It's the same color as my dragon scales." After saying that, Lucia became a little sad. There was not a single dragon scale on her human body. After buying the most basic daily necessities, Xia Li added some snacks to the shopping cart. At this stage, Lucia has not been poisoned by the snacks in modern society. In her eyes, these colorful packaging are all the same, and Xia Li can pick what she likes. Finally, they went to the meat and vegetable area to buy vegetables for 2 days, and the two pushed the cart to the self-service checkout counter to check out. Xia Li taught Lucia how to scan the code, and Lucia learned quickly. After hearing Xia Li say that the number on the display screen is the amount they have to pay, she would look at the price vigilantly every time she scanned an item. The dragon race is poor at mathematics, but this does not affect her ability to read numbers. "Xia Li, this jerky costs 60 yuan. When Lucia saw the red number 60, her whole face was stagnant. "Yes," Xia Li said helplessly. No, get it back to that human." Lucia reluctantly gave it up. She calculated with her fingers that this small bag of dried meat was enough for her to buy 1, 2, 3, in short, a lot of fried rice cakes. "KN, Co." As he said this, the evil dragon was about to return with the dried meat. Xia Li reached out and held her. "Come back, this thing has been cut, why don't you go back?" The underground first floor of this mall is a supermarket, and above are the usual clothing stores and restaurants. After Xia Li came out of the supermarket, he was not in a hurry to go back. He took Lucia to the Yiku on the first floor and bought a simple and versatile early autumn women's clothing. The top is a loose beige sweater, and the lower body is a lotus pink knee-length pleated skirt. The top of this outfit was chosen by Lucia herself, and the bottom was chosen by Xia Li. In fact, Xia Li doesn't know how to dress at all, but he knows that girls should like to wear skirts. And Lucia looks good in skirts. Although her legs are not as long as those of big legs, they are slender and straight. This outfit makes her look more peaceful and gentle, less playful, and the whole person looks gentler. "Xia Li, I like this dress." Lucia is not shy at all. She never hesitates to praise. "Like it?" Xia Li thought for a while, thinking whether he should also praise Lucia, so he cleared his throat and said, "You look good in it." Lucia was a little happy, but she didn't show it too directly. She nodded gently. "Then I'll wear it every day in the future." The two of them didn't say anything afterwards. The mall was particularly lively near noon, with children chasing each other and young couples coming out of the morning class from the university next door in the corridor. As long as the opposite sex walked side by side like Lucia and Xia Li, most of them walked hand in hand in the corridor. Lucia soon discovered this behavior of humans. She didn't understand why Xia Li didn't take the initiative to hold her hand like most men. The atmosphere between her and Xia Li, or the emotions on their faces, it seemed different from those humans. Lucia didn't know much about human emotions and their habits. She thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure out the reason. Xia Li later took Lucia to buy 2 pairs of white socks and pink sneakers. Xia Li didn't intend to throw away the short boots that Lucia brought back from the other world, but asked the waiter to pack them up. What if Lucia can wear these shoes again after her body grows up? Moreover, everything brought back from the East continent is of commemorative significance to Lucia, so just take it back as a memory for her. Looking at Lucia's modern clothes, Xia Li nodded with satisfaction. Compared with the abstract version of the female swordsman in another world before, the current Lucia finally has the beautiful charm that a human girl should have. Xia Li couldn't help but take a second look and then retracted his gaze. Judging from Xia Li's current wallet limit, he can only buy 1 set of clothes for the evil dragon. If you want more, you can only go to Pink 60 to buy in bulk. Standing in front of a girl's clothing store on the 3rd floor of the mall, Xia Li came to the terminal of this destination. Buy Lucia a set of home pajamas. Of course, you should also buy more panties and underwear that need to be changed frequently. These things are rigid needs, and there is no way to solve them online, and they must be purchased according to size. Xia Li and Lucia stood at the door, looked up at the pink girl shop, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed to go in. The clerk took the time to come out and greet them several times, and Xia Li went in with a stiff upper lip. What kind of young man would go to such a place? He was so immature. However, it was definitely not okay to let this dragon, who had no self-care ability, go in alone. The communication efficiency between dragons and humans was almost 0, so Xia Li had to go in. "Hello, what do you want to buy?" The clerk came up to greet her very politely. The other party had a standard professional smile. Lucia looked up and took a half step back, whispering behind Xia Li. "Xia Li, I didn't expect you to be a great human." "Xia Li, the focus of your dragon clan is really strange." Xia Li sighed secretly and took Lucia to choose pajamas. "Long-sleeved, no matter it's a skirt or a top, you can choose." Lucia turned around to choose clothes after receiving the order. She basically didn't recognize the words on the labels of those clothes, but she knew numbers, so she roughly knew the price. Comparing the price of these pajamas with that of fried poop in her mind, Lucia felt a little painful. For her, it's better to eat more fried poop than to buy such things. After thinking about it carefully, Lucia found that the breakfast that Xia Li took her to eat this morning was very cost-effective. Those things only cost a little money to be full, while the things bought in this so-called shopping mall will cost a lot of money to be full. After a careful comparison, Lucia chose a pair of pajamas with a little yellow duck style. This dress is very long, and it can directly cover the calf after wearing it. And there's also a duck-mouthed hat behind the head. Lucia likes it very much. After all, it is the cheapest set on this row of shelves. After choosing, just as she was about to turn around and show the clothes to Xia Li, Lucia saw Xia Li staring blankly at another row of shelves. Xia Li originally just wanted to browse around. After all, he would try not to participate in such clothing that involves girls' privacy. However, when he saw the whole wall of shorts in various colors and styles, he couldn't walk anymore. Now girls' shorts have developed to this extent. In comparison, their men only have briefs and boxer briefs, and the colors are only red, blue, black, and white. Isn't the design too perfunctory? Looking at the string of pearls, which was simply fastened with a thin black belt at the waist, Xia Li felt his pupils were shaking. This thing, can it be worn? Since Lucia was the only girl of the same age around Xia Li. So, when he saw this kind of thing, Lucia automatically came to his mind. The result was, the blood was boiling, and the brain was directly burned dry. Wait, I'm not LSP, am I? Xia Li began to reflect on himself frantically in his heart. The brave man of the kingdom, the hero of mankind. How could... Oh, he is now an ordinary earthling. To be precise, he is an ordinary young man. That's fine. Any man with a strong blood will have such strange thoughts, right? Xia Li. At this moment, Lucia who had just finished choosing the little yellow duck pajamas, came over. She first followed Xia Li's gaze and looked at the panties on the wall, then analyzed them seriously. "There's too little fabric. It will definitely squeeze but when I wear it." Xia Li turned back in surprise. He felt sweat on his forehead. Facing the pair of pure and flawless eyes and the clean and neat little face, Xia Li almost blurted out, "I'm really damned. Have you finished choosing? Give me the pajamas." Xia Li coughed lightly and took the items that Lucia had picked. Then he called the clerk next to him. "Please help her choose underwear. She doesn't know how to buy it. It's her first time. Please help introduce it." The clerk came forward enthusiastically, smiling, looking at Lucia and then at Xia Li. There are too many couples like this who come to their house to buy clothes together. In general, in this case, they will not only ask about the girl's preferences, but also ask about the boy's preferences. "What type do you need? We have full cup and half cup here. The ones with lace edges are more breathable, and the ones with pure cotton are more comfortable to wear." The saleslady explained very professionally. Xia Li didn't know anything about this kind of thing. Moreover, he was so calm just now, but now he actually had an inexplicable sense of shame. I don't have any requirements as long as she likes it." Xia Li said that he would not comment. The saleslady smiled and looked at Lucia again. Lucia, who was still studying how to wear those panties, came back to her senses and said, Huh, me? I don't have any requirements, as long as Xia Li likes it." After choosing the items, Xia Li checked out at the cashier, while Lucia stood quietly behind him. When the salesperson counted the items, Xia Li tried his best not to look up at the small pants and small clothes that Lucia had chosen. It's not that he wanted to keep a sense of mystery. After all, they all lived together, and they would definitely hang them on the balcony when changing clothes. Xia Li was mainly a little embarrassed. After all, it was something he had never experienced before. In college, Xia Li spent all his time studying and playing games, and the person who appeared most often around him was his good friend who had played with him for 4 years. With such a life, let alone exuding youthful vitality and having 2 vigorous romances, Xia Li didn't even recognize all the female classmates in his class. "Excuse me, is it Alipay or WeChat?" In front of Xia Li, the saleswoman put all the goods into the bag, holding the barcode scanner, and pointed it at Xia Li's payment code. "The price is quite expensive, and these things cost nearly 300 yuan. Reaching out to take the paper bag, Xia Li glanced inside instinctively. This kind of thing is strange. The more a person wants to avoid something, the more he will subconsciously execute it, just like the memory of something. The more he doesn't want to think about it, the more he will remember it. Xia Li's eyes froze when he saw the letters on the tag, and his heart finally died. 75A. He said there was an arc this morning. In the end, this arc was not enough to enhance Lucia from level A to level B. "Xia Li, do you have any money?" Walking out of the mall, Lucia always looked worried. From Xia Li's mouth, I learned that human transactions are not only cash payments, but also scanning the payment code in the small box, and the amount will be deducted from the small box. Although the latter is virtual and non-existent money, it can be exchanged for real money at a 1-to-1 ratio. Lucia is very worried that Xia Li will spend all the numbers, so they will most likely go hungry. There are more than 3,000. More than 3,000. There's still a lot. Xia Li's answer made Lucia's eyes flicker. For this evil dragon who has no concept of money, more than 3,000 yuan is indeed a considerable amount. But 3,000 yuan. If Xia Li lives alone, he can live for 2 months. Now including Lucia, it is estimated that a month is enough. During this period, I have to find a way to get some small gold coins. Speaking of gold coins, by the way, Xia Li suddenly stopped and remembered an important thing. Let's go to the gold shop first. Brother, this is not pure gold, it is an alloy. Here, this kind of gold is called 900. Whether it is sold or purchased, the price is lower than ordinary gold. In a gold shop on Chunbei Road, the male clerk who was responsible for receiving Xia Li and the others took professional instruments and simply identified the gold coin Xia Li took out. Although it is a bit old and the lines on the surface of the gold coin are even more blurred, Gold is a metal that can withstand the wear and tear of time after all. This gold coin weighing 32 grams is genuine gold. As Xia Li guessed, the gold content is not high. But 90% gold content is also a terrifying number. While waiting for the clerk to carefully identify it, Xia Li took out his mobile phone and secretly searched the gold price of this 900 gold. The string of numbers found made Xia Li very satisfied. According to today's gold price recycling, 900 is 437 per gram. But since you don't have the invoice and brand information of the gold you bought, we need to give a 10% discount here, which is 393 yuan per gram. The clerk in a suit took the initiative to show Xia Li today's gold insurance price, and also cut the price, by the way. If the quantity is large, this kind of gold shop dare not recycle gold without invoices at will. But the gold coin in Xia Li's hand was only 30 grams after all, and the quality, it was old at first glance. Xia Li certainly knew the advantages of the gold in his hand. You can't say that. Xia Li took the gold coin and placed it on the transparent table. You have also tested the gold content. I have no objection to its purity, but the appearance of this gold coin is as old as it can be, and it is full of traces of time. Although the handwriting is blurred, there are dirt and impurities on the surface, but this just represents its antiquity. Maybe this thing can be traced back to the ancient history of the West. Xia Li finished speaking with great enthusiasm, and the clerk was silent. What the other party said was not unreasonable. This gold coin was a very qualified old thing at first glance. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an antique. May I ask again, where did you get this thing from? It was passed down from my ancestors. Xia Li's answer was particularly decisive, as if he had already prepared this set of rhetoric in his mind. The young man in front of him struggled a little, then went to the inner room to ask his boss, "Am I the ancestor?" Seeing the human man leave, Lucia, beside Xia Li, tilted her head and pointed her finger at herself. "Shoo!" Xia Li signaled her not to speak. About 10 minutes later, the young man came out with the owner of the gold shop. After a round of soft and hard persuasion, the gold coin was finally recovered at a high price of 450 yuan per gram. Although the recycling price far exceeded the gold price of the day, this thing was rare and the traces of the pattern on it were polished to arouse the boss's interest, so he recycled it directly according to the budget of the product. Even Xia Li himself did not expect that a gold coin from the A's continent would be so valuable. Looking at the 14,400 yuan on WeChat, Xia Li was in a trance. If he had known that he would travel back, he should have brought a bag of gold coins back to be a rich man. However, this kind of thing is just a thought. If there is so much gold on his body for no reason, he will be arrested by the police for questioning. After collecting the money, Xia Li was ready to leave. But he turned around and saw that the silly dragon was still standing at the door. Lucia came to the counter of the gold shop at some point, with her hands behind her back, staring at the golden gold in the glass cabinet, and unable to move her eyes away. "I almost forgot. The dragons all like this kind of shiny things, especially gold. Hurry up." Xia Li stepped forward and urged. Lucia then closed her mouth that was slightly open due to shock. When she was a dragon on the East continent, she had come into contact with so much gold. Lucia even lived in a cave covered with gold for a long time. However, this kind of gold crafts with such fine workmanship was the first time Lucia saw it. Beautiful headdress that looked like a crown, flower pendants worn around the neck, and bracelets made into the shape of various small animals. The color of gold was reflected in Lucia's amber eyes, making her already clear eyes more sparkling. "It's so beautiful, Xia Li. I want the one over there." While Xia Li and the boss were bargaining and pulling at the limit, Lucia had already chosen the gold item she liked the most. Xia Li glanced at the price, and his hair stood up. This guy chose a phoenix crown. It's worth more than 700,000 yuan. It should be said that the vision of the Dragon Clan has always been very high. "Sell me, and see if you can afford it." Xia Li felt angry and amused. Lucia really thought about it seriously. Then, she felt that this thing didn't seem to be important enough compared to Xia Li. "Forget it." Lucia shook her head. "It's not worth it." After returning home, the first thing Xia Li did was to teach Lucia the most basic daily cleaning. Although Lucia was a little stupid, this stupidity was limited to the lack of common sense in life. In fact, Lucia was still very studious. As long as Xia Li was willing to teach her, she would learn many things. For a dragon, she should be the smartest one. Not bad. After brushing, hold the water in your mouth and gurgle twice, then spit it out. The two squeezed into the narrow bathroom, and Xia Li stood beside Lucia and brushed her teeth to demonstrate to Lucia. Lucia tilted her head and looked at Xia Li's hands carefully, while doing a clumsy imitation. The dense foam flowing from her mouth flowed down her wrist and quickly disappeared into her cuffs. Like this. Lucia imitated Xia Li's appearance and spit out all the mouthwash, showing Xia Li her brushed teeth. The teeth of this evil dragon looked quite neat and clean. Every tooth in her mouth is arranged neatly and regularly, except for the two upper fangs, which seem to be sharper than those of ordinary people. If you're bitten by this guy, it will probably hurt. Xia Li thought for no reason and nodded. Yes, brush your teeth once every morning when you get up and once before going to bed at night. And take a bath. You should know how to take a bath, right? This frequency is not mandatory. As long as you feel that your body is not clean, you can take a bath. What do you mean by distressed? Lucia turned around and looked at Xia Li. Because the entrance to the wash basin was very narrow, the two stood side by side. If Lucia wanted to see Xia Li, she had to raise her head very high. It's just sweating or going on a long trip. Taking a bath can eliminate physical fatigue to a certain extent. Oh, Lucia didn't understand why humans had so many things to do, and they had to brush their teeth and take a bath every day. The dragons all fall asleep immediately, wake up and eat, and go out for a stroll when they are tired. How can they have such a complicated life process as humans? But I don't know how to take a bath. Lucia turned around and said, I wonder if jumping into a mud pit and rolling around counts as taking a bath. But there is no mud pit at Xia Li's house. I can't demonstrate this. I will use the TV to play a video of a child taking a bath for you later, and you can learn from it. Xia Li put down his toothbrush and began to teach Lucia how to identify shower gel and shampoo, as well as how to use the shower head. Lucia always felt that there was water magic and fire magic hidden in the hot water shower head, so Xia Li had to take her to see the water heater in the kitchen. The moment the water heater was ignited, Lucia's little face also froze. When she heard that the flame inside could burn forever and would never go out, she quickly pulled Xia Li and exclaimed, What a great invention! It lasts longer than the flame of the red dragon. Yeah, how long it can last depends on how long my wallet can last. Xia Li turned off the kitchen faucet helplessly. Remember, whether it is water or natural gas, they're all resources, and resources have to be bought with money, so don't waste them casually. Understand this principle. Lucia had a solemn face. The humans on the East continent fought each other just to grab resources. When the resources within the human race are distributed, they will target the territory of the dragon clan. Well, so we have to save our resources. Xia Li didn't know much about the history of the East continent. He perfunctorily said and took Lucia to the living room to watch TV. He returned to the kitchen to cook. Looking at the pile of fresh fruits and vegetables bought, and a carp that was still alive and kicking, he pondered for a moment. Xia Li decided to make a simple bowl of fried rice with eggs. The main reason was that he hadn't cooked for a long time. Now it was noon, and Xia Li didn't have much time to cook. As for the fish, put it in the pond first and do it in the evening. Take out the steaming rice from the rice cooker, beat 2 eggs, and add a spoonful of chopped green onions. After a simple stir-fry, Xia Li took the basin to the living room to find Lucia. Thinking of this, if I find a job later, should I let Lucia cook this meal? Anyway, this guy is idle at home, so it's better to let her find something to help the village. Thinking of this, Xia Li was about to call Lucia over, but when he looked up, he found that this guy had already sat at the dining table very consciously. Lucia held chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other. The dining chair in Xia Li's house was a bit high for her. Her pair of small feet in white socks could not step on the ground and could only hang in the air. Seeing Xia Li coming, Lucia raised her head eagerly, and her eyes were already locked on Xia Li. Xia Li wanted to teach her the skills of cutting green onions and beating eggs, but seeing that this guy looked like a dragon pouncing on food, he decided to feed him first. Put down the spoon and use chopsticks. Xia Li's tone was serious, and Lucia was particularly obedient under the temptation of delicious food. She decisively threw away the spoon and ate in the basin with 2 bamboo sticks in her hands. Yes, it was a basin. In order to prevent this guy from getting rice everywhere, Xia Li deliberately replaced the porcelain bowl with a large stainless steel basin for soup at home. Facts have proved that his prediction was correct. Lucia's way of eating is quite rough. Xia Li is very tolerant, and he doesn't care whether Lucia uses a dog paddle or stirs it randomly. Anyway, just use chopsticks to put the rice in her mouth. During this period, let her get familiar with the way to hold chopsticks and then slowly correct it later. Xia Li, I thought of a wonderful plan. Xia Li returned to the kitchen and served himself a bowl of fried rice with eggs. Before he could even take a bite, he saw the mess in front of Lucia. Sometimes I really doubt whether this guy was pouring food into his stomach. You said, Xia Li said calmly. Xia Li, the slippers you bought are so ugly. Lucia stepped on her feet into her slippers and her toes moved. Where's ugly? Xia Li glanced at the dark green fish head slippers and thought to herself that this was not pretty. Lucia's feet are small, and when she stepped into the fish head slippers, it looked like her feet were eaten by a fish. It was quite fun. Isn't this because you ran around by yourself? I didn't find you when I bought the slippers, so I just took it. Xia Li didn't think there was something wrong with his appreciation level, but he paused for a moment, always feeling that Lucia's 2 words were wrong. This is your wonderful plan? No. Lucia shook her head, and she sat in front of a stainless steel basin larger than her face and began to tell Xia Li about her top plan that she had thought about for a full half-hour. That's right. Didn't we go to the golden shop in the morning? You said the golden crown I like is worth 700,000 yuan. 700,000 yuan? If we have 700,000 yuan, we could buy a lot of fried cakes. Lucia became more and more excited as she spoke. Xia Li stopped the chopsticks in her hand and looked at the stupid dragon. He always had a bad premonition. According to the idea of an evil dragon, we go and grab the head crown home, so we can eat a lot of fried cakes. Lucia slapped the table with her little hand and said excitedly, Xia Li has always believed that educating evil dragons is not a simple matter. He not only wants to teach Lucia to live in a human way, but also to teach her how to integrate into human society. The former is not difficult. As long as they stay together for a long time, I believe Lucia will soon be able to imitate Xia Li's lifestyle. But the latter is very difficult. Integrating into society is not as simple as finding a job and building your own circle of friends. For Lucia, the first step she has to take is also the most difficult step, which is the change in concept. She has lived in the East continent for 100 years with the inherent thinking of the dragon race. During this 100 years, she has constructed her own concepts and formed her own subjective consciousness. The dragon race has no concept of trading. No matter what they like, they rely on one-word robbery. The weaker dragons rob secretly, while the stronger ones rob openly. If they can't rob, they fight. If they can't fight, they run away. And if they fight, they take it for themselves. It can be said that the way dragons survive in the East continent is similar to that of ordinary beasts. Although they can speak human language, no dragon is willing to establish communication. They are completely arbitrary according to their nature and wildness, relying on their powerful bodies. Now, Xia Li wants this evil dragon that has lived alone for 100 years to change his traditional concept. It is almost as difficult as taming a coyote to integrate into a human family. There is no way to start. Xia Li, did you just make these grains of rice in the pot? Lucia finished her bowl of egg fried rice and stared at Xia Li's bowl greedily. Although she wanted to eat it, Lucia did not choose to grab it. After all, she couldn't beat Xia Li now, and it was not a glorious thing to be Xia Li's subordinate and defeat the dragon. Lucia's legs were hanging in the air, and she supported her hands on both sides of her body, and her mind was still savoring the rice just now. Your cooking is delicious. I didn't expect you to be a cook. If you cooked this kind of food for me in the A's continent, I would definitely not attack you. Maybe we could become friends. Lucia's tone was a little regretful. The hero was obviously a good person. Why did they fight each other when they met before? She just ate a few noble goats and robbed some gold coins from a certain earl's warehouse. Lucia, there's a truth I want to tell you. Xia Li took a few bites of egg fried rice, and when he was almost done, he put down his chopsticks and his tone suddenly became serious. Lucia's dangling legs stopped and nodded attentively to Xia Li. You say, it's about the law of this world. In fact, this law is also applicable to the A's continent. Xia Li said seriously, no matter what the circumstances, robbing things is not advisable. Robbing things in the A's continent will be put on the wanted list and hung on the commission wall. Robbing things on Earth will also be wanted. Oh, Lucia thought for a while, so if I go to rob the Golden Crown just now, I will be robbed by humans on Earth? That's about it. Xia Li nodded. Lucia heard it and fell silent. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, dragons are born to be robbed by humans. No matter whether they have robbed things or set foot on human territory, every dragon on the A's continent is an object of punitiveness in the eyes of humans. Otherwise, why would humans not let go of even the dragon cubs who just open their eyes? And the dragon eggs hidden in the nest are the same. Those dragon eggs taken away by humans, if lucky, will be hatched and raised as slaves. If unlucky, or if they are judged by humans to be difficult to control, they will have their eggshells pierced with swords or taken home and cooked. Humans say that dragons are cruel, but in the eyes of dragons, humans are also cruel. Then I won't go to rob. I can just take... Lucia hesitated for a while, thinking that there must be something wrong with her approach. So she corrected herself and said, I'll just open the door of the glass cabinet in the gold shop and take the gold crown away. I'm not here to ask you to quibble. Xia Li wanted to hold his forehead. But considering that this guy's concept must be changed, he added, everything you do now is unearned gain, and this kind of thing will be judged as illegal by this society. How can you say that I am unearned gain? Lucia blinked in surprise. When I go to rob, it is also a kind of labor. Just like the dragons go out hunting, I consume energy and harvest prey. Can this be considered robbing? Xia Li was choked by her words. In the eyes of the evil dragon, this world is still the law of the jungle, and the things she robbed with her own ability are not considered robbing. Humans are always like this, taking all resources for themselves. They distribute food, divide territories, and even wild animals and birds will be kept in captivity and labeled by them. But we dragons also have to survive. We need a place to rest and eat. On the contrary, you not only deprive us of our living space bit by bit, but also put an evil hat on us. Lucia really can't understand the concept of humans. She thought of her way of survival for the past 100 years, the days of stopping and starting, hiding from place to place. Her nest was always being plundered and plundered. When humans took her territory, she would go to take it back. If she won, she would stay for a few more years, and if she lost, she would leave. From a young dragon to an adult dragon, Lucia had never had a place to stay for a long time. She felt wronged when she thought of these, especially the brave man named Xia Li in front of her. He had overturned her nest at least 3 times, right? The demon-killing sword in Xia Li's hand was completely beyond the normal combat system. Fortunately, Lucia ran fast every time, otherwise she would definitely be defeated and captured. At that time, she would probably be forced to give birth to a nest of little dragons. Thinking of this, Lucia took a fierce look at Xia Li's home. Xia Li had robbed her home so many times. Shouldn't it be her turn to rob it once? Lucia clenched her little fist, raised it, and tried to smash it viciously on the table. However, when she saw the empty rice bowl on the table, she felt soft-hearted again. Lucia said angrily, picking up 2 grains of rice from the rice bowl and stuffing them into her mouth. Besides the need for survival, the only thing the dragon race likes is shiny things. We do like to rob the gold coins of human nobles, but what's wrong with liking such things? It's not something that harms the heaven and earth. You humans also like to wear animal fur on your body. In this regard, it is you who kill, and we don't kill. Lucia was picking up rice on the table and eating while she was indignant. Seeing this, Xia Li pushed his unfinished rice bowl forward. Lucia's originally dull face was happy. She pointed at herself, meaning, "Is this for me to eat?" Xia Li nodded. Xia Li didn't expect that Lucia was actually reasoning with him. He thought that such a clash of values would lead to a big quarrel. As a result, Lucia was angry, but there was no sign of losing her temper. Are all dragons so good-tempered? Xia Li doesn't remember that the dragon race has such a setting. It could only be that Lucia's personality is like this. This guy is so easy to coax. She was angry just now, but now she's smiling while eating. I can understand your feelings. Xia Li's eyes fell on Lucia's face as she was eating. He slowed down his voice and said, "After all, there are more intelligent species on the A's continent than just humans. Each of you has your own ideas and positions. Resource disputes are also disputes over interests. You are not as smart as humans, so even if you have powerful power, you can only suffer at the hands of humans." Lucia listened to Xia Li's words and raised her head slightly from the basin. There were still rice grains on her cheeks, and her amber eyes showed the same slightly aggrieved look as before. Xia Li just said that he understood her very well. Lucia has been lonely for 100 years and has never thought about making others feel the same way as she does. Such words coming from a human hero made Lucia feel strange. Lucia's nose was sour, and she was inexplicably moved. Once emotions are discovered, they will begin to magnify. A giant dragon like Lucia, who just turned 100 years old, is only about 18 years old in human age. In addition, the intelligence of dragons is relatively low. Although they have a huge body, dragons are actually very simple creatures. Well, it's okay. Humans can't beat me anyway. If you didn't have that demon-killing sword, I could have taken down the castle. Lucia muttered, poking the rice grains on the table with her fingers. I didn't expect that after being beaten by Xia Li for 3 years, I was comforted by Xia Li in return. Xia Li ignored her whispered complaints and said with a stronger tone, "However, this is Earth. It is different from A's continent. Here, there is only one intelligent race, humans, and the entire planet is completely dominated by humans." Xia Li would not argue with Lucia about the right and wrong on A's continent. They're different races and naturally have different positions. No one is a real bad person, so this kind of argument is meaningless. What's more, the concept of Earth is different from that of A's continent. The two places are very different in terms of worldview. Here, everything you see is dominated by people, and anything you can touch has its own owner. Our resources have long been allocated, and the wars that should be fought have almost been fought. There may be a reshuffle in the future, but now is a peaceful stage. Now the land under your feet has complete laws and rules. Your only way to survive is to survive under the protection of the rules, and the prerequisite for this is to follow the rules. Xia Li paused here and saw that Lucia was listening carefully, so he continued, "I'm going to explain the rules to you now, and you must strictly follow them in the future. Anything you want to get, it either belongs to the country or to a private person. Let's not talk about the country's things for now. You can't shake them with your strength, and these things that belong to private people are all earned by the other party with hard work. If you take them away easily, you are breaking the law and committing a crime." Lucia at the table was trying to understand these words. Xia Li saw from her frowning eyebrows that this guy's CPU should be in a state of smoking. "Let me give you an example," Xia Li said, clearing his throat. "For example, you spend a day in the kitchen making a bowl of rice. At this time, you're already hungry, but suddenly someone breaks in and steals your rice. What will you do?" "I will beat him up," Lucia answered immediately. "Yes, that's it," Xia Li said again. "But the rule of this society is there will be special people to teach such thieves a lesson. They will be interrogated and charged, and then put in jail, and finally pay a more serious price than stealing a bowl of rice. Although they will not be directly executed like in the A's continent where you used to live, the punishment here is also quite severe. For example, you have to step on a sewing machine for a lifetime, It means cooking for others for a lifetime, but you can't eat it yourself. In order to make it easier for Lucia to understand, Xia Li changed the statement to make her feel more involved. Lucia felt horrible when she heard it. Cooking for others for a lifetime, but you can't eat a bite? Isn't this going to make her greedy to death? Do you know how serious it is? Xia Li saw the horrified expression on Lucia's face and knew that what he said worked. I know. Lucia nodded vigorously. Lucia likes Earth very much. She likes the food here and the dragon's nest that Xia Li made for her. She has always been willing to live according to the rules of this world, but she doesn't understand the rules here very well. Now that Xia Li told her, she knows what to do. Xia Li, I have another question. You ask. You just said that anything I want has its own belonging. Then Xia Li, what is your belonging? My belonging? This unexpected question made Xia Li confused for a while. He thought about it and didn't figure out the answer to this question. This evil dragon's brain circuit is really strange. I'm not a thing. How can I belong to anything? After saying that, Xia Li's face paused again. Not right. Hey, huh? Lucia looked puzzled. Damn. Xia Li sighed in his heart. I was almost confused by this evil dragon. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon's eyes were particularly pure, Xia Li would have doubted whether he was blown away by her. People cannot be considered things. There are no slaves in our country. Everyone belongs to himself, so there is no belonging. In that case, it is legal to rob people. It is not legal to rob people either. Oh, then don't rob. Xia Li was almost mad at the stupid dragon's strange brain circuit. However, he achieved his goal today. Lucia understood the most basic rules of this world and was willing to accept them. This is an important step for the dragon to enter society. The living room was quiet for a few minutes. Lucia sat in a chair with her hands on her knees. She was still digesting and absorbing the truth Xia Li had just told her. Her solemn little face was particularly serious and looked like a child who was listening to the lecture in class. Xia Li sat opposite her, not in a hurry. He reached out to open the plastic bag he bought from the supermarket and flipped through the snacks inside. Xia Li has nothing to choose from about snacks. For him, these things are just adding flavor to his mouth when he is free and has nothing to do. So for him, buying snacks is basically randomly drawn on the shelves. However, as a native of Shu province, spicy strips are essential. Holding a pack of hot strips in his hand, Xia Li was about to open it, but she turned to think of the evil dragon, afraid of chili. Considering the scene where the dragon was greedy and would make him cry, Xia Li hesitated for a moment. Forget it. Watch the hot crying session later. Lucia has eaten something that has been indifferent for most of her life. Now she has come into contact with spicy strips as soon as she comes to Earth. After a while, she will suffer from stomach problems. Puff! As a dense sound of bubbles rang in the living room, a bottle of brown liquid opened in Xia Li's hands. If you look closely, you can also see strings of unknown small bubbles coming out from the transparent bottle body. Fuck, I shook when I brought it back. The Coke in Xia Li's hand gushed out like a volcanic eruption. He stood up quickly, grabbed the bottle cap with his mouth, pulled a few pieces of toilet paper, and grabbed the bottle. Lucia is still thinking about her future plans. She was puzzled in her mind, since she could not get what she wanted by grabbing. How should she get those things? Now Xia Li only told her what she could not do, but did not tell her what she could do. When Lucia heard the movements of Xia Li, she silently raised her head. Lucia was stunned for a moment as she watched the bottle of strange, sauce-brown magic potion bubbled constantly. This thing looks very dangerous. It should be a very high-level magic potion when placed in A's continent. Hey, watching Xia Li drink half of the bottle in one breath, Lucia's hanging feet rushed back to the ground. Putting his little feet into the fish-mouth slippers, Lucia walked around Xia Li in 2 steps, and her entire little face turned pale. Xia Li, are you okay? Lucia still doesn't understand human feelings. She doesn't know what worries are and what worry is. Now she only knows that Xia Li is her long-term meal ticket. If something goes wrong with Xia Li, Lucia will definitely not be able to survive on her own. She doesn't want to be that traffic dragon. Ahem. Xia Li covered his mouth and nose, coughing constantly, and the brown liquid stuck to his hands. Because I haven't drunk such a thing as carbonated drink for too long, my body can't accept this stimulation, and I'm anxious to drink. Xia Li almost choked herself to death. Lucia was anxious around him. Suddenly, Lucia seemed to have thought of something and squatted down and hugged Xia Li's thighs with both hands. Xia Li felt her body lightening, and Lucia actually lifted him up. How strong is this guy? Xia Li, step down. Our dragon tribe eats the wrong thing by turning our bodies backwards to induce vomiting, Lucia said hurriedly. Xia Li was already tall. After Lucia lifted her up like this, she rubbed her head directly on the restaurant lamp. Wait. The handstand is to raise your head, not your feet. There was a shaking lamp around his head, and the hot bulb rubbed through his hair. Looking at Lucia's little face under him, Xia Li was a little amused and crying. Put me down. This thing is a drink. Drinks. Another fresh word. Lucia thought in her mind that there seemed to be a saying of drink on the continent of Azaro. Humans will squeeze fresh vegetables and fruits into juice for sale, and Lucia has drunk several times when she pretends to be a human and goes to the city to play. But that kind of drink won't have strange bubbles. Is it really okay? Lucia held Xia Li's thighs with both hands and looked at Xia Li with her translucent amber eyes. Seeing that Xia Li seemed to be really not coughing, she put him down. Xia Li's legs fell to the ground, and she was still secretly surprised. Lucia's little arms can be grabbed with one hand, but can such arms actually lift him up? This is a deliberate punch, so you can't beat Xia Li away? Fortunately, this guy just has a problem with his concept and a good personality. Otherwise, if he is as irritable as the red dragon, they would not know how many times they would fight all day long. Carbonated drinks, the favorite of the people on Earth. After a breath of relief, Xia Li picked up the Coke on the table and solemnly introduced the evil dragon who had never seen the world. Why drink this dangerous thing? Lucia was a little wary of the drink in Xia Li's hand. Moreover, it doesn't look very delicious. Try it. Xia Li opened the bottle cap and handed it out. Lucia looked at Xia Li suspiciously and then at the drinks in the bottle. Seeing that Xia Li had drunk so much, Lucia let go of her guard. I leaned closer to my nose and smelled it, and there was a faint sweetness and vanilla smell. Lucia's eyes lit up, and she held the bottle in her hands and took a slight sip. How about it? Xia Li was curious about the reaction of the dragon drinking carbonated drinks for the first time. Lucia smashes her mouth. Xia Li, this drink is attacking me. It was hard for Lucia to describe what the feeling of tongue pricking was like. She felt that her mouth seemed to be attacked by a drink. Xia Li was holding her smile. The dignified, evil dragon was actually attacked by the drink? Then you attack back. He pretended to be serious. Lucia did not hesitate. She learned Xia Li's previous technique and put the red round lid back into the mouth of the bottle. After twisting twice, closing the cap, Lucia hugged the bottle and began to shake up and down. Xia Li looked at her calmly. For the evil dragon, this should be the only attack method she could think of. Shaking the bottle will increase the carbon dioxide release rate inside, and the air pressure here will increase. Xia Li felt that Xia Long must not understand these, so he said it in another way. After you shake like this, the drinks here will react wonderfully. Put your head closer and it will appear in a while. What a magical thing! Lucia, who is just a curious baby, is full of freshness about everything here. As long as Xia Li asked her to try, she would be willing to give it a try. To better witness the wonderful reaction in the beverage bottle, Lucia held the bottle in her arms and opened the bottle cap little by little. Xia Li beside her had already prepared a pack of toilet paper and pinched it in her hand. Sizzle! The gushing Coke poured Lucia's forehead. Lucia froze, and before she could open her eyes, Xia Li's big hand holding the toilet paper reached over and gave her a mother-style face wipe. It was faintly in his ears that Lucia could hear the brave Xia Li making a strange laugh. Ha 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 ha! Xia Li, Lucia said tremblingly. It attacked me again just now. Lucia doesn't like this kind of drink that attacks people. Silently, she put the drink named Coke into her blacklist. Whenever she saw Xia Li open a bottle of Coke, Lucia would hide far away. Not that she was afraid. The evil dragon would not be afraid of this little thing. It's just that it doesn't feel good when it's poured into the nose. And it tastes sweet, and it doesn't seem to be anything special. It even attacks her tongue when she drinks it. The poor evil dragon didn't know that she was tricked by Xia Li. She just thought that there was something wrong with this Coke. Lucia came out of the bathroom after washing her face. A few strands of wet hair stuck to her cheeks, and her fair face was moist and shiny. With those still a little confused eyes, she looked a little pitiful. Xia Li was washing dishes in the kitchen. He saw Lucia standing at the kitchen door and peeking at him, so he called her. "Lucia, come here quickly. I'll teach you how to wash dishes." "Oh." Lucia walked in small steps. She just saw Xia Li put all the Coke in the refrigerator in the kitchen, so when she passed by the refrigerator, she deliberately hid a little. "This is detergent. This is a dishwashing towel. Use them together like this." Xia Li turned on the hot water and explained to Lucia while doing it. He now made Lucia understand that to get what she wanted, she needed to earn money with her own hands, and then use the money to make transactions. But Xia Li could only tell her this concept, and Xia Li had not yet figured out how to make money. To say that Lucia's advantages over ordinary people, in addition to eating more, that is, she is stronger than others? Maybe being a food blogger and moving bricks at a construction site is not bad, but now live broadcasting requires real name authentication. Lucia doesn't even have an ID card, let alone live broadcasting. Even if she moves bricks at a construction site, no one will hire her. Moreover, even if someone is willing to hire her as an illegal worker, Xia Li is not very willing to let her do it. Lucia still lacks common sense now. Going out can make her face shocked for a long time, so it is better to wait until she can fully integrate into this society before going out to work. For now, let her start with the most basic housework. Dishwashing liquid can make foam, just like the hand soap you used just now. Xia Li rubbed the dishcloth in his hand, and then showed the dense foam inside to Lucia. Lucia stood on tiptoe to see, and Xia Li continued, "This foam can remove the oil stains in the bowl. After the dirt in the bowl disappears, you can rinse off the foam. Like this, one bowl is washed." While speaking, Xia Li had already washed the pot together. He left a stainless steel basin for Lucia to wash. In order to let this dwarf dragon reach the sink, Xia Li deliberately stepped aside half a step to make room for Lucia. "You try it. Isn't this the basin I just ate in?" Lucia saw this basin as if she saw an old friend. "Although I only used it once, I will have to rely on this guy for food in the future. If I lick it clean enough, can I not wash it?" Lucia looked at the pool of bubbles and couldn't do it. "What are you thinking?" Xia Li said helplessly, and tapped her head lightly. "You have to wash it after licking it clean, and you're not allowed to lick the bowl." "Oh, okay." Lucia's tone was more helpless than Xia Li's. This hero is really fierce. She is not even fierce enough as a dragon. Try to put your hand into the pool full of bubbles and stir it. There's warm water under the bubbles. It is quite comfortable to put your hand in. If it were the Azer continent, Lucia would definitely not put her hand in such a bubbling pool. She has seen her kind being cut into pieces by wizards and stewed in that kind of big vat. At that time, such suspicious bubbles would emerge from that kind of vat. So Lucia has a shadow on things like bubbles. But today, she came into contact with bubbles that can be drunk and used for bathing. Xia Li said it was safe, so she was not afraid. Lucia didn't know why Xia Li's light words could make her let go of her instinctive vigilance. She seemed to believe what a human said without reservation. This feeling made her, as a pure-blooded dragon, difficult to understand. At this time, Lucia didn't know what trust and dependence meant. But she didn't reject this feeling. "Xia Li, I'm done." After repeatedly scrubbing the bubbles in the stainless steel basin until its surface became shiny, Lucia shook off the water droplets on it and held it up to show Xia Li. "Well, not bad. From now on, you will wash the stainless steel ones, and I will wash the ceramic ones." "Okay." Lucia nodded without hesitation. Seeing that she was straightforward, Xia Li bent down to open the cupboard, put away the porcelain bowls that had just been washed, and took out stainless steel bowls and plates from the cupboard, and even replaced the chopsticks with stainless steel ones. "In the future, Our family will use stainless steel tableware. Xia Li said. The old house, where Xia Li lives now, is the hometown where he went to elementary school. Later, the university happened to be nearby, so he applied for a day school. There are bowls and utensils that were discarded more than 10 years ago. Because the material quality is good, they can still be used. Lucia, do you have to replace it with this metal? Lucia had a bitter face. Xia Li nodded. The porcelain ones broke when they fell, so they should be replaced with stainless steel ones. Since Xia Li took it for granted, Lucia didn't find anything wrong. Unfortunately, she didn't know what human hearts are sinister at this time. Otherwise, she would learn another new word on the earth. Lucia, how do you feel about living with me these 2 days? After wiping the water from his hands, Xia Li's tone suddenly became a little serious. Lucia stared at the bubbles that disappeared little by little in the sink and nodded slightly. She had never thought about the possibility of living on Earth alone. Yesterday, if she hadn't happened to meet Xia Li while snatching the small bread and was picked up by Xia Li, she would probably have been imprisoned by humans now. She will cook for others in the iron window, where she cannot see the sunshine, but she will not be able to eat it in one bite. On such days, Lucia felt terrible just by thinking about it. I think it's pretty good here, Lucia said with her little head raised. In fact, she was very grateful to Xia Li. I was grateful to him for making a dragon nest for himself, feeding his delicious fried cakes, and taking him to a human market for a walk. Lucia didn't know how humans should express gratitude, but she knew that if she could transform into a dragon at this time, she would be willing to pick a few dragon scales and give them to Xia Li. This is the most commonly used method for the dragon clan to express gratitude. But here is on Earth, so I don't have dragon scales. Lucia lowered her head and saw her fish-mouth slippers, and her toes moved uneasily inside the slippers. Thinking about it, she seemed to have nothing and couldn't even bring out the most basic thing to express gratitude. Isn't I just a boar now? And it's the kind that's particularly edible. Xia Li asked such a question. Could it be that she wanted to drive herself away? The relaxed expression on Lucia's face became heavier and heavier. She thought that she had nothing now, and that Xia Li, who took her in, could not get any benefits from her. Things that have no value will be thrown away like garbage. The deeper I think, the more uneasy I feel. In addition to Xia Li's sentence just now, how is it like living with me these 2 days? It was like saying goodbye. Lucia felt a little sad, but it's not sure why it's sad. She had such emotions in her life twice. Once, I sat on the top of the mountain and watched the 2 mixed-scale dragons fight. The aftermath of the battle completely carbonized half of her meat. Once I walked around and flew back to the nest and found that the gold coins in the nest were stolen. Oh, there was another time when the cave he had just built was copied by the brave Xia Li. But she spent a lot of effort to grab the gold coins and gems from the next kingdom. Before she could enjoy the time, she was beaten away by Xia Li. Lucia was sad for a while and swore that she would beat Xia Li next time she saw him. As a result, when she saw Xia Li the next day, she took a detour. Not that it can't be beaten. The main reason is that I was in a bad state that day. Xia Li, are you going to drive me away? Lucia felt the emotion called sadness that came out of her chest. The evil dragon will not hide its emotions, so such feelings are very intuitively reflected on her face. The slender willow eyebrows frowned slightly, and the watery eyes looked at Xia Li in disappointment. The soft cherry lips pursed into a curved line, and Lucia took a small breath. If Lucia had beast ears like those submen in Azaro, the beast ears would have been completely drooping. Xia Li's eyes paused. Why do you feel like this evil dragon is about to lose the little pearl? He just wanted to start reasoning for Lucia, not to drive her away. Well, that's it. I just told you that everything in this world has price tags, and if you want to get them, you need to earn them with your own hands. Money is the most important thing to survive in this world, and its acquisition mainly depends on labor income. With your current ability, it is not enough to allow you to participate in the labor outside. So, I've thought of a solution for you. Xia Li said seriously. Lucia's expression on her face was even more serious than him. What's the solution? Doing housework. Housework. Yes, it's just the way I was washing dishes. Just wash the dishes? Of course not. In addition to washing dishes, there are also mopping the floor, washing clothes, and drying clothes. I will teach you these things slowly in the future. Your daily task in the future is to solve these trivial matters. Okay, it doesn't sound very difficult. Lucia's expression finally eased a little. It turned out that Xia Li was not going to drive him away. If you can find something to do, or in other words, you can show your value, Lucia will not have that much sense of crisis. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Lucia knew that many of the things the Dragon Clan did were due to interest, and often she did it if she felt it was interesting. But humans are different. Humans are much greedy than the Dragon Clan, and everything they do is purposeful. Lucia has been wondering what the purpose of Xia Li bringing herself home. It was neither for her flesh and blood, nor for her to give birth to a little dragon. This seemingly desireless state is what makes Lucia most worried. After all, Xia Li is a dragon slayer. It is not too much for the dragon slayer to do anything to the dragon, right? Now, Lucia at least knew Xia Li's purpose and her own role. Call, a little relieved. It was just cleaning. Her nest was placed in the group of lazy pure blood dragons, but it was the cleanest one. Just, can buy anything? Speaking of this, Lucia is no longer sleepy. If she was a little confused before and had no hope for dragon life, now, Lucia has welcomed her first hope. This silver dragon, who has no desires except greed, finally has her own desires. She wants to make a lot of small money. Lucia counted on her fingers. The price of a piece of fried baba is 3 yuan, but she gets 1 yuan for washing a bowl. So, washing 3 bowls can eat 1 fried baba. You can eat nearly 2 by mopping the floor once. This is too cost-effective. You just washed a bowl, and I will put it on the account book for you now. Xia Li has come to the living room, took out a notebook from under the coffee table, and said while writing, I don't have that much change on me, and it's troublesome to lose the money for you. From now on, I will put your wages in a notebook. When you need to buy something, I will buy it for you. Oh, okay. Lucia agreed. Xia Li, I want to mop the floor now. Can I mop the floor 10 times a day? You? Xia Li was choked by Lucia's words. Mopping the floor 10 times. I'm afraid he would have to polish his floor. Mop the floor every 2 days, or mop it when the floor is dirty. You can judge for yourself after you get used to housework. Xia Li took out the homework book issued when he was in college, wrote Lucia's name on it, and then began to list the table, dividing it by date, type of housework, and amount. Lucia was in a good mood, squatting on the coffee table and looking up. She held her cheeks with her 2 small hands and stared at Xia Li writing her name. Lucia didn't know many words, and her own name was one of them. When Xia Li wrote his name, his pen strokes were very steady, and his handwriting was pretty beautiful, and it was obvious that he had practiced it. Lucia said she liked it very much. By the way, Xia Li, you ask. Xia Li had almost gotten used to the evil dragon asking questions like a curious baby. There was a feeling of nurturing. Watching the evil dragon get familiar with the earth little by little, and then accept everything here little by little. For Xia Li, it was a fulfilling thing. Xia Li, if you go out of work, how much does it cost a day? Me? I haven't found a job yet. Xia Li didn't understand the purpose of the evil dragon asking this question, but he was a college graduate after all, and he didn't want to brag in front of Lucia for a little dignity. So he conservatively estimated, based on the current salary of my classmates, probably about 200 yuan a day. 200 yuan a day? Lucia opened her amber eyes and admired. Then you are amazing. If converted to washing dishes, Lucia would have to wash 200 dishes. Xia Li was silent after being praised by Lucia. A daily wage of 200 yuan? In fact, it is still difficult for ordinary workers to live. In big cities, after deducting food, housing, transportation, and daily expenses, the remaining money can't even allow him to have a hobby. Not to mention, Xia Li works alone and eats for 2 people. Well, that is to say, if I wash 200 bowls, I can buy Xia Li for a day. Lucia calculated for a while, and suddenly said something that made Xia Li confused. Why do you buy me? Xia Li said in astonishment. I don't know. Lucia shook her head. In fact, she didn't think about why she wanted to buy Xia Li for a day. It was just that when Xia Li said that she could buy anything she wanted with money, she subconsciously thought so. If she could really buy Xia Li for a day, it seems that it would be nice to make him her slave. He. However, Xia Li had said it before. He is not a thing. So Lucia shouldn't be able to buy him. Xia Li tilted his head and looked at Lucia's smirk of he, and couldn't help laughing. I don't know what kind of fantasy this silly dragon is immersed in. Forget it. Let her have some thoughts. Xia Li has already planned out what she needs to do and the reward she can get from doing these things. The rest depends on this guy's own efforts. Looking at the already filled form, Xia Li suddenly wanted to laugh. Unexpectedly, even if the evil dragon came to the earth, it still couldn't escape the fate of working. Can you write? Xia Li put down the pen. In order to make the evil dragon feel a little involved, he wanted Lucia to sign her name in the notebook. Lucia nodded. How many can I write? There are not many memories passed down by the silver dragon bloodline, most of which are memories of survival. But Lucia's ancestors should be the kind with a strong desire for knowledge. She rarely obtains knowledge about words. Not only does she know a few, but she can also write a few. Xia Li didn't expect that the dragon could write, so he handed the pen to Lucia. Come, write your name. Lucia approached nervously. She had never written a few words in her life. She had used her dragon claws to draw a few strokes on the rocks in the cave before, but later, in order to cover up her peculiarity in literacy, Lucia melted the rocks. Holding the pen, Lucia wrote the words crookedly. Xia Li leaned over to look, and the more he looked, the more he felt strange. Why are you writing my name? Lucia's random strokes were forming a Xia character. Xia Li thought he had seen it wrong, until she had already started writing the second Li character. I used to write your name often. Lucia would never say that every time she was beaten up by Xia Li, she would be so angry that she would go back to the cave and write Xia Li's name viciously and then tear his name into pieces. She, a pure-blooded silver dragon, never holds a grudge. Well, not overnight grudges. After all, the grudges of a day were vented on the same day. You don't often write my name and curse me, do you? Xia Li said angrily. Lucia looked away guiltily. Xia Li didn't bother with her, closed the small notebook, and stuffed it into the drawer. There was no need to worry about this guy cheating and tampering with the text on it. Regardless of whether Shalong has such a scheme, Xia Li can recognize Lucia's doggy-paddling handwriting at a glance. Buzz! Just then, the mobile phone that Xia Li had left on the sofa rang. Lucia's reaction was faster than Xia Li's. She quickly turned over the sofa and stared at the vibrating small box. Xia Li had not yet introduced the specific use of this thing to her, but just said that it was a bit similar to the space ring on the A's continent. Lucia saw that Xia Li would take it with him no matter what he did, so she thought it should be a treasure. Dad, Lucia barely recognized the words on it. Her soft and light shout made Xia Li's heart skip a beat. Something was wrong. Why did Lao Xia call him? Didn't I tell him not to come this morning? Xia Li took the phone and pressed the answer button nervously. The gentle and powerful voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the phone. Hello, why don't you reply? I'm downstairs now. Xia Li's heart died again. He immediately turned over and got off the sofa, holding Lucia's arm, and walked towards the small dark room. Lucia looked confused. Xia Li held her and walked a few steps before turning back. No, there was no furniture in the small dark room, and you could see the end at a glance, so there was no way to hide anyone. Xia Li focused his eyes on the washing machine on the balcony. His washing machine was an old model with a large capacity, so it was no problem for Lucia to squat in it. But looking at this machine that had not been started for some time, Xia Li was reluctant to put Lucia in. Come here. He hurriedly pulled Lucia's wrist to move. If he just had an ordinary girlfriend, Xia Li would not have to hide it like this. After all, he has graduated from college now, and in 2 years he will be at the age where his parents will urge him to get married. He can have a relationship openly, and there is no need to hide. But the situation this time is different. In the eyes of the old couple, Xia Li was a missing person who had disappeared for a week. Now that he suddenly brought a girl back home, he couldn't tell them that he had been online dating for a week. Ms. Fong and old Xia both have more traditional thinking. Online dating is not reliable for them. Moreover, how could someone bring someone home to live together after meeting for a week? Lucia's immature appearance would even make the old couple mistakenly think that Xia Li brought a high school student home. In short, the top priority now is to hide Lucia first. If there's a chance in the future, maybe I will introduce Lucia to the old couple, but it is definitely not possible now. You go lie on my bed. Hey me. Lucia was grabbed by Xia Li and went to the master bedroom, and then Xia Li stuffed her into the quilt. Fortunately, the person who came this time was old Xia instead of Ms. Fong. Old Xiao's mind is not as meticulous as Ms. Fong, and his observation ability is also worse. It is not difficult for Xia Li to hide someone under his nose. As for why he hid in Xia Li's bed, first of all, the living room is where old Xia will definitely go, and the bathroom and kitchen are in full view in the living room. Therefore, Xia Li's room is the safest place. The bed is too dirty and the closet is too messy, so Xia Li didn't even think about it and threw Lucia on his bed. Lucia is small, and as long as she curls up, she looks like a quilt, and old Xia won't suspect her at all. Don't make a sound for a while. Xia Li reminded Lucia in her ear and hurried to clean up the living room. Lucia was covered in the quilt, revealing a pair of watery eyes. She felt her heart pounding, and even her face was getting hot. Good. Xia Li's smell is so strong. This quilt is the kind that Xia Li often sleeps in. Lucia didn't mean to smell it. As a dragon, her senses in all aspects are indeed stronger than humans, and Xia Li has fought with her for so many years, so this smell has long been engraved in her mind. Lucia, in the quilt, secretly inhaled through her mouth. She saw Xia Li hurried out and brought something in again. That thing turned out to be her dragon's nest. Lucia hesitated to speak, because Xia Li had told her not to speak in advance. She swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She watched Xia Li dismantle her dragon's nest and fold it up. The brave Xia Li had copied her dragon's nest 3 times in total, and this was the 4th time. Lucia was so angry that she bit Xia Li's quilt, wanted to vent her anger in this way. She remembered that the place where she was lying now was Xia Li's nest, and she also wanted to copy Xia Li's hometown. So Lucia took 2 more bites of the quilt. Bang, bang, bang. 3 short knocks came from the iron door. Xia Li half closed his door and walked quickly to the door. After confirming that there was nothing missing in the living room, he took a deep breath. Fortunately, Lucia only lived in his house for 1 day, and there were not many traces of her life left. Xia Li only needed to clean up a little, and old Xia would not be able to see anything. Dad, when Xia Li opened the door, it was not old Xia's familiar face that greeted him. Instead, there were bags of things in Xia Li's face. There were winter cotton clothes, sweet potatoes, and corn, and homemade kimchi. Why did you open the door so long? Xia Li's palms sank. These were all local specialties brought from home, and no doubt Ms. Fong specifically asked old Xia to bring them. Xia Li felt a little touched in his heart. 3 years. I haven't seen my parents for 3 years. Where's Mom? Xia Li sorted out his emotions and glanced behind Xia Yuanjun. Your mom went to the store today and asked me to come over. Xia Yuanjun rubbed his arm and walked into the house. Although it was only an hour's drive, middle-aged men are like this. If they sit for a while, their arms and legs will ache. Xia Li put away her things, took Xia Yuanjun's thermos cup, and added some hot water to him. The house Xia Li lives in now was bought by Xia Yuanjun when he just got married. Every time he came to deliver goods to Xia Li, it was like going back to his hometown. Xia Yuanjun sat on the sofa and rested for a while. Seeing Xia Li put the thermos cup in front of him, he nodded. Why can't I contact you for a week? I went traveling. You travel without your phone? Well, I was a little confused at the time and wanted to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the world. That won't work either. Your mother is worried about you. Xia Yuanjun always speaks very clearly and neatly, never beating around the bush, and always gets to the point directly. In fact, Xia Li is really confused at this age. He has just graduated from college and has not completed his life plan. In addition, he is unwilling to take the civil service exam and is unwilling to work in an office. It is difficult for him to find a stable job in society with such a rebellious nature. However, Xia Jun is not worried about this. Xia Li is unwilling to live a fixed life from 9 to 5, which just proves that he does not want to be content with the status quo and is still holding his breath in his bones. Xia Jun is of course willing to believe that his son will become a great man sooner or later. I know, I will definitely keep in touch next time. Xia Li reflected. While speaking, he slightly side-glanced and looked at his elderly father. Xia Jun got married relatively late, and now he is almost 50 years old, with a lot of white hair hidden in his hair. Xia Li recalled that when he was a child, he plucked out the white hair for old Xia. At that time, old Xia was willing to offer a price of 1 cent per hair, and Xia Li plucked it all day with great energy. At that time, old Xia didn't have many white hairs. Xia Li searched for a long time like a treasure hunt, but couldn't earn $1. He casually said, "Dad, why don't your white hair grow more?" and was beaten up by old Xia. Now, if Xia Li could pluck out his white hair again, he would probably make a lot of money in a short time. Time really doesn't spare anyone. Xia Li's nose was sour, and he recalled the desperate days when he survived in the other world, and his heart was touched. Huh? How come he has grown a lot taller? Xia Jun looked at Xia Li, and then his eyes stopped on him. Not only did his son grow taller, but his body was even stronger than before. In the past, he always said that Xia Li was too thin, and that it was better for men to have some muscle so that they would have a better chance of finding a partner in the future. It had only been half a month since we last met, but Xia Li's muscular body looked like he had worked out in the gym for a few years. Well, 1.8 meters, I've made it. Xia Li touched the tip of his nose. His goal when he was a child was to grow to 1.8 meters, but he ended up at 1.78 meters in college, and he was frustrated about it. Now that he had been to another world, he didn't expect his body to grow a few centimeters again. This was one of the few good things he had experienced during that trip to another world. Click! Old Xia raised his phone and took a photo of Xia Li, shouting as he took the photo. "I'm going to take this photo back and show it to your mother. She'll definitely be happy when she knows." Xia Jun only sat in Xia Li's house for 10 minutes before he was ready to leave. This time he came so far to see Xia Li, mainly to complete the task assigned by Feng Xia. Now that the task is completed, he has to hurry back. Before leaving, Xia Jun went to the bathroom. Xia Li nervously waited for him at the door. When Xia Jun came out, Xia Li also deliberately observed the expression on his face. After seeing that there was nothing unusual, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Dad, I'll take you." During the time when Xia Li was in college, old Xia brought a lot of resources to feed Xia Li, and the father and son were already familiar with this mode of getting along. Seeing that old Xia was about to leave, Xia Li did not keep him, and even helped him open the door. "Do you still have living expenses?" "Yes, there are. If you don't have it, tell me. You are at the age when you need to spend money. It's enough, and I'm planning to find a job, so don't worry about these things." Before leaving, Xia Li secretly glanced in the direction of his bedroom. He went downstairs to send old Xia off. It would take at most 10 minutes. Lucia was home alone. There shouldn't be any problem. You stopped asking for money from your family after you went to college. Now you're entering the society and need money even more. But you're still unwilling to take money from your family. Your mother always told me that she was afraid you would be hungry. Old Xia walked downstairs briskly, still mumbling in his mouth. Xia Li smiled. "Didn't I say that I have a way to do part-time work? Now the internet is so developed, there are so many ways to make money. Besides, isn't this good? Sister Zhao next door uses me as an example in front of her son every day. Now I'm also half a child of other people." Xia Li spoke in a brisk tone, and old Xia turned around and glanced at him. His son has this character, independent and strong, but kind-hearted. Xia Jun was always afraid that Xia Li would suffer a lot after entering the society. "Okay, don't send me off." The car is parked at the door. As they talked, they had come downstairs. Xia Jun pressed the remote control in his trouser pocket skillfully, and the little white car parked not far away beeped twice. "Do you need the car? How about I give it to you to practice? I'll take a taxi back." Old Xia is always like this. There is little concern from his mouth. He is basically delivering messages on behalf of Feng Xia, but every word he says is what Xia Li needs. It can be seen that he is considering Xia Li from Xia Li's perspective. Faced with this question, Xia Li hesitated. For someone who has never touched a car since getting a driver's license, it is a bit stressful to suddenly have a car thrown to him. However, considering that Lucia does not have an ID card, the only way for her to go far in the future should be to drive herself. So Xia Li did not say it too absolutely this time. Maybe it will be useful later, and I will drive it then. Don't take a taxi today. There may not be a taxi willing to go so far. Xia Li opened the car door and sent old Xia to the car. Old Xia nodded and said nothing more. The car started, and he added before leaving, "Come home for dinner when you have time. Your mother misses you." "Okay, I'll be back after I'm done with my work these days." Xia Li nodded and watched the car start. Xia Li retracted his gaze only after the little white car turned a corner and completely disappeared at the gate of the community. When he traveled back to Earth yesterday, he didn't feel anything real. He always felt erratic and incredible, and even suspected that he was under some illusion magic. But today, after seeing Lao Xia, Xia Li felt a sense of steadiness, as if that adventure in another world was just a dream. This sense of relief and peace of mind deeply touched Xia Li. When he returned home, Lucia had already crawled out of Xia Li's bed. She hid at the door of Xia Li's room, and she was relieved when she saw that the person who came back was Xia Li. That just now was also a great human. Lucia walked out of the door and asked in a low voice. When she saw Xia Li communicating with other humans before, Xia Li just spoke more modestly. But when Xia Li faced the middle-aged man just now, he was not just modest. He was almost obedient. Xia Li's attitude was as obedient as a human soldier talking to a sergeant. Xia Li remembered that the family relationship between dragons was very weak, and she probably wouldn't understand if he explained so much. So he said it in a way that Lucia could understand. "Well, he raised me up, and he is indeed a great human being." "Oh," Lucia nodded vigorously, as if she really understood. "Then I will be more polite to him in the future." Xia Yuanjun drove for more than an hour before returning home. "I was lucky today, and there was no traffic jam when I came back." Feng Xia just came back from the shop and was picking vegetables in the kitchen. She would start cooking in a while. Xia Yuanjun put down the thermos cup and hurriedly showed Feng Xia his mobile phone. "Xiao Xia, look at your son. He has grown taller after not seeing him for half a month." Xia Yuanjun said excitedly. Xia Li can still grow taller." Feng Xia, who was squatting on the ground picking vegetables, wiped her hands and immediately became interested when she heard Xia Yuanjun say this. How come his body is still strong? Xia Li in the photo was still sitting on the sofa with his usual appearance. Facing Xia Yuanjun's mobile phone camera, he looked away uncomfortably. Feng Xia is very familiar with her son. She can detect every slight change in Xia Li's body. Not only is he taller, he is stronger. Even his temperament is like a different person. If it weren't for the fact that this handsome face has not changed much, Feng Xia would have suspected that Xia Yuanjun had recognized the wrong son. Really? It's been a short time since we last met, and he has changed so much. Xia Yuanjun sighed. They still have their son's graduation photo in June. Compared with the tall and thin Xia Li in the graduation photo at that time, Xia Li now looks very healthy. He is simply the ideal son in the hearts of all mothers. Wait. Feng Xia's observation ability is not as careless as Xia Yuanjun's. She moved her eyes away from Xia Li and scanned every corner of the photo. Then she found something wrong. Why is there a plastic bag on the sofa in the living room? Plastic bag? Xia Yuanjun took off his glasses and held his phone far away before he saw the plastic bag Feng Xia was talking about. What's wrong with the plastic bag? I've seen the brand on this plastic bag in the mall. Feng Xia said in a very affirmative tone. This is a store that sells girls' underwear. Does our son have this habit? You would rather suspect that your son has a problem than suspect that your son is dating? Feng Xia questioned Xia Yuanjun with an unbelievable expression. Ahem, Xia Yuanjun coughed lightly. It shouldn't be. How could there be little girls' things in his house? Maybe he's in love. Fong Xia looked at the photo again. Her sharp eyes narrowed slightly, with a look of Sherlock Holmes. Xia Yuan Jun. Xia Li is in his 20s. It's normal to have a boyfriend, right? Xia Yuan Jun didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It's normal, Fong Xia said, but it's not normal to hide it from us. Xia Yuan Jun thought about it carefully, and it made sense. Their family is so open-minded. No matter what decision Xia Li makes, the old couple will choose to support him. How can you hide your love from your parents when you are already adults? Recalling the week when Xia Li suddenly disappeared, even Xia Yuan Jun felt that there was something strange about this matter. I remember. Suddenly, Xia Yuan Jun suddenly understood. I went to the bathroom today and saw 2 toothbrushes hanging on Xia Li's wash basin. One is a blue adult toothbrush, and the other is a white cat-headed children's toothbrush. After sending old Xia away, Xia Li began to teach Lucia the basic operation methods of washing machines, air conditioners, and televisions. A washing machine is a combination of wind magic and water magic. An air conditioner is ice magic and fire magic, and a television is a crystal ball that records. If Lucia is told only a noun, it will be difficult for her to remember. So Xia Li changed the description to a way that Lucia's mind can easily understand. As soon as he finished introducing the operation of the rice cooker, the phone in Xia Li's pocket began to vibrate. You cook the rice. Xia Li decided to let Lucia practice it. He took his phone to the living room. A WeChat message appeared on the phone, and the content of the message was sent by Fong Xia. Miss Fong, son, are you okay? Looking at this line of text, Xia Li was a little confused. What could be wrong with him? Could it be that his mother could see his situation from a distance? Xia Liming, I'm fine. Miss Fong, you must be in love. Fong Xiao's reply popped up quickly. She didn't care what Xia Li said. Fong Xiao's usual style is to reply randomly after reading the message. Miss Fong, your dad just told me. Fong Xia sent another message. Xia Liming, impossible. Xia Li's impossible has 2 main meanings. One is that she can't be in a relationship. The other is that old Xia can't tell Fong Xia that he is in a relationship. When old Xia left, Xia Li even looked at his expression. Old Xia is the type of person who will show his worries on his face. His slightest micro-expressions can be easily seen. But today's old Xia is obviously very normal. Ms. Fong, it's normal for you to be in a relationship at your age. Ms. Fong, when will you bring it back for Mom to see? Xia Liming, Mom, I'm really not in a relationship. Ms. Fong, I saw the things you bought for others. You guys are not living together, are you? Did you go traveling that week? Fong Xiao's 3 questions in a row made Xia Li feel overwhelmed. How did he get caught? He had done it so perfectly. Xia Li's eyes wandered around the living room, and soon he saw the bag of Lucia's underwear that he had bought at the mall this morning. His eyes paused, and Xia Li suddenly remembered that when old Xia came to his house, he took a photo of him. At that time, the angle of the photo was just enough to take the plastic bag in. With Fong Xia's sharp eyes like an eagle, Xia Li slapped his forehead. It seems that he was discovered. In fact, even if Xia Li confessed that he was in love, the old couple would not have any objections. They just wanted to get excited. After all, Xia Li had never brought a girl home. According to the temperament of Mother Fong Xia, she is probably discussing the names of her grandchildren with old Xia on the other end of the phone. Xia Liming, Mom, this matter is a long story. Xia Liming, I'll tell you when I have a chance. Ms. Fong, Mom doesn't have much to say, just remind you a little. Ms. Fong, minors are not allowed. Xia Li, how come she's a minor? I don't know what nonsense Lao Xia said to Xiao Xia after he went back. Xia Li hesitated for a while and didn't think about it anymore. Put the phone in her pocket and went back to the kitchen. Lucia's rice was already cooked, and Xia Li asked her where she put the water level. Here. Lucia raised her little finger and gestured to Xia Li with a section of her finger. How can this gesture be so insulting? That should be appropriate. Xia Li said calmly. This is the cooking technique Xia Li taught her just now. Control the water level in the rice cooker at the position of a section of the finger, so that the cooked rice will be moderately soft and hard. I'll teach you how to cook now. You can watch from the side and learn as much as you can, Xia Li said. If you can cook in the future, I will charge you according to the difficulty of each dish. When you can make a sumptuous dinner, you can earn dozens of yuan for one meal. Dozens? Lucia's eyes lit up. Since Xia Li said so, she must learn seriously. However, when she saw Xia Li reaching out to take out the fish from the kitchen sink, Lucia was still a little scared. Xia Li remembered that he bought a carp in the supermarket in the morning. He also bought tofu and cabbage, intending to make a bowl of carp tofu soup. In the 3 years in the other world, Xia Li did cook a few times, but due to the harsh conditions, the cooking methods were either stewed or roasted. Stewed fish is one of the main dishes on the A's continent, so Xia Li can cook it easily. As soon as he took the carp out of the sink, Xia Li felt something was wrong. He clearly remembered that the carp he bought was healthy and intact, and was still jumping around when he got home. How come it became wilted after just a few hours? He had been running the faucet to drip water to give the carp oxygen. Xia Li turned the carp over in confusion. When he turned it over, his eyes froze. On the left side of the carp, just above the fin, there was an obvious wound. The pink-white meat and scales were peeled off, hanging on the carp's body like a broken lotus root. And look at the wound. It looks like it was bitten by teeth. Xia Li looked at Lucia with suspicion. Lucia was facing away from him, staring at the rice cooker in the corner very seriously. Gurgle. The rice cooker was bubbling. Lucia. Lucia didn't look back. When Xia Li called her name, her shoulders shook obviously. Why is there a piece of meat missing from this fish? Xia Li shook the dying carp in his hand. Lucia said without looking back, Maybe it was gnawed by mice. There are no mice in my house. Xia Li put the carp on the chopping board and gave it a good beating. Cutting off the piece of meat that was still attached to it, Xia Li began to remove the scales and gills of the fish. Lucia didn't dare to look back, but just silently left a back view for Xia Li. After a while of silence, Xia Li suddenly asked another question. How is it? Is the raw fish on Earth delicious? Not delicious, Lucia answered subconsciously. Too fishy, and there are scales. As she was talking, Lucia realized something was wrong. So she shut up and didn't continue. Well, what a despicable hero. He actually tried to trick her. How could you bully a dragon like this? Did you eat fish raw one bite at a time before? Yes, Lucia said a little aggrieved. Then you probably can't eat raw food on Earth, because human taste buds can't accept that fishy smell. Xia Li raised his knife and quickly emptied the belly of the silver-gray carp, cutting its body into countless flower knives. Xia Li's swordsmanship. He was very skillful when cutting fish, and he was probably also very skillful when cutting dragons. Somehow, when Lucia looked at the knife edge, she felt that her disappeared silver dragon tail was aching slightly. Phantom limb pain. If I were caught by Xia Li in the A's continent, I would probably be slaughtered like this fish. Xia Li, I won't eat raw fish anymore. Can you be gentler with your knife? It hurts me. When Xia Li was a child, he fantasized about raising a big wolf dog in the future. In the past, when he came home from school, he would always meet the big dog raised by the neighbor next door. He felt majestic and domineering, and he could also help solve the leftovers at home. Little Xia Li saw the little brother next door, secretly stuffing the vegetables he didn't like into the mouth of the big dog more than once, and then looked down at the vegetables in his bowl that he could never finish. Little Xia Li was always envious. Now, the idea of raising a dog is long gone. Instead, there's a big dragon that can lick the bowl at home. Xia Li couldn't help but sigh that Lucia could indeed provide him with excellent emotional value. For a chef with poor skills, the diners can eat up the food completely, which is the highest level of recognition of his cooking skills. Seeing Lucia's eyes narrowed with happiness while eating, Xia Li was also satisfied. I'm done. After drinking the last mouthful of fish soup, Lucia put down the empty bowl in her hand. This is the first full meal she has eaten since she traveled to Earth. The invention called electric rice cooker is really great. The hard and unpalatable rice will immediately become soft and fragrant after being thrown into the electric rice cooker. It is even more magical than the magic on the A's continent. Xia Li, the electric rice cooker, must be the greatest invention of mankind. Lucia sighed sincerely. Xia Li did not discourage her enthusiasm and nodded and said, He supported his body and put all the empty bowls on the table together. Seeing this, Lucia hurriedly stepped back on the ground with her two dangling legs and took the tableware from Xia Li's hand. "I'll do it," Lucia said excitedly. She held the dirty plate in her arms tightly, with an expression on her face that said, "Don't steal my business." Xia Li had no choice but to let go. Lucia turned and went to the kitchen, mumbling and counting as she walked. 5. I'll use more bowls next time. Looking at the thin figure of the dragon busy in the kitchen, Xia Li thought for a moment. In the end, he didn't choose to go in and take away Lucia's business. Since Lucia is to survive in modern society, she must have the most basic ability to take care of herself. Xia Li still understands the principle of giving a man a fish and teaching a man how to fish. It's not a good thing to spoil a dragon. With the dragon's thinking, it's hard for Lucia to understand the meaning of repaying kindness. Xia Li remembered a joke he had seen on the internet before. When humans feed dogs, the dog's inner activity is "he gives me food, he must be God." And the cat's inner activity is "he gives me food, I must be God." Obviously, the dragon belongs to the cat species. They are arrogant and don't know how to be grateful. The more they are cared for, the more they will become arrogant. Xia Li is not sure if Lucia also thinks in this way. But now, this guy is willing to exchange his labor, so Xia Li will definitely support it. Be careful when washing dishes. Don't turn the hot water temperature too high, otherwise you'll get burned. Xia Li shouted to the busy figure in the kitchen, and Lucia's response followed. "Oh, I know." Without paying attention to the dragon washing dishes, Xia Li returned to his room. Opening the long-sealed computer, looking at the prompt window on the computer, Xia Li thought for a long time. Just when he was eating, he had already used his mobile phone to look at the recruitment information of several recruitment websites. Apart from those suspicious information that are obviously cheating people, cheating money, and cheating kidneys, there are really not many treatments and salaries that Xia Li could take a fancy to. It's not that he is too ambitious. Mainly, those jobs that clearly state that the internship salary is 1,500. Who is willing to do it? The place is so remote, and commuting alone takes half a life. It is said that it will be converted to a regular position in about 4 months. Who knows how wide the scope of this about can be? It seems that I understand those good brothers who became office workers after graduation. In the past, when they asked Xia Li to go out for drinks and complained, Xia Li comforted them. "It's okay, just bear it and it will pass." Now Xia Li found that it might not be a matter of just bearing it. Turning the chair under his butt, Xia Li thought for a long time and finally opened Jihu. Since Xia Li himself is a Chinese language major, he tried to write some short stories on Jihu when he was free during his sophomore year. At that time, it happened that a senior I knew was using this method to do part-time work, so Xia Li asked for advice. Originally, he had an attitude of giving it a try, but it happened to catch up with the rising period of traffic on Jihu website. Xia Li's debut work was divided into hundreds of yuan on the website. Later, he tried several more books, and the income was not high or low. He could get about 50 or 60 yuan for about 1,000 words, which was just enough for his college living expenses in a month. Xia Li used this method to earn living expenses during his college years. Fang Xia never understood what her son was doing online. She only knew that Xia Li didn't ask for money from home, which always made her worry whether Xia Li would be hungry. So she asked Lao Xia to bring some food to feed Xia Li every now and then. Now, Xia Li plans to pick up this old business again. Although the money earned is not much, it is already good to have a meal. Xia Li also wants to take Lucia to try all kinds of new food, which is his promise to Lucia. Not only did he fulfill the agreement, Xia Li was actually very happy to let Lucia try the delicacies of the human world. Every time I see this dragon showing a happy expression when I eat something delicious, Xia Li also feels inexplicably warm. He and this evil dragon can still empathize in this regard. Listening to the sound of water coming from the kitchen, Xia Li logged into his Jihu account and typed it on the keyboard a few times. There is no good story in his mind now. I have been out of touch with society for 3 years and have not been exposed to any works or art within 3 years. In this case, my mind is blank, and it is difficult to make up a short story. However, although Xia Li has no stories on Earth, he can write another story from another world. Moreover, in various senses, this story was not fabricated by him in the void. This is a real world. A's continent records of experiences in another world. From today, it will be a great serial. In the living room after dinner, Xia Jun was wearing reading glasses and was watching the news broadcast on his mobile phone. Fang Xia was mopping the floor with a mop. She became more and more energetic as she mopped, and she took out her cell phone to take a look at the news from time to time. Old Xia, your son doesn't reply to my message. Don't worry, he didn't reply to my message. Xia Jun took a sip of tea calmly. Fang Xia was even more anxious when she saw that her old man didn't care about the matter. No, I'll send a message to my old neighbor and ask her to help take care of her. Fang Xia put down the mop and started to act. Xia Jun pushed his glasses and looked at her and comforted her. Don't worry, don't we understand our son? It's just a children's toothbrush, but it's not necessarily a minor. Even so, my son must know it. Chevron left after Xia Li remade the bed for Lucia. He went to bed early. Before lying down, he repeatedly asked Lucia for her opinion. This guy just wanted to sleep on the balcony. She said that place was spacious and ventilated, and he could get some sun in the morning. Xia Li looked at the weather forecast and reluctantly agreed after confirming that there would be no rain in the next few nights. Late at night, the suffocating feeling of falling into the deep sea almost made Xia Li wake up several times. This feeling was as if there was something weighing hundreds of tons on his chest, constantly squeezing the few air in his lungs. If this weight of hundreds of tons was to be compared to something, Xia Li felt that it must be the butt of a giant dragon. Xia Li took a deep breath and opened his eyes suddenly. He felt that if he didn't open his eyes, he would be killed by the sitting. There was a cool breeze blowing by his ears, and the door of the room was opened at some point. The hazy vision was slowly focusing, and Xia Li saw the beautiful face that was magnified in front of him. This scene finally reminded Xia Li of the fear of being dominated by the dragon when he was in the A's continent. Whenever you camp in the wild, you never know whether the first thing you see when you open your eyes is the tent or the dragon's open bloody mouth. What are you doing? Xia Li calmed down and found that Lucia was barefoot, kneeling on his chest. This guy has no idea of his weight. Although she's a young girl, she weighs at least 80 or 90 kilograms. If she presses on someone's chest, isn't she afraid of killing the person? Xia Li, I just got up to cook. Lucia's two small hands were on Xia Li's chest. Xia Li really felt that he was going to be killed by this evil dragon. Not only was he going to die, but he was also going to be angry to death. Glancing at the sky outside the window that was completely dark, Xia Li estimated that it was not even 5 o'clock in the morning. What time is it? You're going to cook? Xia Li laughed angrily. If he hadn't traveled to Earth with Lucia, Xia Li would never have thought that the way to make a pure-blooded silver dragon diligent was to teach her how to use a rice cooker. The point is not cooking. Lucia shook her head. With the dim light of the street lamp outside the window, Xia Li could see that her soft little face was actually a little pale. The helpless look seemed a little timid. Is it a nightmare? Xia Li thought. When I was cooking, I saw a strange luminous body. Lucia said with a solemn face. Strange luminous body? Yes, in the kitchen. Lucia's tone was particularly certain, which made Xia Li start to recall what unknown luminous body was in his kitchen. Moreover, it was a luminous body that could make Lucia so scared. The nature of the dragon race is unruly and courageous. There are not many things that can scare them. With a skeptical attitude, Xia Li got out of bed and came to the strange luminous body mentioned by Lucia. In the corner of the kitchen, there was a long object leaning against the refrigerator. Even though it was covered with a thick layer of clothes, the blue light emanating from it could be vaguely seen. Xia Li knew what the evil dragon was afraid of. This was a sword from the continent of A's, symbolizing human heroes. This is the demon's sword. Xia Li didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, he just placed the sword there. Because this sword looked not only magical, but also very second year. Xia Li hid it after returning home. Now that Lucia saw it, it was expected. Demon's sword? Lucia was scared just by hearing the name of this sword. If a brave man without a sword is a tiger with teeth pulled out, then this sword is the sharpest fang of the tiger. If the hero Xia Li had not been the master of the demon-repelling sword, Lucia would not have been beaten so badly by him when she was in the Azer continent. Ordinary swords cannot hurt dragons. No matter how sharp the blade is, it is impossible to break the dragon's dragon scales. But the enchanted sword is different. Enchanted swords can stab dragons and kill monsters. Some enchanted swords with high power can be activated together with magic. As a pure-blooded silver dragon, Lucia is not afraid of enchanted swords to this extent. But the combat power of Xia Li's enchanted sword is seriously beyond the scope. Its power level cannot even be balanced by the level set by humans in the Azer continent. It is said to be a treasure left over from ancient times. Before the appearance of the hero Xia Li, the weapon that the Dragon Clan feared most was the demon-repelling sword. The demon-repelling sword destroys magic power. As long as the sword body touches the magic that has been activated can be directly cancelled. And the demon-repelling sword beats back the magic. The magic launched at the brave Xia Li will be hit back by him like hitting a baseball. The fighting power between the two is not at the same level at all. Many dragons have suffered at the hands of this guy. The body of a dragon is a combination of magic and strength. If using magic on the exorcist sword is equivalent to hitting myself, then using strength to suppress the exorcist sword is like removing my own defense. The dragon scales pierced by the exorcist sword will keep falling like gold coins, and the dragon's majestic and beautiful body will be damaged in minutes. That feeling is almost as shameful as a human being stripped of his clothes on the street. Therefore, there has always been such a rumor among the Dragon Clan. When you encounter that black-haired brave man, the most priority attack method is to use physical ranged attacks. Smash him with a stone. You, let it go. As Xia Li took out the demon-repelling sword from the package, Lucia's little face turned whiter. She finally understood why she always felt suppressed when she was in the kitchen. It turned out that it wasn't because Xia Li had put Coke in the refrigerator. Instead, he placed the demon-repelling sword next to the refrigerator. Don't be nervous. I won't attack you. Looking at the frightened dragon, Xia Li found it funny. What's even more funny is that the sword in his hand still emits azure blue light. What makes the demon-repelling sword shine is not magic, but luminous light. Well, this thing is luminous. Although it looks a bit funny, it is precisely because it is made of luminous material that Xia Li quickly finds his weapon when he is attacked at night. You put it away. The Lucians had shrunk into the corner. Xia Li recalled that his sword did not leave any psychological shadow on this guy, right? The most intense fight they fought was just a loss. One of his head was smashed by a stone, and the other fanned the dragon's wings and fled in panic. Xia Li believes that it is necessary to let Lucia re-recognize this weapon. The demon retreat sword says it is strong and it is weak. As long as it is not hostile to it, it will not have any perverted combat power. Just like the relationship between Xia Li and Lucia now. Do you want to try the feel? Xia Li grabbed the handle of the demon-repelling sword with his backhand and handed it out lightly. Lucia took a step back and hid, and there was something in her arms at some point. Seeing this, Xia Li was a little amused and crying. That's fine if you don't try. What are you doing with the rice cooker? Lucia was a little lucky, but fortunately she did not choose to be an enemy of Xia Li when she traveled to Earth. It's true that it can't be beaten. I don't have the magic of the dragon or the power of the dragon now. This thin body can't make any waves in Xia Li's hands. Not to mention Xia Li, who has the demon-repelling sword. Thinking of this, Lucia felt very unfair again. Why do we travel to the Earth? She just has nothing to do, but Xia Li is full of combat power. Didn't I lose at the beginning? Turning grief and anger into strength, Lucia ate a bite of Xia Li's rice. This rice has become porridge because of the excessive water. Although it has no fragrance, it tastes quite moisturizing. Lucia quickly clamped a piece of white vegetable leaf from the table. Xia Li said that this thing is called ketchup, which is something that every household in Shu province will appear. Before coming to Earth, Lucia had a contemptuous attitude towards things like vegetable leaves. Her pure-blooded dragon doesn't eat meat and eats any vegetable leaves, and it's not a cow. However, the leaves on Earth are delicious. To be precise, the leaves from Xia Li's family are delicious. Lucia raised her eyes and secretly glanced at Xia Li opposite the table. Thinking of the fact that he had long been defeated in front of the demon retiring sword, Lucia still couldn't understand what the brave Xia Li kept him a house and had delicious food and drink for him. What was he trying to do? It can't be really just letting her do housework. Doing housework is just her way of showing her value, not Xia Li's motivation to keep her at home. As expected, Xia Li's motivation should be to play and develop. Lucia thought to herself. He looked down slightly at his slightly barren upper body. Thinking about it, humans are mammals, and the ones who have turned into human form are also mammals. So, well, with her outfit, the little dragon will definitely not be full in the future. What do you miss? At the dinner table, Xia Li looked at Lucia strangely. Lucia stared at her chest with shock for a long time. Why did this guy suddenly realize his mind? I feel like I'm shrinking, Lucia said seriously. Xia Li's hand was drinking porridge for a moment. No, you just found out now? Lucia had a stern face, not knowing what she was thinking. She said after a moment of silence, a large part of the dragon's body is composed of magic, such as horns, scales, sharp claws, and huge bodies. We are born to arm ourselves with magic. Therefore, in places without magic at all, our bodies will shrink, and the human form we transform will also shrink. Lucia made an analysis on her own. After saying that, she suddenly realized, so that's it. Because I am too barren now, Xia Li plans to fatten up first. This thinking method is the same as the thin prey they caught when they were caught by their dragon. Instead, they use magic circles to limit the range of prey's movements. It is the same as when the prey grows up before eating. Xia Li listened quietly, then took out his cell phone to start recording. It just so happened that he was conceiving the content of A's continent, a record of experiences and experiences in another world. These are important set points. Since Xia Li decided to go to Jihushang to serialize the novel, these settings are essential. He now has a complete set of stories, which need to be matched with seamless settings in order to make the logic of this book of experiences and experiences impeccable. Lucia must know more about the settings on the Dragon Clan than herself. Now I can only rely on eating to grow up. Lucia stared at her girl's hands and couldn't help but wonder how many meals she had to eat a day to meet Xia Li's requirement for fattening. By the way, Lucia, after Xia Li typed a row of words, the head of the head happened to meet Lucia's sight. Lucia staggered her eyes nervously, and Xia Li continued. What do you Dragon Clan breed? Yeah, it's just breeding male and female combination. In what season, how often, how long is it, and the pregnancy cycle, etc. How do I know? Lucia's mind went blank. She stared at her reflection in the stainless steel bowl, and waves burst into her heart. Exposed and exposed, Xia Li began to reveal his nature. Lucia felt that she guessed very accurately. As she expected, Xia Li's real purpose was the most essential thing for human males. Hunting, breeding, and raising. Just so happens, Lucia has these three things. You pure blood dragon has memory inheritance, so you can't not know this basic survival rule. But, you're a human. I'm a human, but I want to know the situation of your dragon clan. I can do it. What can you do? Xia Li always felt that the conversation between herself and Lucia was a bit subtle. It seems that they're not on the same channel. After frowning and thinking, Xia Li didn't care about this matter. He was now full of his own set of settings. Magic level, combat power system, race type, and their respective characteristics. As a brave warrior, Xia Li skipped the growth stage. When Xia Li was recognized as the master by the exorcist sword, his combat power directly became the ceiling of human beings. He only learned swordsmanship for 3 years. According to the instructor, he only learned a little bit, but because his weapon is the exorcist sword, even if it is just a little bit, it is powerful enough. As for magic, magic is a big problem. The magic that Xia Li knows is ordinary magic that cannot be more basic. He didn't even understand the theory of magic. He learned it all by relying on his own talent and an excellent instructor. Now he has to copy what he learned on the A's continent into a book and then make the logic and worldview of this book recognized by most people. This is too difficult. What the internet lacks the least now is steel bars. If there is a slight loophole, it will be caught and exported. If possible, Xia Li wants to write a convincing record of the world. Hey, Lucia, how often does your dragon race's cycle last? Oh, and by the way, will the offspring of pure-blooded giant dragons and mixed-scale dragons be more inclined to the father or the mother? If they reproduce with humans, will the mother be dragon or human? Will their offspring suddenly show some kind of atavism after diluting their bloodline? Xia Li felt that his curiosity was no less than Lucia's when she first arrived on Earth, and he would ask about anything he thought of. I'm done eating. But this time Lucia didn't answer Xia Li's questions as honestly as before. She stood up, cleaned up the tableware in front of her, and went to the kitchen in those ugly fish-mouth slippers. Xia Li's eyes followed her movement, and he was a little puzzled. What is this silly dragon running away from? And why are her ears red? He obviously just asked some common-sense questions. Why is Lucia shy? However, seeing her reaction, she is unexpectedly innocent. Edit. Google search Tukin. Finish. In front of the computer, Xia Li successfully uploaded his first chapter. The carrier of the record of seas and experiences is different from the novel. Most of the stories here are presented in the form of diaries and unit dramas, with legends and experiences from different worlds, as well as a large number of sets. Xia Li thought about the opening story of this book of experiences for a long time. What is the story of a boy on Earth traveling through a different world, drawing out his holy sword, becoming a brave man, and hitting the villain of another world with one punch is too vulgar. It's as cliché as Xia Li's personal experience. This kind of story is captured in online articles, and all kinds of poly have already become a mess. Since Xia Li has positioned the track in a diary form, he must come up with something different. So the protagonist in his book has changed from a regular male, human, to a female silver dragon. It is still a silver dragon born and raised on the A's continent. Xia Li intends to improve the worldview of A's continent from the perspective of Silver Dragon and look at every little story happening around her from her perspective. Starting from the young dragon, what the Silver Dragon saw and heard, her attitude towards the tribe, her attitude towards humans, and her attitude towards the enemy, and family affection, friendship, and even love among the dragon clan. What Xia Li wants to write about is not only the growth of a giant dragon, but also the growth in her heart. Since Xia Li had an evil dragon as the prototype, those stories didn't even need to be written. Just ask the evil dragon beside him. This is not a record of experience. It is simply an autobiography. I'll use your name as the heroine. Isn't it a problem? Looking at Lucia, who was moving a stool beside her, staring at her work while eating jerky, Xia Li asked her for her opinion. But what can Lucia have to say? No matter what Xia Li asks her every time she asks her, she just needs to use a If I'm the heroine, Lucia chewed the jerky meat, and from the side view of Xia Li, she could see her bulging cheeks. Is there a male lead? Lucia asked. After all, the most common combination of men and women in human stories is this kind of male and female combination. Praise the great heroes of humanity and the beautiful princesses of the kingdom. They will hold a grand wedding in the magnificent castle after the dragon slaying. However, Xia Li's story seems to be a little different. He was actually willing to use the dragon clan as the heroine. Obviously, whether in the stories of humans or dragons, once the hostile race appears in the book, it is the absolute villain. There should be a male lead. Xia Li nodded and said, but it's not his turn to play now. Oh, Lucia was still very curious. Who is the male protagonist? Of course it was me. Xia Li really wanted to blurt out this sentence. After all, we plan to add a dual perspective in the later stage. The A's continent from the dragon perspective has limitations, and Xia Li needs to join a human brave man to improve his worldview. That world is not black or white. The conflicts between races all depend on different positions. The dragon has a territory that has to be migrated, and humans have a home that they want to defend. Xia Li wants to use this method to shape the reality of that world. So that brave man is naturally very shameless and called Xia Li. If possible, I hope the hero is a brave man. Beside him, a word suddenly appeared from Lucia, made Xia Li stop typing on a keyboard. Why? He looked at Lucia in amazement. Lucia's expression was pure and had no other meaning. Because it's very fresh. In the story of a dragon, it is all about destroying the human kingdom, taking castles and gold for themselves, and then courting the pure-blooded female dragon. In the story of human beings, the brave man successfully attacked the dragon and returned to the kingdom to marry the most beautiful princess. Lucia said seriously, "There has never been an ending with a dragon clan who is a brave man." Sally thought about it. So was it? This kind of thing is quite new. In Azuro, the brave and the dragon are equivalent to lions and tigers. Putting these two species together will definitely lead to a bloody storm. To let these two species fall in love together or something. Even those priests who like to exaggerate the facts dare not make it like this. However, if it is on Earth, the combination of lion and tiger beast, is quite common. But this is not a romantic article. I am an adventure article. Sally felt that it was necessary to correct it. Lucia paused for a moment before saying, "But I don't think it would be love. Friendship is also love." The friendship between the brave and the dragon is also very new in our world. Although Lucia has never been able to tell what love is, what family affection is, and what friendship is. But in her heart, the level of love must be the highest. After all, in terms of time of companionship, love is a lifelong existence. Well, yes, pure friendship. Xiaoli nodded. His story has not been so far away. The ending of friendship and love is impossible. But when Lucia said this, Xiaoli subconsciously agreed with her statement, as if to prove something. But can you really make money by clicking the button like this? Lucia moved the stool under her, and put her head closer to the square box called computer. When Xiaoli first said that he was going to write a record of what he saw and heard, Lucia still didn't understand. But when Xiaoli explained that he was going to write folk stories from the A's continent, Lucia understood again. Isn't it just a bard? The kind that only tells stories and doesn't sing. Well, unlike physical labor, I use my brain to work, Xiaoli explained. Physical labor pays the body, while mental labor pays the spirit. Listening to Xia Li's explanation, Lucia was in awe. Thinking about it this way, when I wash dishes and sweep the floor every day, I pay the body, physical and mental pay. It sounds easier to pay the spirit. I should be able to pay the spirit as well. Lucia said seriously. Xiaoli smiled. Come on, you don't know many words. You can't be a mental worker. However, telling me your growth story from childhood to adulthood is also a kind of labor, and I can give you commission. Lucia's mind automatically skipped the word commission that she had never heard of. She had her own unit of measurement. How many fried baba are there? It depends on the specific income. Oh, so you asked me those questions about reproduction just now because you want to write a story about the dragon family? Yes. Xiaoli nodded as a matter of course. After saying this, Lucia suddenly stopped talking. It seemed that this was the first time she encountered something embarrassing in her dragon life. Lucia felt that her head was heavy and she couldn't lift it up. She had thought of a name for the little dragon. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, there was a short knock on the iron door in the living room. Lucia wanted to be alert, but was pressed back by a hand. Just sit still. It's takeout. Xiaoli really didn't eat enough porridge in the morning. People in Shu province are more used to pasta for breakfast. I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. So when it was almost noon, Xiaoli ordered 2 cups of milk tea for himself, which was also a reward for finding a part-time job. Do you want coconut milk or jasmine? Xiaoli took the takeaway and turned to ask Lucia in the house. Lucia hid behind the door and stared at the door furtively. Male bunny girl? Lucia's tone was a little surprised. The takeaway boy had already gone downstairs at this time. Xia Li closed the door and looked at the tiptoeing dragon with a strange expression. Come to think of it, evil dragons have territorial awareness. If she had already regarded Xia Li's home as her own territory, then anyone who entered her territory would be an enemy. If Xia Li hadn't held Lucia down just now, the dragon would have probably launched an attack, right? What male bunny girl? Xia Li took out cups of milk tea and inserted straws. The one just now had bunny ears on his head. That's the logo of Me Tuan Takeaway, just a headband. But in the human world, the people responsible for delivering food are maids, and the maids wearing bunny ears on their heads are bunny girls. Lucia didn't know much about humans, but when she sneaked into the adventurer's tavern before, the most she saw were maids. Human men seemed to like maids very much. They were good at dressing up maids in various ways, some with ears, some with tails, and some with a big bell hanging on their chests. Lucia couldn't appreciate it. She just thought that human habits were strange. The people who deliver food here are called takeaways, not maids. Xia Li explained. Is it a male servant? Neither is a male servant. Don't you like maids, Xia Li? Of course I like. Of course I don't like. How can an upright human hero like maids? Xia Li almost fell into Lucia's trap. He handed over the milk tea and interrupted the topic. Try this. You must have never tasted it. Lucia was a little wary of the paper cup that Xia Li handed over. Last time, Xia Li handed her a bubbling drink in the same way, causing her to be attacked by the bubbles. It's not bubbling this time. It's just a little hot, Xia Li said. Lucia sulked her little face. She struggled for 0.05 seconds and then decisively held Xia Li's straw with her mouth. Lucia's dragon life didn't have any philosophical sayings. She lived a muddled life from a young dragon to an adult dragon for 100 years. But there is one truth she understands very well. Rather betray the world than betray the food. Food is a scarce resource in the A's continent, let alone food. This is delicious. Lucia's eyes lit up after taking a sip of coconut milk. Xia Li really enjoyed her expression. Eating with such a companion will make your appetite very good. It's similar to the soy milk last time, with a strong aroma. Lucia held a thick straw in her mouth. Because she had just learned to drink water with this tool, her suction power was insufficient, and she had to exhale a long breath through her nose after every 2 sips. Drink slowly. Xia Li was afraid that this silly dragon would choke herself. Xia Li, I want to taste yours. In just a blink of an eye, the evil dragon had already set its sights on Xia Li's cup. I'll get you a bowl. Just as he was about to turn around, the paper cup in Xia Li's hand had already made a suspicious gurgling sound. Xia Li frowned. Well, not as delicious as mine. The great gourmet Lucia commented sharply. Xia Li stared at the wet straw, with a look of disgust on his face. I have heard before that dragons are cold-hearted and cannot distinguish emotions. Even when they transform into human form and live in human manners, they still treat humans with indifference. But how can this silly dragon in front of me be so enthusiastic? His enthusiasm is boundless. Xia Li repeated it 100 times in his mind. Ambergris is a good thing, ambergris is a good thing. After finally deceiving himself, Xia Li lowered his head and took a big sip. Ordinary milk tea taste. Fortunately, I didn't have any strange expectations at the beginning. If I see it online again, the straws that girls have drunk are sweet. Xia Li will refute it. The straw is sweet because milk tea itself is sweet. The residue on the wall of the straw is completely a mixture of saliva and beverage. There is no such sacred statement. Let alone girls. Even female dragons can't be sweet. Xia Li took a few big sips, looking at Lucia's rosy little mouth that was pouted because of sucking the straw hard. Is it sweet? Impossible. Dragon mouths are used to spit fire, and ambergris is used to make medicine. Lucia, who was standing in her original position wearing fish mouth slippers, was carefully distinguishing the taste of the 2 milk teas. She couldn't help chewing the coconut fruit she sucked in her mouth. But soon, Lucia forgot what Xia Li's cup tasted like. So she raised her sincere eyes and looked at Xia Li. Xia Li, I want to taste you again. Go. The milk tea cup in Xia Li's hand made a wail of being squeezed dry. He had never drunk a cup of milk tea at the speed of blowing a bottle. Damn, I'm so full. Xia Li held his back and gasped. Now no one can take advantage of anyone. Seeing this, Lucia had to retract her thoughts. She muttered in her heart why this brave man was still guarding the food. She hadn't been guarding the food for so many days, and she was just tasting it, not robbing. Hey Dash, Xia to her. Just as Xia Li was pacing back and forth in the living room because he was full, a pair of heavy footsteps came from far away and came from the other end of the corridor. It can be heard that the owner of the footsteps was in a hurry, and he might be in a very excited mood. Open the door, open the door. If you don't open the door, I'll take the key myself. The rough voice of the man at the door came muffled, as if he was lying on the iron door of Xia Li's house in a twisted posture. Lucia, who was still drinking milk behind Xia Li, was startled by this sudden change. She immediately got up and went to the kitchen, where she had the kitchen knife she bought last time. When the dragon in the lair faces unknown danger, there is always only one idea. Attack. Drive away the invaders. Go to my room. However, Xia Li grabbed Lucia's wrist and gave her a clear instruction. As we all know, dragons are impossible to be obedient. A dragon who is obedient casually will not only appear to be spineless, but also very faceless. Oh, the faceless dragon Lucia went to Xia Li's bedroom with a milk tea cup in her hand. There was no way, mainly because the milk tea was too delicious. If you resist Xia Li's instructions, you won't get a meal next time. Staring at Lucia returning to her room, Xia Li turned the doorknob. The boy behind the door was still squatting on the ground to take out the key. Seeing that the door was open, he quickly raised his gray face. Xia Li looked at him with disdain. Don't take it out. The key has been collected. Xia Tuer, I came here on orders. My mom said your mom said you might be in love, so your mom asked my mom to take care of you more. Xia Li felt dizzy listening to this guy's monologue that sounded like a tongue twister. No wonder his Chinese is so bad. At least organize your language when you speak. The young man at the door is named Chun Tao, the same age as Xia Li. He is a working social animal. In order to commute, he lives in Chunbei Road, where Xia Li took Lucia yesterday, and occasionally goes back to the old city to take a look. Today happened to be a weekend, so Chun Tao drove here at noon. The goal is very clear. He seems to have heard some big news. In fact, after receiving the questioning text message from Feng Xia last night, Xia Li knew that he had been exposed. According to Feng Xia's personality, she would definitely not be able to sit still. No, he found a solution the next day. Since Xia Li's current residence is his hometown, many residents in the community know each other. In addition, Xia Li's mother Feng Xia is very popular. When living conditions were difficult more than 10 years ago, everyone helped each other. Even after moving to a new home, these elders kept in touch. Of course, it is not only the elders who keep in touch, but also the children who grew up together in the neighborhood. For example, the strong young man in front of Xia Li, who looks very honest at first glance, but is actually a lot of coquettish. The friendly relationship between Xia Li and Chun Tao lasted from kindergarten to elementary school graduation. After elementary school graduation, Xia Li moved away from his hometown, and their relationship was interrupted for a long time. Until Xia Li's university, because the school happened to be in his hometown, Xia Li applied for day school in his junior year. From then on, he and Chun Tao resumed contact. The friendship between boys is still easy to rekindle. Even if the two had fought countless times because of trivial things when they were young, when they met after growing up, they became good brothers who grew up in the same pants. By the way, the guy who likes to stuff the dog's mouth with the leaves of vegetables that he doesn't like to eat, and who makes little Xia Li want to keep a dog, is this guy. Let me in. Chun Tao stood in front of the iron door, looking into the house with a pair of eyes wandering. Xia Li was tall, and he stood at the door without leaving any gap for Chun Tao. He looked sideways and secretly glanced at Lucia, hiding behind the door. It is unrealistic to hide a dragon in a golden house, unless Xia Li has his own house. He lives in his hometown now. Not to mention that Ms. Fong comes back to visit every once in a while. The frequency of old Xia feeding Xia Li every 2 or 3 days will sooner or later find Lucia. Xia Li should have considered this when he took in Lucia. It was just that his mind was hot at the time, and he hadn't dealt with interpersonal relationships on Earth for a long time, so he didn't think too much at the time. Now it's hard to get off the tiger. Miss Fong won't do anything radical. My mother has a gentle personality, except for the fact that she can't resist the unique, lousy Shidaishan skill of the Shu province. She is usually very kind, especially kind and warm-hearted. From childhood to adulthood, Miss Fong has always respected Xia Li's ideas. In the era when other children's bedroom doors did not have door handles, Xia Li's room door was not only locked, but also equipped with a key. Although their thoughts are still conservative, the old couple's education method is not blaming education, but praising education. Their education method gave Xia Li enough confidence and also allowed Xia Li to have a very complete childhood. Now, Fong Xia's pigs that she has raised for 22 years are finally sold, and she is naturally very happy. When she learned that the little white pigs raised by her family have begun to buy the little cabbage next door, she was even more excited. So, Fong Xia was just simply excited. Maybe she is now secretly discussing countermeasures with Lao Xia at home, wanting to know the latest developments without alerting the enemy. Look, Chen Tao was sent as a spy. Xia Li leaned against the doorframe and thought for a moment. Finally, he decided to let Chen Tao in. He wanted Miss Fong to think that he had sent a traitor. In fact, this guy was a mission impossible. Xia Li could use Chen Tao to provide Ms. Fong with wrong information. Come in. Remember to change your shoes. Xia Li said helplessly. Okay, Xia Tuer. Chen Tao smiled happily and took out his slippers from Xia Li's shoe rack with skillful movements. Xia Li went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of Fat House Happy Water and threw it to Chen Tao. Chen Tao was sweating profusely, just like when he was a child, and he felt weak after running a few steps. Thank you, Xia Tuer. Xia Li, I said, can you change your name? It's too low. The story of Xia Li being called Xia Tuer started when he was very young. At that time, the children in the community were divided into different factions. Xia Li's faction had a total of 5 people, all of whom were little brats of the same age in the same unit. Because Xia Li was good at studying and tall at that time, he was called the boss by the little brats in the unit faction, and the name naturally became Xiata. In the past, there were not so many internet terms, and Xiatur simply meant the boss. Now it's changed its meaning. At first glance, it sounds like an insult. Hey, old Xia, where did you go that week? Aunt Fong has been calling me for the past few days, asking me where you are. How can I know where you are? I could only lie and say that you went on a trip. Chen Tao said as he unscrewed the Coke bottle and took a sip. His wandering gaze was like a mosquito in the living room, turning around and finally fell on Xia Li's face. Xia Li had heard Fong Xia say these words Chen Tao said in advance. If Chen Tao hadn't covered for him, the week he disappeared might have made the old couple very anxious. Fortunately, you came back in a week. Otherwise, if you were missing for a few more days, once Aunt Fong called the police, I would be the first suspect. Chen Tao's tone was a little scared. Xia Li nodded and said, I went on a trip at that time. After all, a trip to another world can be considered a trip. Where did you go? Chen Tao asked curiously. Online dating. Xia Li answered immediately. The expression on Chen Tao's face changed immediately. As if he had finally gotten the affirmative answer he wanted, Chen Tao smiled, moved his butt to sit next to Xia Li, and said mysteriously, Online romance? You're still online romance. Aunt Fong said you were dating someone, but I didn't believe it. But it turned out to be true. Don't worry, you know me. I have a spy. Chen Tao said confidently. Xia Li didn't even raise her eyelids, staring at his swearing gesture in silence for a long time. After a long while, Xia Li made a decision in hesitation. He said to the half-open door behind him, Come out quickly. There was really no need to hide the fact that Xia Li had a new girl in his family from Chen Tao. This was a friendly who had exchanged countless black histories with Xia Li, and he could entrust the D drive of his computer to him before he died. Xia Li could trust Chen Tao. There was no way to not believe it. With the frequency of him going out to eat, drink, and hang out in internet cafes with Xia Li, if Xia Li wanted to hide Lucia under his nose, he would be exhausted. As for proving that Lucia and himself had a pure relationship. Xia Li gave up from the beginning. It was impossible to clear it. Chen Tao was a person who caught wind and shadows. He would come up with all kinds of tricky angles to prove the fact that Xia Li was in love. So, it was better to fulfill this guy's wish directly. Tell him, yes, he and Lucia are lovers, just living together. In various senses, this is the most effective way to stop this guy from talking nonsense. Squeak. As Xia Li's voice fell, the door of the master bedroom at the back of the living room opened. Chen Tao's eyes were fixed on that corner, and he lowered his voice and whispered beside Xia Li's head. When did you start an online romance? I've heard that 8 out of 10 online romances fail, and one is a man dressed as a woman. The probability of being in love is even lower than buying a lottery ticket. Why did you just meet and date? Don't you know more about her? Be careful of meeting a female scammer. Chen Tao's voice suddenly stopped. The girl who came out of the room was wearing a beige sweater. Her beautiful oval face was white and clean under the warm light. The girl's chin was in a small V shape. Under the narrow nose, her rosy lips were slightly pursed because she was embarrassed. She was looking at Chen Tao with her watery eyes open, and she was curious. It was the first time Chen Tao had seen a girl who could fully integrate the two adjectives beautiful and cute. If he was still doubting whether Xia Li would meet a female liar in the last second, then in the next second, he felt that being deceived by such a female liar once was worth it in this life. Suddenly, he had the urge to grab Xia Li's shoulders, shaking him and scolding him. You are really damned. You are really damned. Finding a girlfriend is fine, but finding such a beautiful one, this puts a lot of pressure on me. Brother, I am still shy and dare not confess. How come you live together directly? On what software can you find such a girl to have an online relationship? Although 100 words wanted to rush out in his heart, Chen Tao held them all back. After all, the girl looks so gentle. He must be more restrained at this time. And the other party is the girlfriend of his best brother. This is the first time they meet, so it is necessary to leave a good impression. What's her name? Chen Tao felt that he was so nervous that he stuttered. Forgive him for not having seen many beauties in his life. The girl in front of him is definitely a T0 level T0. Xia Li looked at Chen Tao's obviously shocked expression, thinking that you must not be fooled by this guy's cute appearance. This guy just wanted to go to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife to chop you. You can call her Xiaolu. Xia Li introduced. Lucia's silent face slightly raised. Xiaolu? Her name? This name has nothing to do with her mighty and domineering dragon image. But Xia Li is a breeder after all. Let him choose any nickname he wants. Anyway, Lucia doesn't mind. But Lucia glanced at the young man in front of her lightly. She doesn't understand how humans get along with each other, and she doesn't know how she should get along with strangers as a dragon. In the past, any human who stepped into her territory would have been slapped to death by her dragon claws. But Xia Li said that killing people on Earth is illegal, and beating people is also illegal. Lucia didn't want to be locked up in a dungeon and cook for others for the rest of her life. Hello, Xiaolu. My name is Chen Tao, Xia Li's good brother. Chen Tao greeted him shyly. Lucia didn't say anything. She still kept a silent face, and her cold expression seemed to keep people away from her. Coupled with the solemnity in her eyes, although her face was beautiful and cute, she always had an overbearing temperament. Oh, she's actually an iceberg girl? 3-no? Just when Chen Tao judged that the girl in front of him was actually a 3-no girl with no words, no heart, and no expression, the girl finally spoke. Male bunny girl? What wolf? Nothing. Xia Li suddenly intervened and interrupted the two people's conversation. Of course, Lucia didn't understand what brother was. She only knew that Xia Li said that those who suddenly knocked on his door were basically salesmen. She couldn't remember the unfamiliar word delivery man. She only knew that in the previous world, people who delivered food to people were called bunny girls. Non-female bunny girls are naturally called male bunny girls. However, bunny girls are also qualified to enter the master's room. This male bunny girl even had an arm around the brave Xia Li. This is too presumptuous. However, in the A's continent, there are often bunny girls who sleep with their masters. This person can't be. In the 60 seconds of silence, Lucia felt that she had completely understood the meaning of the word brother. So that's it. Don't think about it. At this moment, a big fist from the brave man hit Lucia's head lightly. According to Xia Li's experience, when the evil dragon suddenly lowered his head and remained silent, he must have been thinking about something messy in his mind. Say hello. Xia Li put his hand on Lucia's narrow shoulder and patted her. Hello, human. Lucia said hello reluctantly with a cold face. Chen Tao was stunned. No wonder Xia Li suddenly found such a cute girlfriend. It turned out to be a super easy-to-deceive middle school girl. Who hasn't had a middle school period? A man is a teenager until he dies. For Chen Tao, who is in the late stage of middle school disease, he can still match this kind of brainwaves. Silently repeating in his heart, Xia Li, you really deserve to die. Chen Tao scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Hello, I'm a human. What is your race? Of course I'm low. Just as Lucia was about to answer the most sincere question of this human, Xia Li was quick-witted and covered Lucia's small mouth with a big hand. Xia Li glared at Chen Tao. Don't tease my girlfriend, friend. It would be so awkward to say this title from Xia Li's mouth. Ha ha, it's quite interesting. Chen Tao was not surprised and waved his hand and laughed. Lucia, who was standing behind Xia Li, did not say anything. She instinctively did not want to contact humans other than Xia Li. But if it was a human who had a good relationship with Xia Li, she would not be unable to give the other party a little good face. However, what kind of relationship was Xia Li and this human male? And what does girlfriend mean? What did you know me? Just online. Google search Tooken. What kind of channel is online? My buddy wants to give it a try. QQ. Just QQ. Well, QQ drift bottle. Didn't that thing on WeChat have it? Anyway, I'm the netizens I met online. While Lucia was going to the bathroom, Chen Tao pulled Xia Li to take a break in the corner of the sofa. Xia Li knew that he could run away from a monk and could not run away from the temple, so he could only be forced to talk to him. I thought it would be rude to ask this guy anymore. Xia Li almost couldn't make up the problem. Chen Tao braked the car at this time. As if he was thinking about some century-old problem, Chen Tao paused for a minute before staring into Xia Li's eyes and asked again. Didn't you say you were a sister-controlled person before? Why did you find a girlfriend so cute? Isn't this a sister-shaped person? You don't understand. Xia Li said calmly. Dating with her sister, you can experience the process of her growth from her sister to her sister, which is equivalent to having two experiences at the same time. Because Xia Li's tone was too serious, Chen Tao was silent after hearing this. Unconceived path. Awesome. Chen Tao sighed sincerely. In the conversation, Lucia came out of the bathroom. She had just washed her hands and was swaying a white little hand to approach Xia Li. When Lucia saw Xia Li's calm eyes, she remembered something again. So she quickly turned around and grabbed 2 pieces of toilet paper on the coffee table to wipe her hands. Xia Li said that after washing the dragon claws cannot be shaken, as it will throw the water droplets everywhere. Lucia used to roll and take a shower in the mud and use this method of shaking off the mud and water on her body, so this is also one of her habits. Xia Li. Chen Tao held his voice down and whispered in Xia Li's ear with a vicissitudes and despair. Your girlfriend is so cute, my heart beats a little. If you don't bend, you'll die. Xia Li said angrily. Actually, if you look closely, Lucia is really cute. It is completely flawless, the kind of cuteness that is natural. Maybe this guy can really grow from a sister to a sister? Then wouldn't I want all of Lucia? Intersection. Xia Li. Xia Li was thinking about something important in her mind, and Lucia, who had wiped her claws clean, had appeared in front of him. It's time to eat, Lucia said, pointing to the small green clock on the living room wall. Puff! Chen Tao, who was standing beside him, couldn't help laughing. Did you teach her to speak in such a cute way? Xia Li said that if you have seen how cruel the scene of a dragon eating is, you won't feel cute. Let's go out and eat today. Xia Li stood up with a slap in her thigh. Lucia's iced face melted instantly, and the smile on the corner of her mouth was warm, and she hurriedly followed Xia Li. Chen Tao looked very jealous. If he could have such a girlfriend, would he wish he could keep it with him every day and hide it for his family? Impossible. We must definitely let our parents meet. However, Chen Tao also understood Xia Li's hidden underground love model. It's a man. Before you make sure you have to marry her, you usually won't take it home easily. I'll go. While changing shoes at the entrance, Chen Tao glanced at Xia Li leaning against the indigo blue sword next to the shoe cabinet. The sword body was 80 centimeters tall and was in the sheath with a golden edge. There's a pair of lifelike wings on the top of the hilt, and the surface of the hilt is surrounded by complicated patterns. The appearance looks a bit like the master's sword in a certain game. Where did you come from this sword? It's quite handsome. Dance and wielding the sword was probably the dream of all men when they were young. Chen Tao couldn't put it down when he saw this sword and picked up the blue sword with a glance. As a result, the long sword that looked light and fluttered sank in his hand, almost flashing his waist. So heavy. You bought it as a dumbbell? Xia Li stood at the gate and did not stop Chen Tao. The demon-repelling sword weighs only 2 pounds in his hand, while the others weigh more than 20 pounds in his hand. And the bigger the life lifts it, the heavier it becomes. Not only that. Why can't I pull it out? Chen Tao tried to pull the hilt of the sword, and found that no matter how much strength he used, the sword in his hand was not moving at all. The demon retreat sword is to recognize the Lord. No one except Xia Li could pull it out of the scabbard. It's stuck with glue inside, so don't study this thing. Go out quickly. What do you want to eat? Xia Li stood at the door and urged. Lucia hid behind Xia Li, only showing her timid eyes to look at the demon-repelling sword. This human being is really ignorant. Not everyone can use the sword of the brave. Moreover, this kind of human being who casually takes the sword of the brave is a kind of transgressive act on the A's continent, and may even be dragged away by others. Lucia looked at the demon-repelling sword, and then looked at Xia Li's face. Xia Li was not angry at all, because his sword was held in his hand by that human. Could this human being also a great human being? Wrong. Xiao Liming looked at him with disdain, and his tone was not humble at all. Lucia thought for a while with her head down. Maybe this is the brother Xia Li just mentioned? I can eat anything. Chen Tao put the blue sword back to its original position and quickly changed his shoes. You can ask your girlfriend. Ladies first. Xia Li turned his head to look at the dwarf dragon beside him. Thinking about it, Xia Li never asked Lucia's opinion. No matter what to eat these days, it was decided by Xia Li. What do you want to eat? Xia Li tried to ask. Lucia didn't expect that this question of what to eat would fall on her head. Obviously, she can eat anything, and she is not picky about food. After thinking carefully, Lucia seemed to have the answer in her heart. She tiptoed, put her lips close to Xia Li's ear, and spoke in a very low voice, word by word. Noodles, bread. Xia Li. Sure enough, it was useless to ask. This guy has only eaten a few kinds of food on Earth. If you ask her to come up with an idea, it's bread, rice, or the braised beef noodles on the cupboard. There's no such thing as taking a girlfriend out to eat bread. Xia Li smiled helplessly. I'll take you to eat something good today. Yeah, okay. Lucia agreed with both hands. Her almond eyes curved like a little crescent moon, and her round cheeks were soft when she smiled. In Xia Li's perspective, there has never been an iceberg girl. This guy's always been playful and cheerful. As the mealtime was approaching, many dining trucks were already pushed out of the alley outside the Chuyang community in Shandong. From a box lunch that cost 15 yuan per serving to a home-cooked buffet that cost 20 yuan to fill, the most different thing about the old city and the new city is that the lunch here is mainly economical and affordable. If it is normal, Xia Li will basically solve the food problem here. But today he decided to eat something good. After all, I am now a person with a deposit of over 10,000 yuan, and I have also found some part-time jobs online, so I can occasionally take out some for you to take Lucia to see the world. After checking the route with his mobile phone a little, Xia Li put his phone in his pocket again. No, we can find the direction nearby with our eyes closed. Why are you still looking at the map? Chen Tao, who was standing aside, was puzzled when he saw Xia Li's actions. I haven't been back for too long, said Xia Li. Didn't you just go out for a week? It's been quite a week, and I'm going to go to a new store this time. Oh, okay. You can lead the way anyway. Chen Tao didn't ask much. He glanced at Lucia on Xia Li's left hand, thought for a while, and then slowed down to the back of the two of them. I used to be used to walking side by side with Xia Li, but now Xia Li is a person with a girlfriend, and he is completely a 1,000-meter-long light bulb on the side. Xia Li walked ahead and led the way. Every time he walks a long way, he has to rush to identify the direction. Not back for 3 years. Although only 1 week has passed on time on Earth, in Xia Li's memory, these street scenes remained 3 years ago. The pipes that will never be repaired, the old man Yuze playing chess on the stone bench, the Aunt Hong, one who is walking his dog to quarrel, and the unknown little Gigi who will definitely appear on the telephone pole the next day. Nothing has changed here, just like Xia Li's innocent heart when he was in a foreign land. This is a traffic light. In front of the zebra crossing, Xia Li stopped moving forward. Lucia just took half a step away and was pulled back by Xia Li. "You can't leave with a red light," said Xia Li. "Oh." Lucia glanced at the traffic light across the street. Not only are there lights on it, but there are also a string of small countdown numbers. Traffic rules are also the basic rules of this society. Xia Li glanced at Chun Tao behind him and saw that his attention was on other places, so he lowered his voice and said to Lucia, "When the signal light is red, it is not allowed to pass. It will jump to green before it can go." Lucia nodded when she heard this. She seemed to listen very seriously, but in fact, it was hard to say whether Xia Li understood or not. What if I pass at a red light? Lucia suddenly remembered that on the first day she came to Earth, when Xia Li asked her to cross the road, she ran back at the red light. "No, I won't be caught and cooked for a lifetime, right? It has been several days since the matter was gone, so it shouldn't be settled." Lucia's fair face was slightly stunned, and Xia Li thought to herself that a signal light should not scare the dragon. But in order to emphasize safety, Xia Li added, "If you don't follow the traffic rules, you will be killed by the car. If you have good luck, you will break your arms and legs. If you have bad luck, you will reopen it. That means you will die." So serious? Lucia obviously didn't expect that the price would be even more serious than cooking in prison. But just this square tin car can knock her dragon's body away. Lucia doesn't believe it. "Then you have to be careful," Lucia said seriously. "You are a human being and can't be hit." Xia Li looked at the dragon's serious micro-expression and thought to himself why this guy still cared about people. "Xia Li, it's green." The countdown to the signal light ended and Lucia's eyes lit up. As Xia Li said, the car would stop and wait immediately after jumping off the light. Human society is really magical. "I'm not green, it's the light green." Xia Li loosened his hand that grabbed Lucia's collar, and the two walked forward tacitly. "I didn't expect that everyone abides by the rules." Lucia sighed. "After all, those who do not abide by the rules have now gone to prison to squat." Xia Li explained, "The road after the reconstruction of this old city is very long. After the demolition of a large number of green belts, the road surface has been expanded into a spacious 3-lane, and the passage time for the green light on the sidewalk has been increased to 60 seconds. With this journey and the speed of seconds, it would not be enough for young people who are not on the faster pace." When he was halfway through, Chun Tao, who was following Xia Li, suddenly accelerated his pace and followed. Chun Tao still felt something was wrong. Xia Li doesn't know how to be polite, right? "Old Xia, why don't you lead Xiao Lu when you cross the road?" When leaving the community, Chun Tao felt it was strange if Xia Li didn't hold Xiao Lu. Just such a beautiful and well-behaved girlfriend, let alone taking her away. It is normal to walk away even if she is holding her away. Moreover, these two have only met for a week, so no matter what they think, they are in a passionate love period, right? Whose young couple doesn't hug on the street during their passionate love period? But old Xia is as stable as an old dog. "Gentlemen, brother, I don't know your nature yet." Intersection. Take it, of course. Xia Li suddenly remembered this. In front of Chun Tao, he and Lucia are young lovers, just holding one hand. This won't be a problem for him. Slowly moving his sight downward, Xia Li looked at Lucia's little hand hanging on the edge of her lotus-pink skirt. This hand was white and tender, and the nails didn't have the sharpness of a dragon, nor did they hide any dirt. Instead, the nails were neatly trimmed and smooth, and the fingertips were even more tender pink. It looked very delicate and soft. It probably felt the same to the touch. Taking a deep breath, Xia Li pulled the soft little hand into his palm. It was just a dragon claw. When he was on the A's continent before, had he had less contact with this dragon claw? It was so funny, it wasn't fake at all. Old Xia, you're blushing. Why am I blushing? He was a little nervous, and Chun Tao, who was talking dirty, popped up in his ear. In fact, Xia Li didn't blush, but his overly serious expression made Chun Tao want to make a joke. Lucia, who was still staring at the traffic light and sighing at how orderly humans really were, silently retracted her gaze. She looked at her hand, then looked up at Xia Li. She seemed a little confused as to why Xia Li had to control her hand for no reason. She wouldn't attack anyone on the street. Ahem. Xia Li coughed lightly and winked at Lucia. Acting. Cooperate a little. However, the evil dragon didn't understand the winks at all. She moved her soft fingers, and her palm slipped out of Xia Li's hand like a little loach. Xia Li thought, "It's over. This evil dragon is too disrespectful." Just as he was waiting for Chun Tao to come out and laugh at him, Lucia's little hand that had been pulled out came up again and tightly grasped Xia Li's big hand. The dragon's hand was indeed soft, probably because girls have a cooler body temperature. The hand was cold and soft on the back of his hand, like a warm ice cream in autumn. "I'll hold your hand, don't get knocked away," Lucia said. Chev_left. Lucia doesn't understand what it means to hold hands on the street. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. She can't even tell love from romance. So how can she understand the ambiguous actions between young lovers? She just subconsciously thought that Xia Li was holding her to prevent her from being hit by a metal car. But she is a dragon. Dragons are not afraid of swords and guns. So were they afraid of metal cars? So, she should be the one holding Xia Li's hand. Xia Li was a little confused. He tried several times. He wanted to take the initiative in Lucia's hands. He should hold Lucia, not let Lucia hold him. With Lucia's little hands, it would not be enough to hold Xia Li's 3 fingers at most. And she wanted to hold him, unless she held him with both hands, otherwise it would not work at all. However, after Xia Li tried to correct it several times, he found that things were far from that simple. No matter how many times he pinched the little hand with his backhand, the dragon's claws would slip out of Xia Li's hand like a loach, and then grab him in return. Cats have the principle of cat paws on top. Dragons don't also have the principle of dragon paws on top, right? Cat paws on top principle. In any case, as long as you put your hand on the cat's paw, the cat will pull out its claws and press back on your hand. Even if you repeat it many times, the result is the same. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, Xia Li gave up. Forget it, let this guy lead. Anyway, it's just acting. It's the same no matter who leads who. Besides Xia Li, Chun Tao looked at the two with strange eyes. What are they doing? Just now, he thought that the plain communication between Xia Li and Xiao Lu didn't seem like a young couple in the passionate love period. Now, isn't this the passionate love period? Those two hands are like cotton candy. You pull me, I pull you. It's quite interesting. However, Chun Tao doesn't feel envious. What girlfriend or no girlfriend? You can live without one, right? Xia Li took Lucia to a chain steak restaurant. Although he said he wanted to have a good meal, Xia Li didn't plan to go to the kind of Western-style restaurant that only upper-class people can enter at a glance. Even if he wanted to take Lucia to taste all kinds of delicacies, he should start from simple to luxurious, not because he has no money. However, the steak in this restaurant is not cheap. The most basic one costs $88, and the slightly better couple set meal is $300. In the past, this meal would be enough for Xia Li to eat for a week. But today, Xia Li decided to be extravagant. You order first, Dad will treat you. Xia Li pushed the menu in front of Chun Tao. If Chun Tao hadn't helped me hide it from Ms. Fong during the week I disappeared, I would have been criticized when I returned to Earth. So, Xia Li was going to treat me to this meal. Hell, I'll forgive you for secretly finding a girlfriend behind my back. Chun Tao was not polite either, and his old face was arrogant. He and Xia Li were sworn brothers, but this guy brought a girlfriend back without saying a word and even lived with her. As a brother, He had to get the news from his elders. Is this reasonable? Chun Tao angrily checked a steak worth 128. After thinking about it, his good brother hadn't found a job yet, and his family had a girlfriend, so he silently crossed out the 128 steak and replaced it with a basic steak worth 88. Next to Xia Li, Lucia waited quietly, because Xia Li had just secretly told her that this human male was a guest, and that guest had the priority to choose dishes. Lucia waited obediently on the side. Her little feet in white socks were hanging on the high chairs in the Western restaurant and swaying. Picking up the transparent glass in front of her and taking a sip, Lucia frowned and stopped shaking her feet. This is lemonade, Xia Li reminded her belatedly, for appetizers. Lucia had already swallowed a glass of water, and it was too late for Xia Li to say more. The expression on her little face twisted for a moment, and Lucia smacked her lips and moved closer to Xia Li beside her. Xia Li, why did you tell him that I was your girlfriend? It would have been fine if she hadn't asked, but Xia Li felt a little guilty when she asked. How should she explain their current situation to the evil dragon? By the way, does this evil dragon know what girlfriend means? It's hard for me to explain to you, Xia Li whispered. We are living together now. To people of the same age, this kind of relationship is the most normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. So you think of me as a friend. Xia Li was halfway through his words when Lucia suddenly sighed. For the first time, Xia Li saw a shy expression on a dragon's face. Lucia pursed her lips, and she didn't know what she was thinking, staring at the table blankly. Looking at her like this, she was even a little happy. No, it seems that I'm misunderstood. This silly dragon can't tell the difference between friends and girlfriends. To silly dragons, girlfriends are female friends. Yeah, didn't I say that? Xia Li said sternly. We're just friends. Yeah, pure friendship. Lucia nodded in agreement. Although I don't know the specific concept of friendship among humans, this kind of emotion is easier to understand than family affection and love. Lucia has encountered this kind of basic social relationship before. When Lucia was still a young dragon, there was a female fire dragon of the same age who played with her. They roared together, spit fire together, hunted together, and rolled in the mud together. Later, the human duke designated that area as a territory, and Lucia moved her nest and never met the fire-breathing female fire dragon again. That kind of relationship should be what humans often call a friendship relationship, right? Now that she and Xia Li are friends, does it mean that they can do things that friends should do? Oh yes, they were doing those things. She ate and lived with Xia Li. Xia Li, thinking of this, Lucia whispered in Xia Li's ear, Can you breathe fire? Xia Li was stunned by this silly dragon's inexplicable question. What was the silly dragon thinking about just now? Breathing fire? I can also breathe water. I can breathe water, too. Lucia nodded. Xia Li tapped her on the head and then took the menu. What do you want to eat? Lucia didn't even look at the menu and answered, Rice. There is no rice here. The staple food is steak. Oh, then I want steak. Xia Li sighed. Lucia didn't know anything, so it was useless to ask her to order food. So Xia Li tried to order a steak and snacks for Lucia, according to her own preferences. Lucia stared at the pictures of food on the menu and was so greedy. Excuse me, how well do you want the steak? The waitress took the menu away and asked Xia Li about her taste habits with a smile. Lucia, who was standing aside, was very excited. Cooked. We dragons, of course, eat raw. Give her 70%. Never mind, well done. Xia Li pushed down the dragon's head that wanted to raise its head to speak and pointed to the menu to the waiter. Yes, this is the children's set meal. Well done, with fried eggs on both sides. Under the table, Xia Li felt a long leg stretching out at a tricky angle. The ankle of that leg hooked Xia Li's ankle and rubbed Xia Li's calf. Damn, there's a pervert. Thinking that this leg came from Chun Tao across the table, Xia Li wanted to stand up and beat him up. Chun Tao pretended to be careless and took a bite of the steak. This guy never cut steaks when eating steaks and put it into his mouth roughly, just like the dragon next to Xia Li who couldn't use a knife and fork and was trying to eat, making his mouth full of black pepper sauce. Xia Li raised his eyes and glanced at Chun Tao across the table. Chun Tao pointed at his mobile phone and gestured to Xia Li with his mouth. Look at the phone. Xia Li had to take out the phone and unlock it. As soon as he unlocked it, he received two pop-up messages from Chun Tao. Taozi, you don't give Xiaolu couples a meal. You order a children's meal? Taozi, do you like to raise your wife as a daughter? Taozi, what's your XP? Is Xiaolu full? Xia Li raised his eyebrows and looked back. What's wrong with the children's meal? Even though this guy is eating a children's meal, she can eat 10 children's meals in one breath. Taozi, girls have small appetites, but they shouldn't eat the amount of a 7 or 8-year-old child, right? Chin Tao just thinks that his good brother is a bit straight. He is worried that this is Xia Li's first time in love, and he doesn't know how to take care of a girl, so he was anxious in his seat after witnessing all this. Some things are not easy to say in front of Xiaolu, so he chose to remind Xia Li by sending a message. Sir, this is your extra order. Just when Chin Tao was winking at Xia Li and hating him, the waitress brought another baked rice with cheese and a tomato meat sauce. Put it in front of her. Xia Li raised his face towards the evil dragon who was eating beside him. Xia Li knew Lucia's appetite very well. This guy can eat as much as 3 people, so a total of 3 main dishes plus various snacks are just right for Lucia. Since I promised Lucia to take her to eat good food, I naturally have to make sure she is full. Fortunately, Xia Li actually saw rice on the menu, but I don't know if Lucia can eat this kind of Western-style baked rice. Xia Liming. I ordered the children's set because it has 3 kinds of steaks from land, sea, and air, and I won't let her try them all. Xia Liming. And she wants to eat both pasta and rice, so I gave her 1 more portion. Taozi, walk. I thought Xia Li would be a rookie in caring for his girlfriend. I didn't expect this guy to be more reliable than me, a love strategist. He misjudged. Seeing Chun Tao shrinking back into his chair like a deflated ball, Xia Li calmly took a sip of the drink. Couple set meal? He liked it at first sight, but that set meal included a bottle of red wine. The shops near the university town know the ins and outs between young couples the best. Which couple would not take advantage of this reserved and natural drinking opportunity? But Xia Li didn't take it. Letting the dragon drink is a very scary thing. No one knows what will happen. After all, there's still a little wildness in her bones. Xia Li can't guarantee that Lucia will be wilder than rational after drinking. If it's okay at home, there's a demon-killing sore at home. No matter how Lucia's dragon nature explodes, Xia Li can scare this guy into hiding in the corner with a sword. But now it's outside, it's definitely not okay outside. If you want to drink, you can only go home. How is it? Is it delicious? Xia Li tilted her head and saw that the dragon's mouth was full of black pepper sauce and tomato juice, so she couldn't help but want to wipe it off for her. Lucia was busy eating, and her little mouth had no time to answer Xia Li's questions, but just nodded. You have to bite off the noodles. The pasta is too thick and can't be swallowed directly. Xia Li was afraid that the dragon would hold her, so she had to remind her repeatedly. Lucia nodded like pounding garlic. After eating for 10 minutes, the 3 plates in front of Lucia were empty. She began to clean up the last battlefield, drinks, and some snacks such as chicken wings and fries. After eating and drinking, Chen Tao leaned on the table to collect food for the mobile game and looked up from time to time. For Xia Li's girlfriend's appetite, although Chen Tao thought that she had a good appetite, it was not surprising. This girl is thin and small. Xia Li should feed her more. This way, she can grow from a sister to an older sister earlier. This also fulfilled Xia Tuner's dream. Are you full? Do you want to eat more? Seeing that Lucia had put down her fork with satisfaction, Xia Li asked again. In the end, this guy just put down her fork to drink the drink. She took a sip of her drink and then stuffed a butterfly shrimp into her mouth. She glanced at Xia Li and then at the guest in front of Xia Li who was playing with his mobile phone. Lucia put down the remaining shrimp tail in her hand and asked Xia Li quietly, "Is the drink over there delicious?" Lucia was referring to the pink drink next to Chun Tao. "Do you want to try it?" Xia Li asked. "No." Lucia shook her head. Humans have diseases and are exposed to much more pollution every day than dragons. Dragons use cleaning magic to clean themselves every day, but humans don't. Lucia was very disgusted. "I mean, if you want to drink, I'll buy you a cup. Xia Li explained. We've decided to be extravagant today, so we won't be short of drink. Lucia fell silent. She didn't seem to want to try it. Is it expensive? About 20 or so a cup. More than 20? Lucia didn't expect that a small drink would cost so much. Forget it. More than 20 could buy a lot of fried cakes. Xia Li thought to himself, the evil dragon is actually quite frugal. Across the table, Chun Tao, who was said to be sick, raised his eyelids. What were these two young lovers talking about? He seemed to have heard Xiao Lu talking about his situation just now. Old Xia, don't worry. When Xiao Lu asks, I will say, I have never been in love. I don't have a white moonlight. Xiago only played with boys when he was a child. Girl's hand? What is that? The only hand Xiago has ever held is the big dog in my house. Chun Tao was in high spirits, with an expression that said, this military advisor has already thought of a countermeasure. Lucia didn't understand the complex expression on the human male's face, but she was indeed not interested in the human male's stuff. I'll just try yours. Lucia put her head close to Xia Li and said in a whisper. After that, her dragon mouth had already grabbed Xia Li's straw. Xia Li was drinking kumquat black tea, and there was still more than half a cup of black tea left at this time, but when he reacted and looked down, he saw a round head popping out of his arms. Goo. The evil dragon Lucia is launching a dragon sucking water from your drink cup. No, it turns out that the original target was here. What about the promise to dislike that humans have diseases? All this preparation is just for a sneak attack. The temperature after autumn is always volatile, and the temperature is cold in the morning and evening, so it's just right to wear a sweater at home. But at noon, the scalp was roasted like a pancake on the scalp, making people anxious. Xia Li and Chun Tao came out of the restaurant and waited. Lucia went to the bathroom to wash her hands. Although this guy looks like a dragon, he never trims his edges in the shape of a giant dragon, but once he turns into a human form, he loves to clean himself and likes to wash her dragon claws if he has nothing to do. However, it may also be because I learned to rub foam with hand sanitizer. Maybe I was playing with bubbles in the bathroom. Taiwan Novel Network. Duh. How long have you lived together? Chun Tao held a toothpick in his mouth. His expression was deep, and his eyes looked into the distance. He now looks like a starting style of, brother, I'm going to start interrogating you. 3 days. Xia Li answered immediately. Chun Tao took a breath. Xiao Lu looks very young last year. She lives with you. Do her family know? Xia Li originally thought that he was mentally prepared to answer any questions. As a result, Chun Tao's first question kept him silent. Lucia's family? Xia Li heard Lucia say that when she broke out, she had met her mother. However, the dragon clan has a weak sense of family affection and is used to a dragon lying on the mountain alone. After mastering the flying ability, the new young dragon will be driven out of the nest and live alone by the female dragon. As for his father, Lucia had never seen his father before. You aren't elopement, are you? Seeing that Lao Xia's expression was so hesitant, Chun Tao also hesitated. If it's not that I'll tell you, such a beautiful big girl will follow you if she says she's going with you. I won't ask if Xiao Luqing is an adult, but you two live together now. It's easy for you to die. Forget it if Aunt Fong hides it from at first, but hear the woman. If she lives with the boy without telling it from her parents, then the girl's father will come to her house, and she will not make up the matter. The more Chun Tao thought about it, the more he became, the more distorted his expression. He saw Lao Xia's special care for Xiao Lu with his own eyes. Before that, Chun Taoka had never seen Lao Xia's attitude towards anyone except his parents. I think my brother is also sincere in treating this relationship, but it is precisely because of the sincere treatment that we need the support of our family. Or it will be better to make a phone call to communicate with Xiao Lu's family. Chun Tao suggested from the bottom of his heart. Sally pondered for a while before she said straight, she has no family. This time, Chun Tao shut up. He clearly thought of countless reasons for living with Xia Li at this most precious age in his mind. But I never thought about it. Xiaolu has no family at all. The eyes looking forward to the future were taken back from the endless stream of streets, and Chun Tao no longer said in his heart, old Xia deserves to die. Now that he can tell this matter thoroughly, he deserves to die. He didn't want to ask any more questions, but just sighed sadly. It's very difficult for everyone to live in this society. Xia Li looked at him silently. I thought you would still say such things. My brother will go through the internship period next month. There will be 5,000 oceans a month after becoming a regular employee. I will give you 2,000. Our brothers, I will calculate 5 points of interest for you. The bank only has 3 points, so you can count it to me for 5 points? Xia Li punched Chun Tao on the shoulder. However, putting aside the trash talk Chun Tao said in the second half, Xia Li was still a little moved. This guy likes to find trouble if he has nothing to do, but he really is on that type of thing. I found something to do online, and the funds are still sufficient at present, Xia Li said casually. Chun Tao nodded when he heard this, and thought something was wrong, so he covered his arm again. Xia Tuer, your punch is a bit powerful. Have you practiced it on my back? He believed this punch if it was a fitness coach who had been hit by a 20-year-old. Your physique. Chun Tao looked at Xia Li. I always feel that I haven't seen each other for half a month. So why has Xia Tuer become much stronger? Originally, Xia Li was as depressed all day long as he was, looking haggard as a walking corpse. But now he is half a handsome man? Is this guy cheating? Just your physique, Chun Tao emphasized. Xiao Lu's body cannot stand it. Xia Lisin said that this little dude is a dragon. What can't bear to it? As a result, he thought about it for a while and found that Chun Tao's words meant something. Chun Tao handed him a look that even a man knew, and Xia Li rolled up her sleeves. The two were about to make a fuss when a pretty figure appeared beside them, interrupted the casting of the spell. Xia Li, Lucia wiped her little hand on the clothes, then raised it to Xia Li. The hand sanitizer here is apple-scented. You smell it. The evil dragon enthusiastically put his claws in front of Xia Li's nose. Xia Li's body began to lean back. But the evil dragon, without a sense of boundary, could understand the human polite rejection. Lucia covered Xia Li's nose openly with her hands. There were still water droplets left in the cold palm, and the little hand pressed against Xia Li's nose and was wet. Xia Li frowned and was forced to take a big breath. The claws of the dragon are black pepper flavored, and the fresh fruity aroma of hand sanitizer is mixed in. This is too. It smells a little nice. Xia Li pretended to be disgusted and pulled away the little hand. Take a taxi. I still have to work when I go back. This afternoon, Xia Li will have a few more pages of experience, and some basic settings must be improved. Take a taxi. Lucia comes into contact with another fresh word. The last time I took the bus with Xia Li was a bus, but what does take a taxi mean? Which car do you want to take? I'll take it. Lucia waved her little fist out of thin air. The dragon's front claws are short, so even if it turns into a human form, it is not good at boxing. However, Lucia is very confident that she can knock down the cars on the road. Take a taxi is to call the vehicle to come, not by hand but by phone. Xia Li speechlessly held the restless dragon down, and with his other hand, he clicked on the map software and started calling for online car hailing. Behind the two, Chun Tao looked at the scene silently. Xiao Lu doesn't even understand the most basic lifestyle of taking a taxi. Moreover, when she was having dinner just now, Chun Tao also found that Xiao Lu could not use knife and fork. She looked like she was in contact with Western food for the first time. I think her living conditions were very hard, right? After all, I have no parents and have lived a displaced life since I was a child. This girl's life is also hard. Fate owes her too much, and I hope she can get what she deserves from Lao Xia. Thinking of this, Chun Tao sighed. Don't run around. The car will arrive in 2 minutes. Xia Li pulled the evil dragon hard to block the boxing dragon. The dragon's little hands were very slippery, and I guess he would definitely let go in the future. Looking back, Xia Li saw Taozi walking over with a gloomy face in darkness, as if she was lost. Old Xia, you must be nice to Xiao Lu. I don't know what kind of tragic drama Chun Tao had made up for, and even his voice seemed to be vicissitudes. No one around her. You are the only one she has. In the moving car, Chun Tao consciously sat in the front seat, leaving the spacious back seat for Xia Li and his partner. Now, it was the hottest time of the day. The dazzling sunlight was blocked by the car window film. The vents blew cool air, and the air was filled with the smell of low-quality car perfume. Next to Xia Li, Lucia just leaned against the window and took a look, then turned around and sat upright. Her sitting posture always seemed strange to Xia Li, with her hands on her knees and her legs tightly together, looking like a little kid in kindergarten being educated by a teacher. Xia Li had no interest in the scenery outside the window, so he just stared at Lucia intently, fearing that this guy would wave his fist at other people's cars in a while. However, the evil dragon behaved unexpectedly quietly. After restraining the mischievousness and restlessness, Lucia lowered her head and stared at her shoes, and the whole dragon looked like a wilted flower. What's going on? Lucia was riding in a car for the first time. Xia Li thought she would be excited, but why didn't she feel the novelty at all? Xia Li was surprised. He looked at Lucia's hands on her knees, which were slowly clenched into fists, and then her bright amber eyes gently closed. Wait, will this guy get carsick? You get carsick? Xia Li moved to Lucia's side. Lucia raised her head and barely glanced at him. Dizzy? No. Lucia's thin eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and she whispered, I'm a little nervous. Nervous? Xia Li thought for a while. He suddenly thought of the first day Lucia went to his house. When he took Lucia to visit the small dark room, Lucia was determined not to sleep in the small dark room, but went to sleep on the balcony where the wind and rain were blowing. This evil dragon, could it be claustrophobia? The nests built by the dragons on the A's continent are very spacious. They often hollow out an entire mountain to serve as their nests. A small dark room without windows like Xia Li's house, and a small car with a capacity of only 5 people, are quite narrow for Lucia. Xia Li also had the fear of this kind of closed environment when he first took a box elevator as a child, and he sympathized with this. Xia Li bent over and stretched his arm in front of Lucia. He pressed the windows on both sides of the back seat and said to the person in the front seat, Master, please open the window. Okay, then I'll turn off the air conditioner. The driver in the driving seat did so, and the air convection began in the closed car, and the unpleasant perfume smell was quickly discharged. Are you feeling better? Lucia's little hands were colder than before, and cold sweat was coming out her palms. She leaned back on the cushions. Her snow-white face was not lively at all. Her eyes were closed, and the wind blowing into the car made her black hair messy. Xia Li rolled up the window a little more, and then moved closer. We'll be there soon. Lucia responded with a weak breath. Looking at her tilted head, Xia Li suddenly remembered what Chun Tao said before getting in the car. She only has you. Maybe Chun Tao has made up a lot of tragedies in his mind, but what he said is indeed right. Lucia has never had relatives or friends. The dragons are born alone, and they only have innate strength and loneliness. Now, with her powerful body gone, the only thing left for Lucia is loneliness. It is a kind of loneliness that refreshes her worldview, is abandoned by the old world, and cannot integrate into the new world. If Xia Li did not choose to take Lucia home from the heart that day, the ending of this guy is even unimaginable. Come closer. Xia Li's tone was somewhat relieved. Lucia's head was dizzy from the wind. This narrow space made her feel inexplicably suffocated. Sitting here was like an invisible big hand strangling her neck. Raising her eyes and looking at Xia Li in a daze, Lucia leaned over without hesitation. She pressed her thighs against Xia Li's, and her shoulders also leaned on his strong arms. Lucia never liked to contact humans. She didn't like those violent races that could be seen everywhere and always had weapons and knives and forks in their hands. But Xia Li was different. Xia Li now had the same smell as her. Lucia knew what this smell was. It was on the 3rd floor of that community, the smell called home. She had now dyed the brave Xia Li into her own smell. However, she was just a little uncomfortable today, so she leaned on Xia Li to relax. She didn't show weakness. The evil dragon would never bow to the brave, except for the hero with the demon exorcising sword. Lucia didn't expect that the iron car in the human world was so difficult to sit in. 5 people could sit in this butt-sized place. It was incredible. Next time, when Xia Li asked for a taxi, she would definitely punch the car without hesitation. No, Xia Li said that if you attack someone else's things, you have to pay for it. Their family doesn't have that much money to pay. Lucia felt dizzy, and her body seemed to melt after leaning on Xia Li, and it was so soft. She tried to stretch her neck, but Xia Li's shoulders were too high, and her head couldn't sleep on them. Xia Li silently looked at the dragon that was rubbing against him like a piglet. After thinking for a moment, he shrank down and offered his shoulder to the dragon, then put one arm around and hugged the weak and crooked little dragon. Hey, it was clearly said that it was pure friendship. Pure friendship is not this price. This kind of physical contact beyond pure friendship, you have to pay extra, dragon. Thanks, master. Slow down. After getting off the car, Xia Li walked around and opened the door for Lucia. Lucia was still listless in the last second, and her legs landed on the ground and revived on the spot in the next second. That steak just now was so delicious, Lucia said with full energy. Xia Li was almost shocked by the dragon's optimistic attitude. She was like nothing happened. At this time, shouldn't she say a few words of grievance that she was uncomfortable just now, and then murmur a few times? Xia Li saw many girls doing this, which would get extra sympathy and care from boys. But why did Lucia not play by the rules at all? What kind of steel dragon? If it's delicious, let Lao Xia take you to eat more. You can order takeout from that store, which is very convenient, Chen Tao said on the side. The three of them walked towards the community at the same time. Since Chen Tao and Xia Li lived in the same unit, they were heading in the same direction. Okay, no. Lucia's answer changed at the speed of light. That's too expensive. I can't eat it every day. It's better to eat rice at home. Rice is also delicious. After listening, Chen Tao took a deep breath. He looked at Xia Li with tears in his eyes. Where the hell did you find your girlfriend? With a wife like this, what else can husband ask for? Have we agreed on our statements? Don't worry, comrade Xia. I will definitely not eat this meal in vain. I will definitely take care of my mother and your mother. Then don't let it slip. I understand. The door on the second floor of the community, the same tetanus iron door as Xia Li's, is the home of Chen Tao and his parents. Before leaving, Xia Li was still a little worried and stood in front of Chen Tao's door to emphasize a few more words. Chen Tao made two okay gestures to him, full of confidence. Furry animals. Besides Xia Li, Lucia bent over and leaned over to see the big spotted dog squatting in Chen Tao's house. The big dog's fur is black and white. Originally, after seeing the owner come home, it would enthusiastically pounce on the owner's hand and lick the hand of the owner's good brother. As a result, today this big spotted dog has changed. Its fluffy tail was firmly clamped on its belly, and its body curled up against the wall. When it looked at Lucia, it seemed as if it saw some natural enemy from blood suppression, and its blue-gray eyes were full of fear and helplessness. Lucia tilted her head. This furry little animal didn't seem to like her. Was it afraid of her? But shouldn't be like that. When she eats animals, she would also be selective. She rarely eats this kind of furry and thin animal. At most, she just played with it. Well, if it was in the East continent, if she encountered this kind of four-clawed animal, she would probably retract her dragon wings and then act like a walking dragon, running on the ground with her two hind legs, chasing the prey by walking. Often at that time, the prey would be scared and pretend to be dead, and Lucia would quickly change her target because she lost interest. This is one of the few outdoor activities for the dragon. Hi, come, this is our new friend Xia Li. After talking with Xia Li, Chen Tao turned back to hug his dog. Fuck, why do you look like you've seen a ghost? However, his Heisey tucked his tail between his legs and struggled hard when Chen Tao picked him up. Seeing that he was about to be picked up, Heisey screamed in fear and broke free from Chen Tao's arms with a somersault, and his figure immediately disappeared in the living room. Why is this dog so strange today? Chen Tao didn't think much about it and turned to Lucia embarrassedly and said, This dog is called Heisey. He usually likes to make a lot of noise. Today, he is not in a good state. I will introduce him to you next time. Oh, Lucia didn't understand why a human male wanted to introduce a dog to her. It seems that it doesn't matter if they don't know each other. It's hard for dragons and dogs to be friends. Let's go, the rest is up to you. Xia Li took Lucia's little hand and returned to the third floor under Chun Tao's envious gaze. Wasn't the dog afraid of you just now? Xia Li took out the key, and Lucia waited quietly at the door. Phuket Island. Lucia shook her head. Recalling Heizi's reaction just now, Xia Li found it quite interesting. Although there is no magic and no proud body, the dog is still afraid of Lucia, who is pure dragon blood. It is said that the intuition of dogs and cats is much more sensitive than that of humans. I don't know if other species are afraid. If lions and tigers are really afraid of Lucia, wouldn't it be fun to take Lucia to the zoo? By the way, Xia Li, remember another thing. You should have claustrophobia. Try to avoid small spaces without windows in the future. I have secret phobia. This is a word Lucia has never heard of. Xia Li turned the door handle and entered the house. Closed, 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 he corrected word by word. Claustrophobia means feeling suffocated and scared in a closed and narrow space. Oh, Lucia thought about it carefully, and she felt the same way in the car just now. So she nodded and said, then I do have claustrophobia. Back home, Xia Li came to Lucia's dragon's nest and began to think. Since Lucia slept on the balcony because she was afraid of the small dark room, would it be better for her to sleep in her own room? Xia Li's own room has a large window, which faces east and allows warm sunlight to shine in every day. But Lucia sleeps on the bed, so where does he sleep? Besides, there are many secrets in a man's room that cannot be told to dragons. Do you want to sleep on the bed at night? Xia Li decided to ask Lucia's opinion. Sleep in your bed? Lucia asked. Then where do you sleep? I sleep on my bed too. After all, there's only one bed in the house. The camp bed can't be considered a bed. Xia Li's waist hurts when he sleeps on it. If he really has to choose, he would rather sleep on the floor than on the camp bed. I don't know how Lucia endured these nights, but thinking of the mess in the dragon's nest, it seems that the camp bed is already very good for the dragon. Sleep, 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 sleep in a bed. Lucia suddenly became nervous. In the dragon tribe's concept, even if a male and female have successfully paired up, they will sleep in separate nests. There is only one situation where a female dragon and a male dragon can sleep together. Mating. They sleep together for the purpose of reproduction. Lucia is not prepared at all. Besides, when a male dragon is courting a mate, he will do a lot of things to please the female dragon. Where is Xia Li? He won't just trick her into sleeping with him. Lucia looked at Xia Li with a complicated expression. She looked at him hesitantly, and then pretended nothing happened to look at the living room with red ears. Xia Li's words were undoubtedly a naked invitation to the evil dragon. Let's talk about it later. Seeing this silly dragon like this, Xia Li knew that this guy was starting to think of some weird things again. Sure enough, he still didn't understand the habits of the dragons enough. When the weather turns cold, you can't sleep on the balcony. I will clean up the small dark room and buy a bed. From now on, I will sleep in the small dark room, and you will sleep in my room. My room is big and ventilated. You shouldn't feel uncomfortable. I will sleep in your room by myself. Yeah. Okay. Lucia agreed this time. After all, it is the nest of the brave Xia Li. See if she doesn't dye Xia Li's nest in her own flavor. I'm going to work, watch TV, show you Animal World. Xia Li turned on the TV, and the voice actor's low and magnetic voice came from the TV. Spring is here, and it's time for everything to change. Forget it. Xia Li switched channels in a second. You should watch the children's channel. The cartoons playing now are quite suitable for you. Lucia stared at the flat humans on the screen and pouted. She had just started to use this invention called television, and she couldn't even understand three-dimensional characters. But Xia Li wanted to show her these flattened paper people. Besides, what's wrong with watching Animal World? She's an adult dragon. Why can't she watch those pictures? Oh, what girlfriend? She's just a roommate. The houses in our area are school district houses, very close to the university town. The school has just started, and those freshmen who are not used to the university dormitory life are looking for houses nearby. Now that the school has started for a while, the surrounding rental houses are already saturated. Xia Li's house has 2 bedrooms and a living room. He hasn't found a job yet, so it's normal for him to rent out one room. It's indeed a girl, but that girl is just... Oh, anyway, she's not Xia Li's type. I grew up with him, and I didn't know he liked queens. Oh, the kind of girls with long legs. He likes that kind of thing. That roommate has short legs and is not Xia Li's target. No problem. Don't you know Xia Li's character, Mom? You used to praise him for his good study and good morals in front of me. You used Lao Xia to educate me every day, and you wish that I would be retrained to practice a trumpet. Why don't you believe in Lao Xia's character now? If he dares to get his hands on other girls, I will eat the big shit directly. Hey, Mom, we can't hit people just by chatting. Just kidding, I don't eat that kind of thing. Oh, your stick is really accurate. In the room, Fong Xia and Xia Yuanjun squatted in front of the coffee table, holding a mobile phone. After listening to this live version of the voice call, the old couple's expressions became solemn. Roommate? Do you believe it? Fong Xia turned off the phone call. If she listened to it, it would be Xiao Tao's privacy. My son likes a girlfriend of the older sister type, Xia Yuanjun said thoughtfully. Fong Xia reached out and hit him. Can you say something useful? I think this matter. Xia Yuanjun changed his tone and sighed. Forget it. Why do we care so much, whether it's a roommate or a girlfriend? Do we have to interfere? I don't want to get involved in this kid's affairs. Fong Xia's voice softened a lot, but she was more helpless. Hey, why is this kid still hiding his love affair? He's so old. Isn't he just afraid that your temper is too enthusiastic? Besides, Sally hasn't admitted that he's dating. Why are we too anxious here? If you ask me, don't go to the old house during this period. Don't scare the little girl. How am I scary? Fong Xia was unhappy, but she just complained verbally and had already typed a line of words on her phone, telling her neighbor's sister Zhao that she knew about the situation and she would put this matter aside for the time being. She didn't object to Xia Li's taking in a female tenant. Will anyone really like my story? Xia Li's new female tenant, Lucia Shavana, was sitting next to Xia Li, her bright eyes reflecting the glow of the computer screen. Lucia was quite interested in Xia Li's work. Watching the paper figures on TV was too boring, and Lucia had not yet gotten the joy of being a homegirl in this modern society. The main reason was that she was a bit too busy. If it were the past, when she was bored, she would choose to sleep or patrol her territory, fight monsters if there were monsters, and chase sheep, cows, and other animals if there were no monsters. In that world over there, she could always find different fun for herself. But after coming to Earth, everything here was obviously very fresh, but Lucia couldn't find her own fun. Sally felt that she was just exposed to too few things. It's not that Lucia couldn't find her own fun. She just hadn't found her own hobbies in Earth, a place with extremely rich entertainment methods. Of course someone likes your story. Sally stopped typing, turned the chair under his buttocks, and looked at Lucia. Modern people live under great pressure, but your story is relaxed and happy, and you are a native dragon. From your perspective, you can bring them a lot of fun. After hearing what Xia Li said, Lucia pursed her lips. A little happy. The story of a big, evil dragon like her can actually provide humans with happy emotions? It's incredible. Xia Li turned around and continued to work. He wrote 3 chapters about Lucia's story from hatching to baby dragon, totaling more than 10,000 words. If it weren't for Lucia's own words, Xia Li would not have thought that Lucia's growth story was so easy. After coming out of the dragon shell, it directly became the top of the food chain. The mother dragon would peel off fresh pieces of meat and throw them to the baby dragon, and then fly back to the nest to feed it every 3 to 5 days. In order to ensure the healthy growth of the baby dragon, the mother dragon selected the meat with the highest nutritional value. The first few months after the dragon opens its eyes are the fastest growing period for the dragonfly. When the dragonfly's wings become strong and powerful, and its fragile scales become invulnerable, the mother dragon will use her nose to push the dragonfly out of the nest. The dragonfly will never look back after it leaves the nest. This is the nature of the dragon race, to yearn for freedom. The dragonfly will choose a place of its choice to stay alone in its first journey. However, Lucia was lucky. Other dragonflies would fight with their neighbors to get their first territory. Lucia went directly to a farmer's manor and dug a hole. and covered the hole with a pile of fresh grass. Whenever the farmer herds sheep, one or two of the tens of thousands of sheep will always run to the haystack at Lucia's door to eat grass. Lucia will take advantage of this opportunity, knock one of them unconscious with one claw, and then take the fat lamb back to the depths of the nest to enjoy slowly. The avant-garde dragon has understood what it means to wait for the rabbit at a very young age. If it weren't for the fact that the farmer found out that there was a problem with the number of sheep because of greed and invited a team of adventurers to attack, Lucia might have lived comfortably there for a few years. Lucia felt a little regretful when she talked about this. Xia Li listened and felt incredible. Is this the growth history of a pure-blooded silver dragon? I thought it would be a bloody battle, but I didn't expect it to be just lying down. Xia Li, you just said that the humans in this world would like my story. Lucia, who was staring at Xia Li working, suddenly spoke. Yeah. Xia Li nodded. Would you like a story about a dragon doing bad things? It's just the survival rules of nature, not a bad thing. Xia Li explained. Oh, Lucia thought about it seriously. She always couldn't tell what was a good thing and what was a bad thing. It seemed that humans always decided what was good and what was bad. Will Xia Li like my story? Of course I like it, Xia Li said without hesitation. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't choose to write your story. Oh. Lucia moved her eyes away from Xia Li's face as he was typing seriously. Suddenly, she didn't want to look at his face, and she was a little nervous. At this time, Lucia didn't know what shy was. This kind of emotion only girls have. How could she, a dragon, be shy? Chevron_left. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, method build. Lucia's short story quickly accumulated nearly 30 likes online. Xia Li's account was originally an old account that had written several short stories on the platform. Although it had few fans, it was better than the new account that had no traffic at all in the early stage. Unfortunately, no one has commented yet. Otherwise, Xia Li would have read the comments to Lucia. Xia Li, will anyone talk on this? Lucia propped up her arms and pressed her cheek against the computer screen. Xia Li said that if many people like the short story sent out, then these humans will leave messages on it. But now 2 days have passed, and Lucia has not received any information. Not yet. Xia Li pressed the dragon head that was blocking the screen back. Don't worry. Everything is difficult at the beginning. This record has just started, and even the first short story has not been told yet. When the later stories and settings are perfected, it will definitely accumulate a lot of readers. Xia Li said affirmatively. Apart from anything else, he still has some confidence in this record. Others write this kind of fantasy novels, which are all imaginary worlds, but Xia Li writes about a real world, and the stories are also real stories. He has rigorous logic and a complete worldview. Even if it is written badly, it can still attract some setting parties. What's more, Lucia's adventure stories are very interesting to Xia Li. Oh, Lucia is still a little nervous. What if the humans in this world don't like her? If it is the East Continent, humans who don't like this evil dragon? Humph, burn it. But on Earth, it seems that I can only swallow my anger, at most hiding in the small quilt and chewing Xia Li's sheets fiercely. Don't worry, believe me. With my 10 years of experience, I like your story very much. Xia Li saw the dragon's uneasy expression and tried to comfort her. Lucia's head, which had already been buried, lowered even deeper. The feeling of being liked by humans is already subtle enough. If Xia Li likes her, hey, he. It feels like a hero fighting a dragon, and the dragon beats the hero. Lucia can't quite understand what kind of emotion the humans like is. But every time these two words come out of Xia Li's mouth, she always feels very happy. I'll go cook. It was getting late. Xia Li closed the web page and went to the kitchen. Lucia's still dazed mind instantly became clear when she heard the word rice. Opening the refrigerator, Xia Li counted the vegetables he bought 2 days ago. If the cabbage is not eaten, it will rot. Today he plans to cook cabbage soup. Because Lucia couldn't eat chili peppers, Xia Li automatically skipped the spicy dishes in Shu province. Xia Li couldn't cook those dishes that were heavy in oil and spicy anyway. Cabbage soup, stir-fried pork with mushrooms. Xia Li held a 1-pound sweet potato in his hand and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he decided to cut the sweet potato into pieces and put it in the rice cooker to steam with the rice. Sweet potatoes are very good coarse grains and high-quality carbohydrates. It would be a pity if they went bad. Huh, what did you throw in there? While Xia Li was in charge of cutting vegetables, Lucia was cooking rice on the side. But when she was about to close the lid of the rice cooker, she saw Xia Li plop and threw a few pieces of orange-red things into the rice cooker. Lucia felt a pang of heartache. There was her white rice in there. This is sweet potato, and sweet potato can also be used in a rice cooker. Xia Li explained. Oh, Lucia nodded seriously. Then it's called the electric sweet potato cooker now. Xia Li turned off the electric sweet potato cooker and reset the timer. Then he washed the cabbage, washed the mushrooms, and then cut the pork into strips. Xia Li was more used to preparing all the dishes and then frying them on both sides. Lucia watched with great interest behind him. She felt pain when Xia Li scaled the live fish, but she didn't feel anything about the other vegetables and meat. Cough, cough. When the cut pork was put into the hot oil, a pungent smell of smoke came from the whole kitchen. Lucia was not used to this smell and choked and coughed. Why did he go out first? The range hood is broken. I'll ask someone to fix it next time. Cough. I won't go out. I want to watch you. Lucia was reluctant to move. She seemed to like watching Xia Li work like this. Xia Li held the pot with one hand and flipped it with the spatula with the other. When he had time, he would take a look at the boiled cabbage in the pot next to him. Seeing him busy, Lucia couldn't sit still and always wanted to help. She handed over the bottles and jars on the table. As a result, those transparent small jars were taken by Xia Li and put back in their original positions. They were completely useless, and it seemed that he was doing something unnecessary here. The evil dragon shook his non-existent tail unhappily. Get the plate. Oh, finally, there was something she could do. Lucia hurriedly opened the cupboard and took out a stainless steel round plate. She held the plate carefully and lifted it up. Her tense little face was not so cautious, even when she lifted the crown of the human kingdom. Take it to the dining table. Yes. Lucia left with the plate and returned after a while. This time she came to serve rice. Although she had been on Earth for several days and had not learned anything, and the only housework she mastered was washing dishes, using a rice spoon to add rice to herself was one of the few skills that Master Lucia had. She filled her large rice bowl with a full bowl, and then dug a few pieces of sweet potatoes and pressed them firmly at the bottom of the bowl. Lucia was like a bricklayer, pressing her bowl as solid as a brick. She glanced at the rice cooker that was almost empty, and then looked at Xia Li's empty bowl that had not been filled. Lucia thought for a while, and scooped another spoonful of rice from her bowl into Xia Li's bowl. The evil dragons were the ultimate food-protecting race. Xia Li, who was sprinkling chopped green onions on the cabbage soup at this time, did not know the value of Lucia's spoonful of rice. Xia Li turned around with the soup bowl in hand and saw Lucia standing on tiptoe with her head about to get into the rice cooker. What are you doing? Xia Li thought. The dragon is about to start licking the bowl before we even start eating. However, when he saw the rice spoon in Lucia's hand, Xia Li knew that he must have misunderstood her. One grain for you, one grain for me. This is fair. Lucia was focused and divided the last bit of rice she had just dug out equally between the two bowls. Xia Li was now bigger than her, so it stands to reason that she would consume more. If Xia Li was starved, she would have no energy to cook for herself. Lucia still understood the principle of being full every meal. Stop it. Xia Li looked at his bowl that had been piled up into a small hill, feeling a little amused. My mother never gave me so much rice. You are raising pigs. But another kind of favorite. People without hobbies are like walking dead bodies. In fact, people live for what they like in their lives, and the same is true for dragons. It is necessary to cultivate Lucia's interest. Otherwise, this guy will come to play Xia Li if he can't find someone to play. Like a supervisor, she always sticks to Xia Li. It was fine when cooking, except that the kitchen was a bit narrow, and Xia Li always hit the dwarf dragon when she turned around. It had no effect. But it's different when typing in the room. That was when Xia Li was most focused. Lucia sometimes appeared behind him without any reason, which would somewhat distract Xia Li from her attention. Thinking of this, Xia Li took out his cell phone and started Baidu. What are the methods to cultivate interest? There are 3 types of answers online. First, participate in courses and training. Second, communicate with like-minded people. And third, try to get in touch with more things. The first 2 can be passed, but Lucia hasn't even finished learning basic common sense and cannot integrate into any courses and training. The second one is also passable. Lucia knows only Xia Li himself on Earth, and Xia Li's hobbies have been shown to Lucia a long time ago. Those paper people in cartoons. Lucia, it means that I can't understand and I'm not interested. It was obvious that before Xia Li traveled through the A's continent, a character like Lucia was a piece of paper. As a result, the 3D paperman still disliked the 2D paperman. Having said that, there's only the third solution that Xia Li can try. Give Lucia more exposure. Thinking of this, Xia Li immediately took action. He took away the last 2 empty bowls from the table and sent them to the kitchen. Lucia was still washing dishes happily. The pool in front of her was full of white bubbles, and the bubbles were getting more and more, and they were about to overflow. Whenever the bubbles were about to run out of the pool, Lucia would stretch her paws over and scoop them back into the pool, and then continue to rub more bubbles on the plate with a dish towel. So, is this guy playing with water or washing dishes? Xia Li frowned, but he did not choose to intervene. Playing sex is something that all species have. Lucia has just come into contact with dishwashing liquid, so it's better to let her play with it for a while. Just don't flood the kitchen. Lucia, I'll leave these bowls to you. I'll go and put the account for you. Xia Li handed over the empty plate. Lucia was still rubbing bubbles happily for the last second. She didn't pay attention to Xia Li's footsteps. When she suddenly heard Xia Li talking in her ear, the whole dragon was shocked. Oh. So, I immediately cleaned the plate honestly and stopped playing with the foam in my hands. So you know how cowardly you are? Xia Li glanced at her and did not intend to expose it. Come to my room clean. Oh, huh? Lucia felt something was wrong when she heard this sentence. With her voice, Xia Li himself was stunned. No, Xia Li immediately changed his words. I mean, the plates are washed. Come to my room and I'll have fun for you. Okay. Lucia agreed casually. She didn't think much about it. After Xia Li left, she played for a while and bubbled. After packing up the dishes, Lucia came to Xia Li's room. At this time, Xia Li had already tidied up his room. After laying the nest of someone who never folded the quilt, Xia Li moved another stool in front of his computer. You sit here. Xia Li gave her esports chair to Lucia. This is Lucia's first time sitting on Xia Li's throne. Sitting on this soft chair that fits the waist of the body, Lucia was a little happy. Use.kno. This is the throne of the brave Xia Li. It is 100 times more comfortable than the pure gold throne that hurts the butt of a human king. This is the mouse. This is the keyboard. Xia Li began to carefully popularize the basic rules of using computers for Lucia. Speaking of which, this guy doesn't even know how to use his mobile phone, so he just skipped the level and operated the computer. I don't know if he can learn it. Xia Li's esports chair is very high, and Lucia's short legs are hanging in the air. Every time she has her feet off the ground, she likes to sway. The bottom of the esports chair is a universal wheel, and it is Lucia flicked, and even the dragon and chair were running to the side. Don't shake it first. Xia Li quickly retrieved the shaking dragon. Lucia stopped her legs and sat up straight. You try to move with the mouse first, and then press the left key. Xia Li is teaching Lucia something new again. Although Lucia is a little stupid, she is more expensive to learn. After several attempts, I have learned the basic click method of mouse. At this stage, it is enough to just learn to use mice. I'll do it. Xia Li covered his hand on Lucia's little hand. Because of the freshly brushing the bowl, Lucia's back of her hands was cold, and the rose fragrance of dishwashing liquid was on it. She just let Xia Li grab her hand without moving. Xia Li slowly moved the mouse and clicked on the 4366 game interface. Lucia looked at the various monitors and then raised her head to look at Xia Li in confusion. With such a tight head, her small Chiong nose was less than 5 centimeters away from Xia Li's neck. The damp and hot gas exhaled from Lucia's nose blew on her neck, Xia Li's heart tightened, and the Adam's apple rolled. After calming down, Xia Li clicked on a popular game on the homepage of the 4366 novel, Gem Pairs and Touch. This game is full of beautiful gems, and I believe Lucia's evil dragon should like it. However, Lucia, who was supposed to be attracted by the gem, still held her head high. Xia Li looked down. Lucia's eyes looked watery in front of the firefly, and her soft face was pitiful at this angle. Her eyes flashed, as if they were expecting or waiting for something. Now, this inexplicable atmosphere made Xia Li feel that his heartbeat was accelerating. Xia Li, Lucia opened her mouth slightly, lifted the empty bare hand, and stroked Xia Li's face. You have a rice pill on your face. On the computer screen, the colored gems that were successfully matched disappeared in the collision. Xia Li sat on a chair and browsed his phone. Lucia, beside him, was concentrating on the computer, and her whole dragon was immersed in this novel that Xia Li felt was childish, but just right for her. Because she played too aggressively, Lucia stood on the ground with both feet, holding the mouse in her hand and leaning forward. Her action reminded Xia Li of playing on the computer when he was a child, when he also played while standing. I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, diamondsuit.diamondsuit. Stay away from the screen, you will go blind. Xia Li said casually. After saying that, Xia Li suddenly felt that this sentence was a little familiar. TSK, why did she say the same thing as Ms. Fong at the beginning? Lucia was playing hard at the moment, so she couldn't hear what Xia Li was saying. 10 minutes passed. Xia Li hadn't even finished playing with the golden shovel in his hand, but Lucia seemed to have lost her ideal and sat back on the chair. Lost? Xia Li looked over. This shouldn't be the case. He chose the endless mode for Lucia, a rookie, without enemies or countdowns, so she could play however she wanted. Woo! Xia Li didn't expect that just a gem-matching game could make this stupid dragon scream. What's wrong with you? Lucia lowered her head in frustration, feeling as sad as if the nest she had built with great difficulty was burned by a fire from humans. Xia Li quickly dropped the game in his hand and stood up to look at the computer. No problem. Although the score was a little less, the gems were still gems. Xia Li, you asked me to move the gems up and down. As long as 3 of them are close together, they can touch. Yes, this is how to play this game. Xia Li nodded. Lucia tapped her fingers on the computer again, but after they collided, they disappeared. Lucia's face was full of surprise. Her amber eyes were bright and charming. She clapped her hands. Her tone was both aggrieved and indignant. They will disappear. Xia Li, it was a tricky angle he had not expected. Evil dragons like beautiful gems because they like to collect such things, not to see such things disappear from under their noses. Evil dragons playing gems is equivalent to people playing RMB matching. It's really cruel. Let's change the game. Xia Li stood up and turned off Lucia's gems matching. Lucia pouted her lips and stared at Xia Li eagerly. You will definitely like this, gold miner. In order to prevent Lucia from saying that the gold disappeared later, Xia Li patiently explained the rules of the game. See this hook? You have to control the hook to catch gold. The gold you catch will be directly converted into money in the upper left corner. This money can be used to buy game props when you pass the level. Oh, Lucia's eyes sparkled when she heard it. The gold caught is directly converted into money. This is in line with the dragon's interest. Although gold is beautiful, after living on Earth for a few days, Lucia feels that money is also important. Sometimes she even stares at the red banknotes Xia Li took out for a long time and feels that this kind of paper is not worse than gold and gems. Then I want to play this. Lucia's mumbling little mouth suddenly laughed, and she was about to get the mouse on the table. This is controlled by the keyboard. Xia Li grabbed her little hand back. Do you see these 4 arrows on keyboard? Press to lower the hook and press to use the props. This simple operation method can be easily learned by even a 3-year-old child. Lucia tried to control it and immediately nodded with a smile. Well, I understand. This version is a 2-player mode. I will control the miner on the left. Xia Li sat down next to Lucia. Let alone other things, for a small Akami game like Gold Miner, Xia Li would definitely beat this dragon. You dig gold, and I'll catch diamonds. Diamonds are valuable, but hard to aim. Not long after getting started, Xia Li was still directing the dragon to work together. However, just when the countdown appeared in the upper left corner and the score was still more than 300 points short, Xia Li felt his eyes go black. Traveled through time? No way. Lucia suddenly stood up and covered Xia Li's eyes with a small hand. Why are you covering my eyes? Xia Li shouted angrily and quickly grabbed the octopus off his face and then looked at the game again. The countdown ended, and the gold he finally picked up was just barely promoted. You caught my gold. Lucia was more anxious than Xia Li. We are teammates. Lucia was confused. In her opinion, how could the hero and the dragon be teammates? When Xia Li and she controlled the same keyboard at the same time, it was the time for the century-long battle between the hero and the dragon. Look here, Xia Li said, patting the computer. The money we fished out was mixed together. Lucia put her face close to hers and stared at the string of money figures. Merged into one. You can use such a bad word, Xia Li said. Lucia remembered that she and Xia Li were indeed friends now. The hero and the evil dragon were friends. It was okay on the evil dragon's side. No matter what the dragons did, no one cared in the eyes of their own people. But if the hero did this, wouldn't it be a betrayal of his own race? If they returned to the East continent in the future, Xia Li would be a traitor in the eyes of humans. Thinking of this, Lucia suddenly sighed. Xia Li, I didn't expect you to pay so much for me. But it doesn't matter. I will take you in the future. Lucia said seriously. Xia Li, I don't know what this evil dragon is thinking. This guy is always like this, making some strange summaries from time to time. Could it be that he is attacking himself? However, Xia Li did pay a lot for her. Just keeping Lucia at home is already a huge pressure. The old couple at home have not made any moves recently, but in Xia Li's view, this is the calm before the storm. Do you want to play again? Let's play. I'll catch diamonds this time, and you'll be responsible for digging gold. Don't cover my eyes again. I know, you're my teammate now. Well, let's start. As the sound effects of the old game came out from the speakers, the game entered the next round. The brave Xia Li and the evil dragon Lucia completed their first cooperation in their lives, and the level went all the way to the 10th level. Although they finally fell at the threshold of the 11th level, Xia Li said that this was already very impressive, and they would continue to work hard next time. Lucia stared blankly at the remaining money that disappeared after the game ended. All the gold that had been dug for an hour was cleared, but she didn't feel empty in her heart. After all, these numbers were fake from the beginning. Moreover, in the process of playing games with Xia Li, she gained something more important. Lucia seemed to know what she liked. Xia Li, it's fun. Can you play with me next time? Chev_score left. From gold miner to fruit ninja, and then to snake. In one afternoon, the dragon Lucia has mastered 5 games. Lucia is not good at novels that require brains, such as Pushbox and Tetris. She is only suitable for simple and rough fighting games, which require brains and strategies, which are too difficult for her. However, for a newbie who has never touched a computer, it only takes a few hours to be able to use the keyboard and mouse skillfully. Has it defeated 98% of the children in the country? How is it? Is it fun? Looking at the dragon occupying his computer and chair, Xia Li asked sincerely. Lucia didn't say anything. She stared at the fruits flying around in front of her and waved the mouse quickly with the red and green light of the computer screen on her cheeks. Could this guy be a potential internet addict? After all, the dragons on the A's continent are all homebodies. If the nest can meet the needs of eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, they can even live in their own nest for a lifetime. Wow. How come there are so many bombs in this fruit? Humans are so insidious. The countdown of a round of Fruit Ninja has not ended yet, and the computer screen in front of Lucia has entered the settlement interface in advance. Lucia relaxed her movements and looked a little discouraged. Next time you cut, look carefully before you cut, Xia Li comforted. The faster you play this game, the easier it is to lose. Lucia listened very seriously. She has a strong learning ability in all aspects, including games. Then I'll go to the kitchen to get a knife and try. Hey, come back. After catching the dragon that was running away, Xia Li closed the webpage of the novel and told Lucia again. Remember, everything in the game cannot be brought into reality, understand? Xia Li taught. It's better to kill this kind of idea that is easy to go to extremes as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Lucia plays King of Fighters with him later, this guy will have to punch him twice in order to practice his boxing skills. Xia Li has seen Lucia's arm strength. Maybe this dragon is really strong. Oh, you said that games are virtual things, and virtual things can only be played on computers or mobile phones. Well, it's good that you can remember it. Xia Li nodded with relief and asked again, how are these games? Have they helped you find your own hobbies? Hobbies. Lucia can probably understand the meaning of this word. When she was chasing the sheep on the ground in the A's continent before, such things were also considered one of her hobbies. Well, I found my own hobbies, Lucia said seriously. Xia Li thought that his goal had been achieved. Now, he wanted to let her get in touch with more advanced types according to the direction of the game that Lucia liked, or project this kind of game method into some kind of handicraft activities. In this way, there will be a way to kill the dragon's leisure time in the future. I want to be a zombie in Plants vs. Zombies, Lucia said. In this way, I can eat plants all the time, and I could be resurrected without sunlight when I die. Xia Li was so angry that he wanted to turn his back. Is this the thinking of the dragon? I asked you to talk about your hobbies, not to summarize your ambitions. Forget it. I'll play the dragon-slaying game with this guy next time. Let her know what a sinister heart is. Hobbies need to be cultivated slowly. Let's stop here today. Xia Li let go of Lucia's hand. It was getting late, the refrigerator at home was empty, and we could only order takeout for dinner. It was drizzling outside the house at some point, and the gloomy fog made Chingchong City enter the night early. The tiny raindrops were blown by the cold autumn wind and floated on the window, forming a stream and rolling down. Lucia lay in front of the window in the room to look at the sky outside, because Xia Li said that she had been playing on the computer for a long time and was afraid that her eyes would be damaged, so she had to relax her eyes like this first. I don't know if this works. Anyway, Xia Li spent his childhood like this. Old Xia asked him to look at the distant view for 10 minutes every half an hour when he played on the computer. Xia Li felt that he had finally become the person he hated the most when he was a child. The dragon slayer eventually becomes the dragon. Well, this sentence doesn't seem to apply to him as a brave man. There's a male bunny-eared girl knocking on the door. Xia Li was typing on the keyboard in front of the computer, and Lucia, by the window, suddenly muttered. Looking down at the phone, there was indeed a delivery message from the takeaway man. You have a really good hearing. With a sigh, Xia Li went out to pick up the takeaway. The rain outside was too loud, and there was thunder in the distance, so this intermittent knocking sound was easily ignored. Let's have chicken rice noodles tonight. Xia Li put the split disposable chopsticks in Lucia's palm. Lucia looked at the bamboo in her hand, and then at the rice noodles in the bowl. It's a bit similar to the noodles you like to eat, but these things are made of rice. Rice! Can rice be made into this kind of thing? Lucia stirred the rice noodles with chopsticks. This thing looks slippery and not easy to control. The industrial products of human beings are ground by machines. I have the opportunity to take you to see. Xia Li paused for a moment and said, Oh, by the way, aren't you curious about how humans build houses? It just so happens that the Baiyuan Road is on. I will repair the new building and take you to see it in the next 2 days. Anyway, I am not in a hurry to find a job during this period, so Xia Li has plenty of time to bring Lucia to experience this developed human society. After hearing this, Lucia nodded, and her hand had never stopped. She learned to hold the chopsticks by Xia Li and pinch the chopsticks with 2 fingers, but it was difficult to move one of the fingers alone. After trying several times, Lucia didn't eat the rice noodles in her mouth, but instead she was splashed with chicken soup on her face. It was obvious that when she was eating like this before, she could barely dig the rice in her mouth. But today, after replacing the food with this slippery rope, I couldn't eat it in one bite. Xia Li, rice noodles. Rice noodles ran away again. Seeing the lines of his mouth thumping down the soup again, Lucia raised her head anxiously, looking as grievous as she was. Xia Li silently looked at the evil dragon with chicken soup on his face. Want to laugh. But if you laugh at this time, it will somewhat damage the dragon's self-confidence. The purpose of buying rice noodles for this guy is to test her ability to hold chopsticks these days. No matter what kind of crappy way Lucia used to hold chopsticks in the past few days, Xia Li didn't rush to correct it. It was this day that made Lucia realize that her grip needed improvement. As a dragon in China, how can you do it without learning chopsticks? Xia Li cleared her throat and was about to seriously guide Lucia's method. However, Lucia spoke one step faster than him. Feel me? Lucia opened her agile eyes, a few drops of chicken soup on her clean face, and her soft lips were gently pursed together, as if Xia Li had stolen her rice. If you listen carefully, you can even hear the gurgling, swallowing sound of the evil dragon. Hello? How is it possible? I'm a brave man. Xia Li. While Xia Li was silent, Lucia pushed her rice noodle bowl forward with her finger. Hey me, Xia Li. Reject. Deny to refuse. Even if you're so hungry that your eyes are gone, I can't feed you rice noodles. Just once. Xia Li held the chopsticks in his hand and said with a cold face. Yeah. Lucia smiled sweetly and nodded vigorously. The rain fell to the end of the night until late. I took a look at the time on the wall clock, and it was already 9:30 at night. It is the limit time for Xia Li to enter sleep mode. Unlike most young people who stay up all night, Xia Li spent 3 years in A's mainland, working in and resting in the sunrise, and making her a biological clock for the elderly. The rain probably won't stop. Taiwan Novel Network. Da. Xia Li looked at the weather forecast on his mobile phone and confirmed this information. Lucia stood at the junction of the living room and the balcony, looking up at the strange sky with her head raised. It's raining again. Then how could she sleep? Xia Li once said that you can't sleep on the balcony when it rains. Lucia came to his dragon nest, and the two of them had moved into the house. Because they found it was a little late when it rained, Lucia's dragon nest unfortunately got half of it wet. If you use the legendary hairdryer, Magic, it should be able to dry thoroughly. Lucia remembered that the hairdryer was in the bathroom and turned around to go. Don't worry. Let go of my hairdryer that is about to be laid off. Xia Li noticed the intention in the evil dragon's head one step ahead. Just the firepower and power of his hairdryer. I guess he will have to go on strike in 10 minutes. You sleep in my room tonight. Xia Li sighed and compromised. There is only a large bed and a camp bed at home, as well as a double-seater sofa. It is known that the camp bed is temporarily eliminated, so only Xia Li's room and the sofa in the living room can sleep. Xia Li automatically matched himself on the sofa. It's not like pitying this evil dragon. Mainly, forget it, no excuses. Anyway, it's just inappropriate. Xia Li led Lucia to his bedroom. Lucia has entered the hot earth's lair more than once or twice, but it is the second time that she has lie on the brave's bed. The first time was to hide from that great human. The second time, well, it seems like I'm going to sleep here. Lucia pounced on a cat, drowned herself in Xia Li's bedding, and then arched it inside like a maggot. It smells like Xia Li. Lucia's evil insect voice came from inside. Don't frame anyone. Xia Li thought to herself. What does it taste? I obviously take a bath every day. Moreover, craftsmen never do craftsmanship in bed. However, considering that the Dragon Clan's nose is very sensitive, Xia Li went to Lucia's camp bed to carry her own bedding. Fortunately, the bedding was placed inside before and was not soaked in the rain, so there was no problem sleeping all night. You cover yours and return mine to me. Xia Li pulled his bedding and peeled Lucia out of the quilt like she was peeling a mango. Lucia groaned twice and was forced to let go. It's not time to get her smell. I've given you a bed. If you have something to do, I'm told. I can't go through the cabinet or turn on the computer privately. Do you understand? Oh, Lucia doesn't know how to turn on the computer at all. As for the cabinet in Xia Li's room, it must be a treasure chest. I originally wanted to explore, but since I was warned, I'll explore it next time. The purpose of this time is to dye the brave Xia Li's own taste. First, start with the sheets. As we all know, the Dragon Clan has a strong sense of territory, and their way of dividing territory is magic and smell. Lucia's subconscious mind has already shown that Xia Li is an indivisible part of his territory, so it is necessary to make scent marks. But Xia Li didn't know about this kind of thing. He could only feel Lucia, who said that there was smell in his bed and rubbed against his bed, the habit of being a little strange. Putting aside his thoughts, Xia Li left with the quilt in his arms. He went to the bathroom to take a shower, and when he returned to the room, he called Lucia, who was squirming on his bed, to take a shower. "If you don't take a bath, you will become a stinky dragon," Xia Li said seriously. Before coming to Earth, Lucia's bathing cycle can be calculated on a monthly basis. In fact, most dragon clans cannot take a bath once a year. Lucia, a silver dragon with beautiful scales and clean loves to be honest, is already the most diligent in the dragon clan. It's really troublesome to have no cleaning magic on Earth. Lucia mumbled and had to turn over and get out of bed and wear her fishmouth slippers. For the dragon clan, something like take a bath every day is simply torture. In this way, she washed herself white every day. How could she dye Xia Li her own taste? "You haven't washed your hair these 2 days. You'll wash your hair tonight," Xia Li said again. Lucia nodded vigorously while thinking angrily. He said the most cowardly words in a ruthless tone. "Wash it. It's really troublesome to be a human being. There are endless things to wash every day. Bring the bath towel." Xia Li shook Lucia's little yellow duck bath towel on her face, and Lucia walked into the bathroom with a bath towel hanging. On the sofa in the living room, Xia Li tossed and turned a little as she heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. After a while, he was wondering if Lucia could not distinguish between shampoo and shower gel. After a while, he felt that this guy would definitely put foam into his eyes when he was washing his hair. Don't just keep your eyes open, scramble in the bathroom, and then fall down, right? It is easy to get into trouble if you slip in the bathroom. Xia Li felt as anxious as an old father. The more he thought about it, the less sleepy he felt. He got off the sofa and tiptoed to the bathroom door. Xia Li's bathroom has a frosted door. From the door, you can see the mist and a few blurry figures. After waiting for about 10 minutes, when he heard the sound of the shower being turned off, Xia Li sneaked back to the sofa. Click! The bathroom door was open, and Xia Li lay there as if nothing had happened, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. He heard Lucia's wet footsteps coming from far away and then going away. When he heard the sound of a hair dryer blowing hair in the room, Xia Li narrowed one eye. Very good. This evil dragon at least knows to blow dry his hair after washing it. It seems that he is taught well these days. With patience, Xia Li waited until the buzzing hair dryer in the room stopped. Then he slapped his thigh and said in a tone of "I expected it a long time ago" as he walked. "Don't get too close. Hold it farther away when blowing your hair. The high temperature will cause it to activate the over-temperature protection." Xia Li came to the door of the room as a matter of course, folded his arms across his chest, and leaned against the door frame. Lucia in the room sat on the bed, wearing loose pajamas. Her long black hair was still dripping with water, and her skin was white and pink after the bath. She looked back at Xia Li with a pair of watery eyes. This evil dragon who took a bath. How come he looks so fragrant and soft? Xia Li thought. Obviously, all the dragons are bald, but they have so much hair after turning into human form. With this amount of hair, a programmer would be envious. Lucia held the hair dryer in one hand facing her forehead, and the other arm held up her soft black hair. Because of the large amount of hair, the hair was tied into a knot in Lucia's hand. Hashtag the evil dragon Lucia is sending you a distress signal hashtag. Looking at the pair of eyes looking at him for help, Xia Li had no choice but to walk over. How could he be so stupid? The silver dragon that could be entangled by his own hair. Why wasn't he so weak when fighting with this guy before? Now that he has come to Earth, he is as weak as a little chicken, the kind that is easy to bully at a glance. Xia Li sighed and walked over. "I'll help you blow it. Xia Li, you be gentle. It hurts." Under the dual magic of the hair dryer and the wooden comb, the evil dragon Lucia finally triggered the defeat CG and closed her eyes in the hands of the hero Xia Li, begging bitterly. "Why do you have so much hair?" Xia Li complained. He regretted volunteering just now. First of all, he rarely blows his hair. Secondly, this is the first time he blows a girl's hair. Not only should you prevent the hair from tangling when blowing, but you should also pay attention to the technique from top to bottom and from inside to outside during the blowing process. If I had known that the technical content was so high, I should have pretended to be an expert and kept silent from the beginning. Buzz, buzz. The noisy wind in the room sounded intermittently. After tossing around at the head of the bed for more than half an hour, Xia Li and the hairdryer went on strike together. That's about it. Xia Li took the hairdryer away. This amount of hair always gave Xia Li a sense of déjà vu that he had washed Chin Tao's dog. Lucia knelt on the bed sheet without moving, her long black hair flowing down her shoulders, revealing a small piece of white and pink neck. Ever since Xia Li blew her hair, she had a meaningful smile on her face. It really hurts, but is also really enjoyable. I never thought that Lucia Shivana would be able to order the brave Xia Li to be her male servant one day. In the A's continent, young men who blow the hair of young ladies like this are usually either fiancés or male servants. He. I didn't expect that this famous human hero would fall to such a level. Just when Lucia was lost in thought, a cup of warm water was slapped on her soft face. Drink some water and go to sleep. Oh, after Xia Li handed the cup to Lucia, he went to take a shower again. The tossing just now made him sweat profusely. Lucia finished drinking the water, put the cup on the bedside, and then huddled back into the quilt. Xia Li's hair-drying technique was terrible, making Lucia's hair look like a chicken coop. But Lucia didn't mind it. She huddled her neck. Her head was warm because of the warm wind just now, and the quilt in front of her nose was full of Xia Li's smell. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, the extinguished lights, and the sleeping city night sky, Lucia suddenly had a special feeling. This feeling was as if she had gone on a long journey, and then suddenly remembered that the ribs in the nest had not been eaten. The sheep outside the cave must have fattened up a lot, and the fish in the lake could be fried again. The intertwined thoughts made Lucia's calm mood messy. The dim room and the lights in the distance overlapped with the grassland in her memory, and everything around her became more and more unfamiliar. Lucia stopped when her name was called. When she saw the hero Xia Li waving at her, she thought for a moment and returned the same way. The roads in this place were so strange. Those square iron boxes were extremely fast and had no eyes. She almost knocked several of them flying on the way back. That's right, she knocked the car flying. Lucia had absolute confidence in her physique. What are you doing? Lucia ran back to Xia Li with a red signal light. If she didn't know that her swordsmanship was no match for the hero, Lucia would definitely beat Xia Li down here and threaten him to hand over more food. Are you full? Xia Li frowned slightly, pretending to be worried. Of course not. Lucia nodded. At this time, she had no idea what kind of trap the hero was about to step into. Is that so? Then I have a suggestion. How about we stop fighting for the time being? Xia Li said with a friendly look. Lucia glanced at Xia Li, still keeping a high degree of vigilance against him. As we all know, a hero cannot be friendly to a dragon for no reason. For example, Xia Li just helped her buy bread, and the price she paid was a small piece of beautiful metal. Now, Xia Li suddenly proposed to cease fire, so what he wanted to get was, what do you want? Lucia tilted her head and thought for a while. She had nothing on her body now, and her body could not be transformed into a dragon at all. She was completely worthless in Xia Li's eyes. I don't want anything. I just want to take you back and raise you, Xia Li said helplessly. If possible, Xia Li didn't want to cause such trouble. But if she let this dragon go, she would definitely be taken to the police station. Whether it was snatching food in public or rubbing magic and going crazy, all of Lucia's behaviors were considered mental disorder in this society, not to mention that this guy was holding a kitchen knife in his hand. I'm afraid she would be rewarded with a pair of silver bracelets in a minute. After comprehensive consideration, Xia Li felt that instead of alarming the police and letting them find out about her, it would be better to take the initiative and appease this problem dragon. Anyway, I will keep it at home for the time being and study the possibility of sending Lucia back to the A's continent in the next few days. If it really doesn't work, I will teach this guy how to survive in the modern world first, and then release her. Why do you want to raise me? Lucia shrank her body, and the fine rain in the sky floated down like flying catkins. She wrapped the little yellow duck shawl on her head tighter. This hero may have some special training habit. Thinking of this, Lucia's eyes paused. She remembered that in the A's continent, many powerful humans like to play this kind of training. They will take the dragons that are still in the young dragon stage home and raise the young dragons into big dragons after 3 generations or hundreds of years, and then coax the big dragons into human form and give birth to children for themselves. The blood of humans and dragons can be mixed. Although the offspring born will not be as powerful as pure-blooded dragons, as a human with dragon blood, their physique and understanding of magic are far superior to ordinary people. Therefore, for some human nobles who do not have too high requirements for blood inheritance, they are willing to spend a lot of time to mix their family blood with the dragon clan. And the brave Xia Li in front of him must want to trick himself into mixing blood. You want me to give birth to a dragon cub for him? Xia Li doesn't even need to spend too much time playing with cultivation. After all, according to the age of the dragon clan, Lucia is just an adult and has met the breeding needs. When she thought that she couldn't turn into a dragon now, the blood of the pure-blooded dragon flowing in her body was her only valuable thing. Lucia confirmed her guess. What do you want to do to me? Lucia grabbed the little yellow duck shawl on her body, her amber eyes slightly raised, and looked up and down vigilantly at Xia Li. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. Xia Li saw that Lucia's eyes had changed from looking at an enemy to looking at a pervert, and knew that the evil dragon's guess must have been wrong, so he quickly corrected her. Letting you go would harm society, so I decided to take you home and keep you in captivity, which is equivalent to fulfilling the duty of a hero and reducing harm to this society. Didn't you trick me into giving birth to a dragon cub? You wish. Xia Li found it funny. I'm a dragon slayer, not a dragon knight, and I don't have this kind of fetish. Lucia stared straight into Xia Li's eyes, trying to see the lie in his eyes. Most dragons have a certain degree of sixth sense, not to mention that Lucia is a pure-blooded silver dragon. She didn't see any lies or deception in Xia Li's eyes. This hero is actually serious? So that's it. Lucia was silent for a moment. What Xia Li said made sense. If Xia Li let her go here, she would definitely go and steal the bread from humans. Xia Li is now bound by the rules of human society in this area and cannot kill himself, but he can keep himself under control. Rather than letting her snatch the bread from humans, it is better to restrict her range of activities. This is the only solution for Xia Li now. Lucia didn't care. Dragons can stand loneliness the most. As long as they are not hungry, they can live anywhere. As for Xia Li calling her a hazard, Lucia didn't mind at all. On the contrary, the more Xia Li called her a scourge, the happier she was. It is a proud thing that the arrogant dragons are feared by humans. Then, I agree to a truce with you. Lucia nodded. Anyway, she can't use magic now. Even if she wants to fight the hero for 300 rounds, she will probably be beaten unilaterally. It's better to agree to him temporarily. If I go to your house, will you provide food? Lucia asked. Yes. Then you promise me first that you won't kill me. Of course, I promise you that I won't eat you. No, I said I'm going to stop fighting, and I will definitely not do it. Swear. Then swear too. Xia Li looked down at the short dragon, and the dragon also raised his little face and looked at him silently. Then the two of them crossed their hands on their chests at the same time. This is the usual method of swearing to the goddess on the continent of A's. Xia Li and Lucia swore to each other that neither of them would attack the other. The sky was still gloomy and rainy. The two stood at the crossroads and made a vow. Pedestrians on both sides hurriedly passed by with umbrellas. There were a few curious eyes looking at him from under the umbrellas of passers-by. Xia Li unconsciously straightened his back and suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. Compared with his embarrassment, Lucia, beside him, seemed particularly relaxed. The contract was reached. Inexplicably picked up a long-term meal ticket. Isn't it wonderful? Although I don't know where this is, and I don't know why I suddenly lost my magic power. But having a meal can make Lucia feel satisfied. Evil dragons are all optimists. This easygoing personality makes their dragon life rarely have any ups and downs. Xia Li looked at her happy little face and felt overwhelmed by the cheap dragon worth 48.5 yuan that he had picked up. With his current financial ability, he definitely couldn't afford to support Lucia. The next morning, the mist outside the window seemed to be a cloud falling from the sky, covering the entire Qingchang city in misty rain. Lucia woke up early in the morning. She crawled in the dark on Xia Li's bed, then slid down the sheets and stepped into her slippers. She sneaked around the living room and glanced at Xia Li, who was still sleeping on the sofa. Lucia did not choose to turn on the light, but squatted down beside Xia Li quietly. Xia Li's sleeping face was calm and peaceful, and every breath was very even, looking like he was dead. No, he looked defenseless. If he was attacked at this time, Lucia raised her evil dragon claws, and a sharp edge flashed across her round nails. Then she stabbed at a very fast speed. When she touched the skin on Xia Li's face, her fingertips softened instantly. Poke! The cheek of the brave Xia Li was pressed into a dimple by the dragon's claws. So scary. It's time for breakfast. Lucia lowered her voice and whispered in Xia Li's ear. However, Xia Li was sleeping soundly, and Lucia saw that she couldn't wake him up, so she chose to give up. Coming to the balcony outside the living room, the sky was still gray today. The rain was much lighter than last night, and the raindrops were floating down from the sky like spider silk. Lucia stood on the balcony, feeling the morning breeze, staring at the sky of this strange city in a trance. Xia Li said yesterday that he would take her to the zoo, but the premise is that it doesn't rain today. Stop the rain, stop the rain, stop the rain. The dragon has never prayed for rain or clear weather. As a giant dragon that is not afraid of the cold and the sun, this is the first time that Lucia cares so much about the weather. If it rains today, we can't go out to play. Just when Lucia closed her eyes and rubbed her hands, tried to use her mind to make the sun come out. The next moment, a ray of warm light fell on her face. Lucia opened her eyes and found that the sky had actually cleared up miraculously. Magic! She raised her arms and cheered. No, there is no magic on Earth. Let's go, pack up and go to the zoo. Xia Li appeared from behind Lucia without anyone noticing, and Lucia was anxious to share her discovery with Xia Li. Xia Li, I have extraordinary powers different from magic. I just said a few words in my mind to make the rain stop soon, and then the rain really stopped. Kinko, Lucia said happily while following Xia Li into the house. Yeah, Xia Li responded twice in a perfunctory but supportive manner. Isn't it? The weather forecast shows that it will clear up at 8:35 this morning, and it is exactly 8:35 now. Xia Li had checked the weather forecast last night. That's why he said that if it didn't rain the next day, he would take Lucia to the zoo. After all, it would be sunny the next day. Let's go buy breakfast downstairs, and we'll take the bus directly there. Yes, let's go now. Lucia was already starving. She hurried to the door to change her shoes, and then she thought that she hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face yet. So she ran over to quickly complete the task and returned to the door to wait for Xia Li. Keys, ID card, mobile phone. Xia Li didn't have many things to bring with him. At this stage, Lucia didn't need toilet paper, lipstick, perfume, coats, small handbags, etc., which was a lot of trouble. Go to the breakfast shop downstairs to buy 3 big meat buns for Along, as well as the fried baba she had been thinking about. Xia Li took Lucia to catch the bus. It was more than 20 kilometers away from the North City Zoo, and she needed to change trains once on the way. It would have been more convenient to take an online taxi, but considering that the dragon had claustrophobia, it was better to take a more spacious bus. Fortunately, today was a weekday, and the bus was not crowded after missing the morning rush hour, so she sat all the way there. Lucia looked out the window with bright eyes. Unlike the previous time, when she went to the supermarket and kept her questions to herself, she would immediately grab Xia Li's arm and ask loudly no matter what she saw today. This feeling of being highly dependent on the dragon made Xia Li unable to refuse. But the only thing he could do was to patiently solve the dragon's doubts. It was hard to imagine that this guy was still full of vigilance against him less than a week ago, and the relationship between the two was so tense that they could fight in a convenience store. But now, they have developed into a lip friendship relationship where they have slept in the same bed. I'm afraid that in a few weeks. Alas, Xia Li didn't dare to think about it. What kind of car is that? It's so big. Lucia stretched out her arm and pointed out the window. Cement tanker. The bus was heading to the suburbs. This road was still under development, and many construction vehicles passed by along the way. Xia Li pressed back the dragon's claws and added, "You can also call it vomit sauce." Ouch, mud. Lucia just thought the name was strange. There's another sound, sauce. Xia Li suddenly corrected it seriously. Lucia looked back at him. Under Xia Li's slightly expectant gaze, she followed with a soft remark, "Ouch, sauce." "Yes, that's it." Xia Li nodded with satisfaction. Lucia's voice is neither immature nor mature. Her timbre is somewhere in between, a very pure and immature girl's voice. Lucia slowed down her pace, and Xia Li took her to the monkey area. The monkeys here are all locked in cages, which are about 5 meters long, wide and high, and are not quite a standard square. Because of the fear that tourists would feed them randomly and monkeys would scratch tourists, the bottom 2 meters of the monkey cages were reinforced with wire mesh. From Lucia's short angle, she could only barely see the messy vegetable leaves and unknown objects inside through the wire mesh. "It stinks." Lucia pinched her nose and covered the fruit basket in her arms with the sleeve of her other hand. Oh. At the end of the monkey area, a strong chimpanzee was locked up alone in an iron cage. From the thickened double-layer iron mesh on the surface of the cage, it can be seen that this chimpanzee is already a habitual offender in this park. Just as Lucia covered her nose and walked forward with disgust, the chimpanzee who was still dozing seemed to have discovered something and ran over with his strong arms, making a sound that was not sure whether it was excited or dangerous. Lucia looked at it carefully and then took a small step back. Xia Li, who had been observing Lucia, frowned. Speaking of which, chimpanzees are also a kind of beast. Could it be that the chimpanzees on Earth are more powerful than the evil dragons? Just as Xia Li was analyzing this in his mind, the black, muscular chimpanzee took a step back as if threatened after approaching the cage. It and Lucia retreated together, as if they were testing each other, and both were startled. However, the reason why Lucia was startled was different. "Lucia, what an ugly thing." "Xia Li, I don't allow you to say that about the origin of humans." Lucia's expression was particularly disgusted. There are clever little monkeys on the East continent, but this is the first time Lucia has seen such an ugly big monkey. Oh. The chimpanzee, who was still shouting excitedly, just now shrank into the innermost corner of the cage, and his spirit was obviously much weaker. He pretended to play with the rotten leaves on the ground as if nothing had happened, and inadvertently looked up at Lucia, then turned around and turned his broad back towards the tourists. Xia Li thought, what does this mean? Xia Li didn't know whether it was afraid or not interested in its reaction. "Xia Li, why are they locked in the cage?" Lucia walked out of the monkey area and breathed a sigh of relief. The smell in there was really bad. Lucia didn't dare to breathe deeply, and her face turned red. She lowered her head and sniffed the fruit in the bowl. Fortunately, there was no strange smell. Some are born in cages, and some are caught from the wild. Xia Li explained to the evil dragon. "Born in cages?" Lucia looked back in surprise and glanced at the monkey area again. The dragons have been pursuing freedom and unrestrainedness all their lives. This palm-sized iron cage is a nightmare for Lucia. Most of the dragons caught in the East continent, as long as they're not dead, they live this kind of life. There are very few animals bred by the zoo itself. Xia Li saw that Lucia's expression was not very good, so he continued. In fact, most of them were captured in the wild. Some were injured, and some were abandoned by their tribes. The zoo will have special people rushing to rescue them. Some of them will be released on the spot after being rescued. Those who are more seriously injured or cannot live outside the tribe will be brought back to the zoo and will be released after they recover. If they cannot be released, They will be kept in cages in the zoo. For example, the chimpanzee we just saw, its introduction said that it was once the leader of the tribe, but later it was taken over by young chimpanzees when it was old. It was seriously injured during the battle and was later rescued by the zoo. So it has been kept in the zoo. Oh, Lucia rarely listened to the story of an animal so seriously. After listening to Xia Li's words, she suddenly felt that those animals were not pitiful. After all, they were provided with good food and drink, which was much more comfortable than in the wild. Thinking about it this way, the relationship between Xia Li and herself is actually like that between a chimpanzee and a zookeeper. She got lost, so Xia Li picked her up and brought her home, but Xia Li didn't put her in a cage. Thinking of this, Lucia secretly glanced at her breeder Xia Li. The humans in this world are different from those on the A's continent. They are very friendly, and Xia Li is also very friendly. Lucia likes the humans here very much. Sheep, white goats, black goats. Tibetan sheep, yellow sheep, alpacas. In this herbivore park, Xia Li introduced the types of sheep on Earth to Lucia. In fact, he didn't know much about these animals, and all the introductions were based on the sign in front of the sheep pen fence. Unlike chimpanzees, after seeing Lucia, the sheep of different breeds just stood far away and looked at Lucia and did not make any strange sounds in their mouths. Xia Li pointed to different sheep and introduced the words on the sign to Lucia, and then added a sentence. By the way, alpacas are not sheep. Alpacas are camelids. Goo! Just when Xia Li was seriously giving Lucia scientific knowledge points, he clearly heard a sound similar to swallowing coming from Lucia's throat. What's wrong with you? Xia Li asked. Lucia replied, I'm a little hungry. Don't swallow your saliva at this time. It's scary. Xia Li's eyes drifted to the sheep cowering by the fence. Suddenly, it occurred to him that when Lucia told him stories about what happened on the East continent, she often mentioned that she ate sheep, chased sheep, and stole sheep. This evil dragon should like sheep very much, right? After all, the calories and nutrition provided by sheep are enough to replace hundreds of rabbit meat. Now, these dozens of sheep were placed in the sheepfold for Lucia to watch, which was equivalent to humans walking into a buffet restaurant. Mom, why don't the lambs come eat my grass? Next to Xia Li, the childish voice of a child attracted his attention. A child who was estimated to be only 4 or 5 years old was nestled in his mother's arms, holding a handful of alfalfa bought from the zoo's kiosk in his hand, shaking the grass leaves and waiting for the lambs to eat with longing. However, those sheep of different heights and breeds were like encountering wolves. They huddled behind the fence and could only look at the hay handed by tourists from a distance, but did not dare to go forward to eat. Mom, the grass you bought is fake grass. The little girl said innocently. It shouldn't be. This basket of grass cost 20 yuan. We bought it from the staff. The little girl's mother also felt strange. Seeing this, Xia Li quickly pulled Lucia beside him. Let's go. Goo. This time, Lucia moved her eyes from the sheep and looked at the child who was shorter than her not far away. Human cubs. First close contact. Goo. Xia Li clearly heard the sound of the dragon swallowing saliva. No, what do you mean? Xia Li wanted to beat the dragon. You drool over the lambs, but why are you greedy for human cubs? However, when Xia Li looked over again, he found that Lucia was not staring at the little girl's head, but something in the little girl's other hand. Oh, it turned out that she was greedy for sausages. I'll take you to buy it. Xia Li pulled the dragon to the kiosk in the zoo. Commercial development is not serious in scenic spots like zoos that are for the benefit of citizens. A sausage costs 5 yuan, and it is the kind of volcanic stone sausage with meat. Xia Li bought one for Lucia and held one in his mouth. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was impossible to leave the park before noon, so he had to eat something to fill his stomach. While unlocking his phone, Xia Li caught a glimpse of a message notification. Jihu. Very interesting. Duo. What's wrong, Xia Li? Seeing Xia Li holding the phone motionlessly as if the novel was paused, Lucia was curious and wanted to see what was in the small box. Someone left you a message. Xia Li said. Give it to me. Lucia tilted her head. Well, your story. Some people say it's very interesting. Really? Lucia's eyes lit up. Let me see. So Xia Li lowered the phone a little and showed it to Lucia. Lucia didn't know many words, but she knew Xia Li wouldn't lie to her. So after a symbolic glance, the expression on her face instantly melted. Really? Lucia said excitedly. Before, Xia Li said that there were humans who liked her story, but she could only listen to Xia Li's words. But now, she has witnessed such a real evaluation with her own eyes. Xia Li, is this person a man or a woman? Lucia wanted to stick her face on Xia Li's phone. I don't know. Xia Li shook his head. Then why can he find my story and leave a message in it? This is a very common thing in modern times, but it is very complicated to explain. It is called network. You can understand it as a communication magic that connects people all over the world. Oh, Lucia said, not quite understanding. It must be a very powerful magic. Xia Li didn't explain much about the internet. Lucia wanted to integrate into modern society, and she would soon come into contact with this thing. Let's go to the next park. Xia Li threw the bamboo sticks he had eaten into the trash can. The next stop is the elephant pavilion. Animals of this size are no longer kept in cages, but the area where the elephants move is sunk 6 meters, keeping the tourists on the observation deck from coming into contact with the elephants while allowing them to have a clear view of the entire elephant pavilion. Lucia lay in front of the art fence made of concrete, staring at the 3 elephants below the stage. The animals inside were estimated to be only 3 to 5 meters high, which was just a toy in the eyes of the dragon. However, when Lucia looked at it from the perspective of a human, she found that a height of less than 5 meters was already very high. If she could transform into a dragon, Lucia looked up at the sky, and she silently estimated that she could eat an elephant in 2 bites in dragon form. 3 Xia Li in 1 bite. What are you thinking about? Xia Li saw that the evil dragon was looking at her with the same eyes as he looked at the sausage just now, and raised his hand to knock her on the forehead. Lucia covered her forehead. Stand here and don't move. I'm going to the bathroom. Xia Li said. The 3 elephants below the viewing platform were being fed by tourists, and they didn't notice Lucia here. However, even if they noticed it, it wouldn't matter. Elephants can neither jump nor fly. This sinking design is very safe. Don't run around. Xia Li emphasized again. Lucia frowned and wanted to follow. But Xia Li had already taught her that the public toilet they went to was different for men and women, and Lucia couldn't go into the men's toilet even if she followed. Recalling the unpleasant smell outside the public toilet, Lucia decided to wait for Xia Li here. Go quickly. Lucia nodded. Xia Li turned and left, and Lucia looked at him eagerly for a long time. When Xia Li's figure completely disappeared around the corner, Lucia suddenly felt a sense of crisis of losing her sense of security. Xia Li said, the possibility of encountering bad guys in these places is small, but it will never be 0. Now that I'm acting alone, I must be vigilant. Lucia, the little detective, turned her eyes and listened to all directions, searching for bad guys who did not exist in the bustling crowd. Suddenly, Lucia's ears moved slightly. She saw a child feeding an elephant with bananas, and threw something similar to a bracelet on his hand into the elephant house along with the bananas. Then, the child's crying voice was heard. Woo-woo, Mom. The watch fell down. Mom, the watch fell down. Lucia lay in front of the fence and poked her whole body out half. In fact, before she heard the human cub calling for help, she had already witnessed the bracelet in the human cub's hand falling into the elephant hall. In the stands, the elephant was using her nose to separate the piled watches from the bananas. It doesn't look interested in the watch, just want to eat the banana on it. Remember the domain name of this site, Taiwan Novel Network. Woo-woo, Mom. The little girl had 2 tuggings on her head, and tears were in her black and round eyes, pulling the adult woman beside her to cry. Don't worry, there are no staff now. Let's wait a moment. The mother squatted down and hugged the little girl in her arms and comforted her warmly. Although the phone watch is expensive, it is not considered too expensive, and it is obviously not worth the danger of it. What should be done now is to comfort the injured daughter. The mother patted the little girl's back to comfort her, and then looked down at the elephant in the garden. The phone watch had been pressed by the elephant's nose a few times, and I don't know if it was damaged. Is that pink bracelet yours? At this moment, the girl's pure and pleasant voice rang out. My mother raised her head slightly and saw a rare, meticulously crafted sweet face. Ah, well. She nodded subconsciously, then shook her head. It's okay. It's just a phone watch. Afraid of the girl making any dangerous moves, the mother waved her hand quickly. But that was Xiaoka's birthday gift today. The little girl in her mother's arms raised her tender cheeks. The soft face was covered with tears, and tears were hung on its long eyelashes. Lucia looked down at the little girl, looking at her beautiful princess dress and the brand-new pair of cat leather shoes. The evil dragon never does good deeds. Just as humans hate the dragon clan also hates humans. But humans on Earth don't hate Lucia. Lucia likes humans on Earth. Is it something very important? Lucia asked. The little girl in front of her nodded vigorously and gave Lucia a positive answer. Important. You wait. After Lucia finished speaking, she turned toward the elephant under the observation deck. Seeing this, the little girl's mother quickly reached out to hold the girl, and she was worried that the girl would be impulsive. However, after seeing the girl just turned around and did not want to turn off the fence, she took her hand back. It's okay. Xiaoka, Mom will buy you one tomorrow. But tomorrow is not Xiaoka's birthday. Lucia heard the little girl's intermittent sobs behind her ears. Lucia's eyes narrowed slightly, and those looking lively eyes instantly became much sharper. As if it had its own penetration, Ling Rant's sharp eyes proudly glanced at the three animals under the stands. She took a deep breath, her lips opened slightly, revealing two pointed tiger teeth, and the turbid breath exhaled from her soft lips. Place the A's continent. This is the starting move before the dragon breathes. The first mouth exhales the billowing white mist, and the second mouth is the fiery fire that is thousands of degrees. Therefore, there has always been a saying on A's continent. When the dragon spits white smoke, it is the last warning. There are wind and waves whistling in my ears, and white clouds are still floating above my head. The elephant who was eating banana seemed to notice something was watching. The elephant who was eating banana stopped moving on her nose. The elephant who was eating a banana slowly lifted her head. His huge ears pounced again and again like a fan. When one of the larger elephants fell on Lucia's body, his ears that were still suffocating suddenly stopped. Look at each other. Lucia stood in the shadows with her back towards the sun, her calm eyes filled with an invisible pressure. The girl's petite figure was as majestic as a mountain in the elephant's pupils. The giant dragon is a lonely race that is above all things. Its arrival is a disaster for humans, and for animals, it is a conquest derived from instinct. The leading elephant paused. It drooped its long nose and rolled up the bananas on the ground. Then, in the surprise and surprised eyes of the tourists, the string of bananas that had not been eaten was raised and placed on the observation deck at Lucia's feet. Mom, the elephant has brought the banana up. The little girl who was still crying did not wipe her tears anymore and watched this scene magically. Tourists passing by around stopped and took out their cell phones to take pictures. Will this elephant actually hand over the food? Don't these three elephants like bananas the most? It's really strange. Haha, so cute. There was a loud discussion in his ears. Lucia put her arm across, hummed twice, and pointed her fingers hard at the pink watch on the ground. Lucia didn't know if the elephant could understand her gestures. Fortunately, the elephant is not stupid. After thinking for a while, the elephant took 2 steps forward and rolled up the pink thing that fell directly under the stands with its nose. Because this thing was too small, it rolled it twice before sucking it. Pooh! The elephant gently placed the phone watch at Lucia's feet. The tourists cheered. Wow, this elephant is so smart. Hey, did you take a picture? We'll edit it and post it on TikTok. It will definitely go viral. Oh, we haven't seen gorillas, monkeys, dolphins, etc. helping humans pick up things in recent years. Elephants are also considered to be animals with high IQs. This scene is so cute. Haha. I want to post it on WeChat Moments. Listening to the enthusiastic discussion of humans, Lucia squatted down and picked up the small watch on the ground. Oh, the watch was wet. All the elephants knows water. Lucia was a little disgusted. But seeing the human cub's eyes that looked like gems when crying, Lucia still held back. Get it back to you. Lucia put the watch in the hands of the little girl, who was still in a daze. The little girl's eyes were shining. Oh, sister, you are so amazing. Did you ask the elephant to pick it up? Sister, you must have amazing magic. The little girl opened her eyes wide innocently, looking at Lucia with eyes full of longing. Lucia suddenly felt a little shy, and her cheeks seemed to be a little hot. It's okay, not amazing, and this is not magic. Lucia scratched her cheek and explained. Being praised so sincerely by a human cub, even a dragon would not be able to stand it. Thank you. The little girl's mother smiled and nodded at Lucia, then touched her daughter's head. Hurry up and thank your sister. Thank you, beautiful sister, the little girl said sweetly. Beautiful sister? Me? It was the first time that Lucia was praised so directly by a human. Oh, she's not that beautiful. Xia Li commented that her appearance in human form was average. Lucia's cheeks became even redder. The tourists around were still talking eagerly. They were discussing the purpose and motivation of the elephant helping the little girl pick up the watch. So we're also discussing Lucia, but no one thought about it in a deeper way. Thank you, beautiful sister. This is for you. The cute little girl took out a lollipop from her school bag and handed it to Lucia with both hands. Lucia reached out to take it. Her face was as red as the little girl's. She said nervously, Then I thank you too. Xia Li didn't expect that it would be so lively outside the elephant house when he was just taking a water break. Why are they all taking pictures of the elephants with their phones? This zoo doesn't seem to have any elephant performances. Thinking of this, Xia Li rushed into the crowd and began to look for the dwarf dragon. Lucia's height is so high that it's really hard to find her in the crowd. Hey, Lucia. Just as Xia Li shouted Lucia's name, he suddenly felt a small hand gently pulling the corner of his clothes behind him. This familiar feeling, it's definitely the evil dragon. Xia Li turned around and saw Lucia standing at the edge of the crowd, with her head slightly lowered, and the whole dragon looked quiet. Maybe it was because the weather was hot today. Lucia's was still very red, like a red apple, a little cute. Xia Li, I haven't seen you for 5 minutes. Why are you stuttering again? The first sentence Lucia said was a tremor, and the next few notes were even more trembling. Xia Li was afraid that Lucia would encounter something bad, so he hurried to check her face. Yes, there are humans offering me sacrifices. Lucia stuttered. As she spoke, she raised the lollipop in her hand and showed it to Xia Li. Xia Li immediately thought of the possibility of Lucia being hit on. After all, although the dragon's aura towards strangers is cold, it must be admitted that her beauty is absolutely outstanding among the crowd. You can't accept candy from strangers. Xia Li emphasized seriously. No, it's not. Lucia hurriedly explained. She took a while to tell Xia Li what she had just experienced. The two came to the shade of the tree and talked as they walked. Xia Li fell silent as he listened. The elephant showed obedience to Lucia, and, more importantly, the dragon was so kind. She was very brave. She did something that even Xia Li might not do. However, Xia Li also saw Lucia's bravery as recklessness. Because she doesn't think about the consequences, she dares to do anything. If it were Xia Li, he would be more concerned about the exposure of his identity. Even though it was a weekday today, there were many parents walking their children and couples dating in the zoo. There were at least 50 people present, not to mention hundreds. With so many people watching and holding their phones, it's easy to make things look different. Public opinion is a terrible thing. Lucia's real identity is a dragon. In order to hide herself, she shouldn't be in the spotlight anyway. You, Xia Li hesitated. Forget it. Now is not the time to talk about her. This is the first time that the evil dragon Lucia has helped humans. Xia Li grew up in a family with a boastful education, so he felt that his childhood was very lucky. So, he hoped that Lucia would also be lucky. Just do what you think is right, Xia Li said seriously. You did the right thing. The dragons are free, and their carefree hearts are also free. Xia Li doesn't want to see Lucia's unfetteredness turn into a timid appearance on Earth. Yeah. Lucia nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and the blush on her face spread to her ears, and the small white earlobe looked pink. If Lucia just felt embarrassed when being praised by a little girl, then Lucia was almost happy to death when Xia Li praised her. This feeling is no less than going to the lake to fry fish 10 times and chasing goats for 100 kilometers. If you think of it in a more specific metaphor, it may make Lucia happier than the gold coins in the human earl's warehouse. Lucia's little face was happy. She followed Xia Li's ass, and Xia Li said that the weather was hot and he would buy her ice water. Lucia walked slowly, and she stared at the candy in her hand for a long time. Between take it back and collect it and eat it now, Lucia decided to choose the latter. The great truth of dragon life: enjoy life while you can. Do you want juice or iced red tea? Xia Li stood in front of the vending machine. When he turned around to ask Lucia about the flavor choice, he happened to see the evil dragon biting the plastic outside the lollipop with his teeth. Hey, I told you that this kind of plastic packaging must be torn open first. There's a skill to this, and it is very troublesome to bite it directly, Xia Li said helplessly and was ready to help Lucia open the package. But Lucia turned her body to the side and refused to give Xia Li the candy. What stingy dragon? I'm not stealing yours. Crack. The candy in Lucia's mouth cracked under the bite of her teeth and split into 2 halves. She then pushed away the outer plastic coating, then pinched one half with 2 fingers and lifted it up. Here you go. Xia Li looked down at the half of the candy that was completely stained with Lucia's ambergris. I was a little touched, but I felt more disgusted. Is this how you test our pure friendship? Comrade, I can't stand this kind of test. Forget it. It's more than one indirect lip contact. Xia Li thought. At this point, have I not been ruined enough by this evil dragon? Well, ambergris is a good thing. Xia Li reached out to get the half candy. Lucia's little hand hid for a moment. Then she raised her wrist again. It seemed to be signaling Xia Li to say, I'll feed you. Xia Li sighed silently. Comrade Lucia, friendship, like me, cannot withstand this kind of tempering. Orange smell. Xia Li sniffed the candy in her mouth, which was a very sweet and refreshing orange flavor. Speaking of which, this is the first time Lucia has acquired with her own abilities after she came to Earth. Xia Li felt very honored that he could taste half a candy from the evil dragon's mouth. The dragon clan never has any desire to share. Since Lucia is willing to share what she gets with herself as soon as possible, it is enough to prove her weight in the dragon's heart. At least, the actions and thoughts he put into Lucia this week were not wishful thinking. Hey. Lucia also likes the taste of this orange. Her eyes were curled into a small crescent moon, and a sweet curve pursed at the corner of her mouth. Sweeter than the candy from Xia Li's family. How is that possible? Xia Li looked at the evil dragon and suddenly became serious. It's obviously not as sweet as my sugar. No, Xia Li paused again and said, when did you eat my candy? Lucia's little face curled up. She didn't say that last time she secretly flipped over the snack bag that Xia Li bought home and then ate a red-packaged milk candy. But that sugar sticks to the teeth, so she can't even speak Lucia's words, so she doesn't like it. I think this is sweeter. Lucia distracted the topic with guilt. Xia Li, after raising his cuffs, Xia Li turned his body sideways to the vending machine. Then he poked the sales button on the vending machine with his finger. I like the taste of oranges, right? Wait, I'll buy you fruit oranges now. Buy 2 bottles. Tun. Next to Xia Li stood an automatic water drinking machine plus automatic rice dryer. 2 bottles of orange juice, finished as soon as they were said to be finished. And it was almost noon at this time. Lucia repeatedly emphasized that it was almost time to eat, so Xia Li had to buy her 2 more grilled sausages. When she turned around, the 2 grilled sausages in the dragon's hand turned into 2 bamboo sticks. She tossed the bamboo sticks in her hand like holding chopsticks, and finally reluctantly picked up a leaf from the ground to show Xia Li. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. Xia Li, Open your mouth. Xia Li, I always feel that staying with this dragon is like returning to childhood. After staying with her for a long time, Xia Li even feels that his mentality can be a few years younger. People on the A's continent often say that evil dragons are ignorant and evil, but Xia Li now thinks this guy is pure naive romanticism. But who wants to eat leaves? I buy you grilled sausages, and you feed me leaves on the ground, right? Xia Li glanced at Lucia on the ground, ate the last bite of sausage, drew 2 bamboo sticks in the air in a perfect arc, and fell steadily into the trash can. Let's go. There's still a few parks left. Oh. Lucia clapped her hands and hurried to catch up. In fact, Lucia is not very interested in the animals in the zoo. Although there are many species she has never seen here, relatively speaking, she has seen more species on the A's continent. The dragons can fly dozens of kilometers with a flap of their wings. Even if Lucia flies and stops, she can fly thousands of kilometers on the A's continent in a day. She has seen too many animals. In comparison, the zoo that Xia Li brought her to is much more monotonous. And, more importantly, these animals can only be seen but not eaten, which makes Lucia lose most of the fun. Primate area, herbivore area, amphibian and reptile area. Xia Li finally gave up the paper map and directly switched to the more convenient mobile navigation. There are only 5 areas in the North City Zoo. In one morning, they have visited most of them. Based on the reactions of these different animals to Lucia, Xia Li made a summary. Lucia has a kind of suppression on most animals. I don't know if this suppression is blood suppression or simple aura suppression. Anyway, as long as Lucia appears in the field of vision of animals, those animals will show an inexplicable sense of fear. This situation is consistent with the reaction of wild beasts to dragons on the A's continent. Animals that lack intelligence survive by instinct, and they also react by instinct. Your appearance should be similar to seeing a natural enemy for them, so they are all afraid of you. Xia Li said to Lucia, beside him while moving towards the beast area. Lucia was still drinking her empty bottle of orange juice. This evil dragon seemed to really like orange flavor. Oh, responding to Xia Li very perfunctorily, Lucia shook the bottle of orange juice and finally shook out a drop, dripping it on her tongue. Xia Li was helpless. Come to think of it, this ability to bring pressure to everything is innate to Lucia. So even if Xia Li thought it was amazing, Lucia would just be used to it. Here we are, the wild animal area. Arriving at the finale of the zoo, Xia Li was more excited than Lucia. Obviously, this time I came to the zoo to bring Lucia out to play, but it turned out that Xia Li wanted to play. Come on, this way. Xia Li pulled Lucia to the display cabinet. Most of the wild animals in the wild animal area are cats. They have absolute jumping ability and aggressiveness, so they are no longer suitable for the same breeding method as monkeys and elephants, but are made into separate small rooms. The 3 walls of the small room are tempered glass. These glasses are a bit old and look dirty on the surface, but it does not affect the tourist viewing of the animals inside. I know this. Teacher Xia Li was about to introduce animals to Lucia, and Lucia spoke first. This is a gas tank. In order to make her description more appropriate, Lucia added, there is a gas tank of this shape at the snack stand outside the zoo just now. Lucia said, with an envious look of, it's great. Eating such a fat must be very good. Xia Li looked at the fat leopard in the glass room and was silent for a while. It should be said that Lucia is indeed good at applying what she has learned. Xia Li just taught her today, and she immediately used the new words as a metaphor. This evil dragon is not stupid, but she has not been exposed to enough knowledge. If Lucia had received 9 years of compulsory education in modern society since childhood, Lucia's grades might have appeared in the column of excellent students. This gas tank. No, this snow leopard is a first-class protected animal in our country. It's hard to see. Take a closer look. Xia Li said to Lucia to take a closer look, but in fact he had already grabbed Lucia's wrist and couldn't wait to take her to the next display cabinet. Lucia, be fierce to it. Hey, huh? Under the glass wall, an adult lioness was lying on the ground taking a nap. Lucia was still gnawing on the empty bottle in her mouth, but was suddenly pulled by Xia Li standing in front of the female lion, a little at a loss. This lioness likes to suddenly pounce on the tourists when they take pictures. Xia Li recalled the shadow of her childhood when she was a child. When Xia Yuanjun brought him to the zoo in the past, it was not a glass cage, but an iron cage. The lion inside the iron cage is very wild and will pounce from time to time, randomly scaring a passing child to cry. As one of the tourists who have been scared by lions, Xia Li is deeply impressed by the female lion in this zoo. However, it should not be the same one. After all, according to the lifespan of a lion, the lion who likes to scare children should have passed away. It has eaten my head, although it failed, Xia Li explained. Oh, Lucia turned around and looked at the lioness. Lucia envies the lion more than the fat leopard that was raised just now. Hey, hold the brave's head in one mouthful. She has never done anything with a silver dragon. Fuck. Lucia squatted down and patted the glass wall in front with her little hand. The lioness, who was sleeping in a naive manner, slids tiredly. Generally, it rarely deals with bipedal beasts outside. If it hadn't been full today, it wouldn't even bother to take some eyelids. However, opposite the glass less than 5 centimeters apart, the lioness suddenly stood up when she saw the amber eyes. Its intuition made it appear in its eyes not the figure of a human girl, but a giant beast comparable to a mountain. Roar, roar! The frightened lioness roared and retreated. Because it ran too fast, it limped and rolled around the ground. Ha ha ha! Seeing this scene, Xia Li smiled with his hips on his hips. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 years, he could still use this method to vent his anger on his childhood self. Lucia looked at the lioness in the corner and looked at Xia Li. Xia Li actually smiled so happily. Can you just scare the kitten, make him laugh? When he saw him, he rushed up with a weapon. It's not difficult for humans to understand. Lucia smiled as well. Xia Li was in a good mood after coming out of the beast area. Lucia was in a good mood, too. When a lion scares the brave, I scare the lion. It is equivalent to I scaring the brave. The evil dragon finally won a game back in the hands of the brave. The last stop is Bird Garden. Xia Li glanced at the map on his phone and walked in a hurry. The lion and tiger in the beast area have confirmed Xia Li's conjecture, and this zoo trip has ended successfully for Xia Li. In addition, Lucia was not very interested in these animals, so Xia Li decided to take Lucia back early. You are the traits that can command all beasts. They are quite suitable to be a beast trainer in a circus. Xia Li said, Circus? Well, it's just a place where animal performances, you can understand it as a kind of coliseum. In a sense, the cruelty of the circus on Earth is not much the same as the coliseum on the Azuro continent. Oh, Lucia picked up a ginkgo leaf in her hand at some point. She played with the leaves and looked up at Xia Li from time to time. But I don't like the coliseum. Well, too, Xia Li nodded. Reject animal performances. Your ability is more suitable for other things. For example, helping human cubs pick up small bracelets. Lucia answered quickly. This is also a purpose. Xia Li did not disturb her enthusiasm. Xia Li hasn't figured out how to develop Lucia's ability. Most jobs in society now require proof of identity, and Lucia obviously does not have such a threshold. What's more, this evil dragon has not yet fully integrated into society, so there is no hurry to find a job for her. Let's raise her again. There is no need to let her be self-reliant so quickly. Lucia, come here to stand. In the bird garden is a tall wire cage that can put people and houses in. After entering the garden, you can see all kinds of strange birds hovering on your head. The birds are of different shapes and sizes, including budgies the size of a palm and pelicans standing on the ground to eat children. The environment here is pretty good, full of greenery, and the plants grow particularly lushly. Xia Li found a small bridge and flowing water place and pulled Lucia to stand. Behind this is a small artificial water truck, with a stream rustling in my ears, and the humidifier is hidden in the bush and sprays out the white mist with fairy air. Xia Li felt that this place was good and wanted to take 2 photos of Lucia. After all, I have come to the zoo, so I have to come a few photos of tourists. Don't move. I'll take a picture of you. grabbed Lucia's thin arm, and settled on the bridge. Xia Li took out the phone in her pocket and kept retreating, adjusting the shooting angle like a professional photographer. Photograph. Lucia had never taken a photo, and although she was confused, she still cooperated very well. Xia Li was aiming at himself with a small box, with 4 gun barrels in the center of the small box. No, don't you want to fire at yourself, right? Click. The flash of the phone light lit up, and Lucia subconsciously said, "What a powerful holy light magic." Xia Li, it has been a week since I arrived on Earth, and this guy has not adapted to the various lights on Earth. Walking back with his cell phone, Xia Li was about to show Lucia his photography skills, but when he stood up, he saw a little blue parrot standing above Lucia's head. Not only that, there were more flocks of birds standing on Lucia's off-white sweater, including thrush, cuckoo, lark, and many varieties that Xia Li could not name. More and more flocks of birds gathered from all directions, and Xia Li even saw a toucan try and stand on Lucia's shoulder, but Lucia's shoulder was too narrow and it couldn't stand firmly. "Xia Li, I'm going to be taken away." Lucia waved her arms to drive her away, but the birds seemed to like her very much. They drove them away and flew back in circles, and wanted to hang them on Lucia's clothes again. When Xia Li was traveling in A's continent, he had seen birds stopping on the dragon ridge many times. The picture had a slow-paced warmth. Unlike animals, avians are not afraid of dragons. On the contrary, they like to stay on the quiet dragon, where the winter is warm and the summer is cool, and there is no need to worry about the threat of natural enemies. It is simply a natural shelter. Xia Li. Lucia didn't expect that the birds, who were never too lazy to care about her, would dare to attack her in groups after she turned into human form. It's really too much to deceive the dragon. "Don't move first. I'll take 2 pictures." Xia Li tilted his body and flashed several photos. Lucia closed her eyes, looked panicked, and her arms were whizzing like a small windmill, but the birds beside her couldn't drive them away, no matter how they drove them away. "Alas, it's very interesting. Mom, that sister seems to be very popular with parrots. A child with kind hearts will be liked by small animals, and that sister must be very kind." "Really? Then I will be a kind-hearted child in the future." Xia Li laughed even more happily when he heard the voices of the passers-by behind his head. "It would be fine if I was caught robbing small bread before, but this time I was covered in dust by several little parrots. Is this really the arrogant silver dragon that Xia Li knew? Ha! Xia Li." Xia Li was still laughing wildly, and Lucia was already anxious and red-eyed. If it weren't for the fact that magic was not available now, these little things would have been eaten by her. "I'm coming. I'm here to save you." Xia Li had no choice but to walk over under the urging of the weak dragon. As soon as he approached, the flock of birds flew away in all directions. Lucia was finally freed and hurriedly patted her clothes. Xia Li reached out to help her remove the down mixed in her hair. "Oomph." Lucia was a little unhappy. She was just besieged by so many birds, but the brave Xia Li was just laughing beside her. "We just agreed last time that they were teammates. She was still his girlfriend, so how did the brave treat his girlfriend? You were very active when you went to save the girlfriends in the team before." Lucia muttered in a low voice. She was referring to the female members of the team that Xia Li had attacked before. Lucia didn't know the difference between a girlfriend and a female friend, but after Xia Li said she was a girlfriend last time, Lucia always thought that all female friends meant girlfriends. When Xia Li saved those people, he ran very fast, picked up the demon-killing sword, and smashed it on the dragon. It's not like before, laughing wildly and coming to save her carelessly. This is so unfair. She is obviously his girlfriend too. What are you talking about? Xia Li even suspected that he had hurt wrong. "I only have one girlfriend," he said. Of course, it's limited to pretending in front of Chun Tao and others. If Chun Tao and others are not around, he and Lucia are just pure friends. The clothes are dirty. Lucia didn't complain much, but she felt a little sorry for her newly bought white clothes, which were all covered with bird claws. "I'll wash it for you when I get home." Xia Li had enough fun and decided to share some of the responsibility. Lucia slowly raised her face and said tentatively, The skirt is also dirty. I'll wash it for you. It's dirty too. You wash this yourself. Chevron underscore left.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.